In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Global energy lines are tightening, regional price corridors are splintering, and the domestic policy pause has drawn a clear line in the sand for investors. And this is the Business Desk, where destiny meets data and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian exchange, where the Nigerian equity market sustained a positive momentum on Friday, May 22nd, 2026, closing the final trading section of the week on a bullish note. Buying interest across key sectors, where the All-Share Index ASI advanced by 0.22% to close at 249,712.37 points, up from the 249,175.39 points as on Thursday. And then quickly looking at a market capitalization that gained 344.23 billion naira, closing at 160.08 trillion naira, where investors traded 711.86 million shares valued at 29.08 billion naira across 62,386 deals. The market breadth closed positive with 30 gainers against 27 losers. And quickly taking a look at the top 5 movers, gainers as at Friday, where Ales Aluminium, closed at 9 naira 90 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%. That communication did close at 2 naira 9 kobo, equally on the bullish run of a 10% positive adjustment. RT Briscoe, equally in the bullish rim, made a positive adjustment of 9.93% to close at 14 naira 6 kobo. Len Africa, equally in the positive, close at 12 naira 90 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.79%. And then looking at Restares did close at 34 naira 95 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.56%. And quickly taking a look at the laggers as at Friday, where Deep Cap did close in the dip, making a negative adjustment of having closed at 5 naira 68 kobo to make a negative 2.74% adjustment. And then looking at Conha PLC, which closed at 5 naira 85 kobo, is another laggard that made a negative adjustment, losing 2.17% as well. And then Cornerstone equally lost 1.68% to close at 5 naira 40 kobo. Dangote Sugar closed at 87 naira, making a negative percentage shade of 1.14%. Japan Gold was equally in the dip as he shared 0.12% to close at 3 naira 82 kobo. And then quickly giving you a market outlook for today. The market is expected to open, today with cautious optimism and a mixed bag of sentiments. The Central Bank of Nigeria's recent decision to hold the monetary policy rate, steady at 26.5% has provided the broader market with a breather from aggressive interest rate hikes. This stabilization is helping sustain current domestic investors' confidence in equities rather than triggering immediate capital flights to fixed income potentials. Dividend reinvestment support is one that will look to, engineer the market this week, and major corporate heavyweights including Bua Cement, Seplat Energy and Berger Paints have recently held their AGMs and approved strong dividend payouts. These liquidity injected from these payouts is highly anticipated to act as a catalyst for reinvestment on today's today, cushioning any aggressive sell-offs. And then because the markets recovered as at Thursday and Friday after a volatile midweek, midweek dip, we expect selective profit taking this morning, particularly on mid to high cap stocks that rallied in previous sections. A balanced or slightly positive opening today, driven by retail dividend reinvestment, though cut by institutional profit taking. So focus should be likely, remain on banking and dividend paying consumer goods. That's where we'll concentrate, banking and dividend paying consumer goods. And then quickly, let's take a look at the Naira performance for us to be able to give you our market outlook for today. The Nigerian Naira maintained a highly stable and consolidated performance on Friday, May the 22nd, closing the week with a remarkably narrow spread between the official and parallel market segment. Increased liquidity, supported by a healthy defense from external reserves, has continued to suppress the speculative distortion typically seen on the streets. At the official window, yes, we saw a closing rate at 1,375 naira 46 kobo. Though during the intraday highs and lows, it hovered between 1,370 naira to 1,374 naira. And then quickly looking at the black market or the street market, officially we call the parallel market, yes, where the buying rate was at 1,319 naira, whereas at the selling rate stood at 1,400 naira. And then looking at the key market highlights as at that Friday, we saw, talking about the spread convergence, the premium gap between the official rate and the black market remains tightly compressed at roughly 25 naira. This convergence indicates strong retail market confidence and a reduction in arbitrage activities. And then we'll look at reservoir mover as one of the factors that shaped the market last week. Market segment was significantly boosted by data indicating that Nigeria's gross foreign reserves have steadily climbed, sitting comfortably at $48.89 billion US. The growth provides the Central Bank of Nigeria with stronger leverage to defend the local currency and meet legitimate dollar requests. And then we're looking at another factor, which is stabilized demand. Why seasonal corporate dollar demand and tuition travel application remain persistent. Systematic forex injection have kept the typical weekend pressure in check. And here's our market outlook. Yes, I know that's the part you're waiting for. Heading into today's trading section, the Naira is expected to sustain its current horizontal stability, supported by the following fundamentals. One is CBN liquidity reassurance. Following the central bank's decision to maintain the benchmark interest rate at 26.5%, foreign portfolio investors are keeping a steady eye on high-yielding local short-term debt instruments. Expect the CBN to sustain regular supply to commercial banks and authorized breed change operators today to prevent a buildup of unfulfilled backlogs. And then the psychological support level above 1,400 is another factor we look to spur the market today, where speculative traders attempting to push street rates past the 1,400 threshold are facing resistance due to transparent pricing on peer-to-peer platforms, referred to as P2P, which are currently averaging around 1,370 naira cent for kobo. This morning is likely to see the black market rate locking stubbornly at 1,400 naira flat selling. Yes, and then looking at another factor here, which is the importers front loading. As it is the final full week of May, manufacturing and commercial importers may attempt to front load their forex orders at the start of the week. This initial demand might cause a minor, intraday dip in the official spot window, but it should level out by the afternoon fixing. Expect the Naira to trade calmly on today, within a tight band of 1,370 naira to 1,380 naira on the official window and hold its ground at 1,400 naira on the parallel market. No sudden sharp spikes are anticipated unless external commodities or global oil volatility shifts over the period or the weekend. And then quickly moving to the global energy. Yes, moving to the global energy, we are tracking the volatile movements in the global energy markets today as crude oil continues to react violently to fast-moving geopolitical headlines coming out of the Middle East. As at Friday, global benchmark crude reversed earlier downward pressure, climbing 1.33% to settle at $103.94 per barrel after spiking as high as $106 earlier in the session. West Texas Intermediate followed a similar trajectory, closing at $97 per barrel. The immediate catalyst for Friday's rally was a sudden injection of diplomatic friction. Reports emerged that Iran's leadership has ordered its enriched uranium, reserve to remain within the country, directly complicating a core U.S. demand for dismantling Tehran's nuclear program. Adding to the tension, structural disputes remain over control of the crucial Strait of Hormuz, where roughly 14 million barrels per day have been, sidelined due to the ongoing regional hostilities. However, despite Friday's sharp daily gains, Brent crude suffered a weekly loss of roughly 4 to 6%. This weekly decline reflects a market that is aggressively pricing, in the possibility of a diplomatic breakthrough, following statements from the U.S. officials noting encouraging signs in mediated peace talks. And then quickly, here is our market projection for today. Looking ahead to today's opening bell, analysts expect oil prices to remain highly reactive, but potentially, range bound between $102 to $106 for Brent. Market forces, the market faces two powerful opposing forces, and one of such forces is the bearish weight. Emerging indication is that the U.S. and Iran could soon sign a memorandum of understanding, potentially creating a 60-day window to lift blockades and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, will keep a lead on major price rallies. Then the second factor here is the bullish flow. The unresolved nuclear sticking points and structural shipping concerns will provide, a firm bottom for prices, preventing a sudden collapse. Traders should keep a close eye on trading volumes for today. U.S. markets are closed for the Memorial Day holiday. Consequently, expect lower liquidity over the next 24 hours, meaning any sudden headlines regarding the U.S.-Iran negotiation could trigger exaggerated volatile price swings on the Intercontinental Exchange in London. And then quickly, we move over to the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, we are returning now to the domestic commerce. Pressure in the Nigerian commodities market intensified as a Friday closing bell. Fresh data shows food inflation accelerating faster than headline figures, with significant localized price variation hitting consumers across major geopolitical zones. On the national front, wholesale agricultural commodities experienced a missed Friday section, while grain supplies from the north provided a temporary floor for prices. Transport logistics continue to distort retail figures. Nationally, a 50-kilogram bag of local rice closed the week averaging between 75,000 and 95,000 naira, while a 50-kilogram bag of garri held within the 35,000 to 55,000 naira band. And then shifting our gaze to the regional focus, cross-city price disparity, continue to affect various markets. And then quickly we'll move to Lagos. Yes, in Lagos, markets like My 12, prices for perishable items showed severe volatility. A standard basket of tomatoes fluctuated sharply, closing between 28,000 and 45,000 naira. The influence of corporate commodities, such as the newly structured Eco Rice contracts on the Lagos commodities food exchange, is helping to standardize grain prices, though retail margins remain high due to local offloading cost. And then in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, transport premiums heavily impacted landing costs. Beans, that's 100 kg bag of beans, faced upward adjustments, selling between 85,000 and 125,000 naira, while a medium-sized yam tuber hovered between 2,000 naira and 4,000 naira, heavily influenced by street transport corridors into the capital. And then quickly moving to Enugu, the southern hub. Enugu continues to face the most acute local pressure. Recent National Bureau of Statistics data flags Enugu as a primary hotspot for food cost acceleration, with localized food inflation metrics tracking notably higher than national average. Staples like gari and local rice saw heightened demand on Friday, with a single peterobi of local rice pushing towards the 4,500 to 5,000 naira mark in urban markets like Obete, driven localized supply chain friction and high regional transit costs. Analysts, predict these regional price disparities will persist into the new week unless immediate transport costs show meaningful moderation. And then quickly, before we go, we'll give you our strategic markets advice for the Nigerian investors. And looking at equities, we're urging you to avoid chasing broad market rallies. Instead, selectively accumulate large cap value stocks, particularly banking majors and industrial giants like Bua Cement that are fresh off a solid AGM dividend declaration. And on fixed income, we urge you to rebalance cash reserves heavily into short-dated treasury bills. This preserves maximum liquidity while locking in high, predictable, inflation-resistant cash flows. And then on the energy and forests, we urge you to maintain exposure to dual-listed upstream oil equities, such as Seplat. Yes, we urge you to maintain a dual-listed upstream equities such as Seplat to preserve portfolio value and shield assets from domestic currency fluctuation. Yes, that's our market advice for today. And this is where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this market segment. We urge you to stay ahead of the curve. Keep your investments sharp and keep watching the Aneke TV market segment as we'll bring you up to date with the needed data to give you, help you make informed decisions on your portfolios and new investments. However, we do urge you to consult a certified financial analyst, and this is due to the volatility of the market. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Religion. Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief.
that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke Sports. Today, I am the sports oracle Gudo Chukuma. I live, I breathe, and I dream sports. Joining us this morning is one and only worldwide. Yes, worldwide. I have to bring you in very fast because we have a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah, a lot, of course. We are just coming back from the weekend.
From the weekend, and the weekend has been...
It's a lot.
Yes,
lot of sports.
It's a really lot in the world of sports, from cycling to tennis to boxing to wrestling, football to badminton to swimming to badminton. Yes,
everything good.
Everything good minton. Yes, it's a wonderful week. How was the weekend for you?
It was marvelous. It was wonderful.
Yeah,
marvelous in our side.
Seeing that you're wearing a blue.
Well, this blue is. Let's not go to that angle. This blue.
Why are you wearing a blue cap?
I just decided to come outside with a blue cap today, but it does not by any means.
You must write a disclaimer.
It does not by any means represent any club. I know the club that you have in mind, but it does not represent that club. This is just like one of my favorite caps, so I'm just wearing it for today. Let's not take it to that club angle.
Okay, but what do you think about the blue club?
Well, I don't know. It's anyway. Thank God the season is over for them. The agony and the pain is over, but it was, will I say, it was a shameful performance, even as at yesterday, where you just had to win your match, to go to any of the European competition. You could have gotten to Europa League or Conference League, but at the same day, you had to prove to us that you are the red card FC, still taking a red card at the end of the day, getting a 2-1 defeat from Sunderland, and at the end of the day, finishing 10th in a season that you could have ended at least 7th. You had to finish 10th by losing the match yesterday. It was a shameful outing for them. Well, they will just have to play the domestic league this next season. So let's see what they got. That was the same thing that happened to Manchester United. Only the domestic league. And look at where they are today.
I think it's important. But before we get into football, let's just take a look at Formula One. Yes. Yeah, you're really getting to enjoy Formula One now.
When you have the young guy that is doing it's making you to know the interest in this sport.
Yes, Kimi Antonelli. He won the Canadian Grand Prix again.
Over Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. Yes, he won it, and he had to score a lot of points. And Mercedes actually are topping the points in the world of Formula One, followed by Ferrari and the rest of them. Now, talking about this game yesterday, George Russell, that's Kimi Antonelli's colleague, had to pull off from the race. He had to resign. That's the word they used. He had to resign from the race. Yes, Kimi Antonelli, very wonderful young man, 19-year-old. Yet he has been pushing the world of sports and pushing the boundaries.
When you say resign, does it mean he didn't partake in the race? Or
no. He had to drop so that so that Kimi can move. Kimi can move ahead. Now we're having the first driver. That's Kimi. Kimi is the first driver ever to take his first 4 Grand Prix wins consecutively. Wow. This guy, he has been amazing. Now there's something I want to really bring to our notice, but as we discuss, as we get into the update, I'm going to bring it to our notice because Kimi has been awesome. Yes, yesterday he had to give that.
Yeah, he's someone that you said there 4
back to back. Yes, in a row.
That's a record that I don't think even Hamilton had that record, or has the record even as a
well, Hamilton
when he was younger, and even
Hamilton actually had something like that. Yes, Hamilton had he had his own. He had his own. Hamilton is actually the driver of the day with 28 points. Yes, 28%. Followed by the winner, Kimi Antonelli, 17%, and 16% from Max Verstappen. That's the Red Bull driver, and then from the Williams driver, 10%, and then George Russell, 6%. So yes, looking at Lewis Hamilton, the other day he came out to say that he is not done. He is actually coming out to do this thing. Now, I want us to talk about this 4-in-a-row win from Kimi Antonelli. Now, there's actually this bromance between Kimi Antonelli, Mercedes, and Ferrari right now. If you can look at it, you would see that there's actually a bromance between them, and they are finding their foot, especially from the likes of Kimi Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton. I guess winners are having a good time with winners.
Of course.
Yes, winners are really having a good time with winners. You will see, if you go down, you will see both of them. You also see what George Russell said. George Russell said, lost for words, breaking down from the lead. Really loved the lead. Really love the battle with Kimi and wish to have had 40 more of those laps. Proud of my weekend in Canada. Otherwise, we pole in the sprint race win. Pole yesterday and leading the race today. Bring on the next race. Yes, Kimi said, bring on the next race. Are you ready? Are you ready for the next race? Kimi said, bring what? Bring on the next race. And Kimi is actually, he resigned. He had to drop because of some issues. Yes, and he said bring on the next race, and he is ready for the next race. Yes. What do you think about Kimi and Russell being Kimi's colleague? Don't you think they will be having a lot of mental rubbing where both of them will be thinking about how to get in and get on with this race? Yes,
these are two young men.
Yes,
that are driving for Mercedes. Well, it's something that is very nice to have the young guys driving for you that having that winning mentality at their young age. The competition is going to be something that we want to watch. Two guys, great guys, young at their own, and very talented in this driving. So I believe it's something I would love to see.
Yes, it's something we'd love to see. Now we have the team standings, like I told you earlier, where we are having Mercedes having 219 points. Yes, Mercedes are actually having the lead by 219 points. Then you have next Ferrari. Now, I think Ferrari having this point should be from Leclerc. That's the two of Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. But I can tell you that Lewis Hamilton is actually one of the best drivers who has really, given Ferrari the points. Really, yeah. Yes, yeah, he's actually an interesting driver, and I'm sure that it was at his era with the Ferrari team that he had this point. And then the next is McLaren. McLaren has 106 points. Last talking about the Canadian GP. Yes, Canadian GP. Then we also have Red Bull Racing 57. Then Racing Bulls, that's 21. Then Haas, we have 19. Williams, we have 7. Then Audi, 2 points. Cadillac, no point. And Aston Martin, no point.
This no point is kind of surprising to me. Is it that they have never won anything out of the competition, where you have the likes of Aston Martin, which I'm supposed to understand that it's a great car. It's a wonderful car, but them not having any point at all is kind of surprising to me. But look at the gap between Mercedes and Ferrari. That's quite a gap.
That's quite a gap.
119 against the 147. This shows that Kimi Antonelli and Russell, they are really taking this competition to another level.
They are taking it to heart, because
the other guys I don't think they can meet up. Where you have 219 against 147, and they are still telling you to bring it on. They are ready for the next race. Lewis Hamilton and his colleague, they have a lot of work to do.
Now
if they are going to overtake these guys.
Exactly. Now we also have driver standings. How the driver are standing in the race. We have Antonelli. Antonelli had 131 points. Then you have Russell. Russell is following, yes, and you have Leclerc. Then by 7, that's Leclerc by 75. We're having 75%. The Ferrari driver.
Yeah.
Then you have Lewis Hamilton. Oh my days! I really like Lewis Hamilton, and I really like the bromance that is coming from Mercedes and Ferrari.
Yeah.
Yes, we are still having Norris. That's the McLaren drivers, Norris and Piastri. Then we have Max Verstappen. Then we have Gasly from the Williams, and we have Airman. Yes. Beerman, yes. Then we have Lawson. Lawson is actually seeing himself and having how he says. Now it's quite some victory for Kimi Antonelli, and looking at how both of them has participated in the competition of Formula One.
Yeah.
It is important to note that Mercedes Formula One sector, like we could say their sport, it's actually in good hands.
Yes, of course. Look at the points they have gathered, not just the winning. Look at, if you even look at the standing, you see that the two drivers at the top are topping the chart, where you have a Hamilton at the 4th position, not even third, say 4th. The other guy, Electric, is at third. So you have two guys from the same Mercedes topping the chart. It's something that I don't know if Ferrari will be able to overtake these guys.
I'm not sure Ferrari will be able to.
I'm not sure.
But you know one thing about sports is that you can predict.
Yeah.
You can't insist.
Of course.
You're right. You can predict. You can stay where you are, but you can't insist. However, it's left for the sports game to turn out itself.
This, from what we are seeing, that magic, I don't know if it's going to be possible. Just like if you have I just want to use footballing guys, just like you are having Messi and Ronaldo topping, they are expecting the likes of the other guys, maybe Haaland to Fifodi to come and overtake them. For me, it's not. I don't think it's possible.
I think before we get into that football era, but let me just make a statement. I was reading an article and going through some football and basically sports article, yes, updates just last week, and I could say Saturday. Something dawned on me about this thing you said.
Yeah.
When Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi started playing football, what we had in sports then was strength, agility, and determination.
Of course.
All we had was a hunger to win trophies, and then adding talent, adding that ability to bring out and show what you have within you. That was the major drive. What is driving sports now 10 years ago is not what's driving it now. What's driving sports now is money.
Yeah, it's mostly the players now all after the money.
After the money. Now, the thing is that you can be after the money and still perform and be at your best. But when you talk about the money seems to be the performance.
I don't know, that has taken over the joy of football these days. When you just see footballers, the talents that they were supposed to showcase, they are no more getting to that level. You have the likes of, let me use for example, Garnacho, who we said we thought he was a talented personality. When he was at Manchester United, we could see, at least we saw some talent in him. We saw the drive in him. We saw the hunger. But you can see at the end of the day, just maybe with little money, even coming to Mbappe now, you can see where money has overtaken the talent. He's more like into the money. We don't see Mbappe of a Paris Saint-Germain anymore. We don't see Mbappe of Monaco anymore. When he was at Monaco, when he was still, running, dribbling, getting the goal, but these days you see the attitude is coming out. The money is influencing his own play.
Let's not go into football. Let's not go into football yet. We're still talking about the bromance that is between Kimi Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton. These two guys are, Lewis Hamilton drove for Mercedes, and he came out last year. February last year, and then he switched
he used to drive for Mercedes.
Yes, he drove for Mercedes for many years.
Well, Mercedes is like let's say they are topping the Formula One competition, because if you had the likes of Hamilton now having Kimi Antonelli,
Antonelli, Russell. No, he drove. You could see where Hamilton was lifting. I saw Hamilton was lifting with Kimi Antonelli. Then you see where they were lifting him even in the podium. They were lifting him on the podium. They were carrying him up. I'm like, wow, really?
It's something to celebrate.
It's really something
for, like, will I say, your former team.
And if you could see also a picture where Kimi Antonelli was wearing Ferrari cap.
Of course, just as you have said, it's a bromance.
It's really good.
It's something like when I saw sportsmanship.
Yes, when I saw the images and then had the clips and saw the clips, it was awesome. It was really, really awesome, because now there's competition, but it's very healthy. Yes, take a look at that.
I'm driving for Mercedes does not mean
yes.
This is my mentor in a Ferrari. So
and then both of them earlier they were having a hangout. They had a hangout, and then even Mercedes and Ferrari, they came together. Now the thing is that Lionel Messi came around last 2 weeks they came for the
Miami GP, yes, Lionel Messi was there. You could see their bromance. They are so good. Now that's the round 5 of the Canadian Grand Prix. That's the final round where you have Kimi Antonelli. Yes, he's 25 points. Yes, 25 points. Then you have Lewis Hamilton, then you have Max Verstappen. You have these guys, and everyone is really pushing hard to see that. Then you have the rest of them, where you have on the 4th position, you have Charles Leclerc. Yes, just still Hamilton, Hamilton brother, the Hamilton brothers. You have the number 5th position, you have Isaac Hadjar from Red Bull Racing. Then you have Franco Colapinto from Alpine. Franco Colapinto. Then you have Liam Lawson from Racing Bulls. Then you have Pierre Gasly from Alpine. Then you have Carlos Sainz from Williams. Then Olivier Mann from Haas. So this is actually how they have been matching, and it's actually another season for Max Verstappen, because Max Verstappen has taken the podium in the round 05. Yeah. Yes, this is actually one of the times, let me tell you, people the person they are celebrating in this race, they're celebrating Lewis Hamilton. That's the person they're actually celebrating. This was when Lewis Hamilton moved up. This was when he moved up to the next driving force. This was when he went to the 2nd position. He drove to the 2nd. This was when he overtook Max Verstappen, and then it was an awesome time. Really, it was an awesome time, and I really enjoyed every moment of that race that I saw, and every clip of it was awesome. Yes, so this is sports, and it's the spirit of sportsmanship. Everyone understands the game, and the game is not for you to be angry or feeling, with
the bromance between in fact, everybody is celebrating. Even when Hamilton did not come out first, even the Verstappen did not come out first, but you see them all happy, celebrating together, lifting Kimi Antonelli. It's what I'm seeing here is just like it's a healthy competition.
Yes, yeah. It's actually a healthy competition. Now let's go over to the world of tennis. Yeah. Yes, let's go back to the world of tennis, where we have Poland Garros. That's we have the Poland Garros court Philippe Chatrier. That's from the French Open, where you have Novak Djokovic, and he's having his time. He's just below Mpechi Pericard. That's Giovanni. He's just below the team. And also you have in the same game, you have Roland Garros, and you have Nishesh Basveri. Yes, Basveri. Sorry, he came 2nd, and in the U.S. Open that they had. Now let's just move over very fast to the world of. We're still talking about the tennis. Yes, yes. Let's just see the women. Mira Andreeva actually had a 3x3, and Fiona had a 6x6. Then Fiona had a 3x3. That's awesome. That's really awesome.
This Andreeva won Fiona.
Yes,
she won because it was 2 separate rounds. She got 6 points in the first round. Yes, while Fiona had 3. She also got 6 points in the second round.
Yes, 3, yeah. Yes. Now we have the same Alexander Derev, who got every point was 6. Yes, every point was 6 points. Every point was actually 6 points. You see, the 3 rounds. Yeah. He got.
The guy from this guy is from Germany.
Yes, he's from Germany.
Derev got 6. Yeah. Then his opponent Benjamin Bonzi. Anyway, he won the 3 sets. 6 points against 3. The second point was 6 points against 4, while the third round was 6 points against 2. That's will I say a healthy victory. It was a victory that had so many gaps.
Yes, it was a victory that has so many gaps. Now let's just move over to the world of boxing. How it was last week. Remember that fight I told you that is going to happen, that is going to come up between Alexander Usyk and Verhoeven. Yes, Verhoeven. That's the fight that we're talking about, where Usyk, he won the boxing game, and he had to box Verhoeven down. And looking at that fight, he is actually topping the list. He's actually topping the list currently on the games, on the fight, on the boxing table. Yes, he's topping the list. He is the champion. And then you have Daniel Dubois is also having his own lead. Then you have Ajit Kabayel, he's having his own lead too. Then you have Fabio Wedley. Then you have Tyson Fury. Yes, we have Joseph Parker. Tyson Fury is actually, he said some time ago that he's retiring from boxing.
That's a long-time name that we have always...
Yes, that's actually a long-time name that we've had. But these transitional boxing rankings, the heavyweight. I don't know why Anthony Joshua is not on this particular race. Maybe it's because...
Maybe he has not been, he has not been in the competition.
Yes, he has not been in the competition for months. But he's coming back.
I think he has a fight next month now.
Yes, he has a fight next month, and it's between him and Usyk.
Wow, the current number one.
Yes, it's going to be a wonderful game because
test, coming out from, will I say, retirement after some months, almost 6 to 8 months, and coming to fight the number one. That's going to be a tough match.
But do you think he will not box this guy down?
Well, I don't know. You saw the fight during the weekend where this guy boxed the other guy down, and this guy has been in the competition. Like, will I say, his feet, he has been training, he has been fighting. Joshua now has not had a fight for a long time. I believe he has been training, but to say Joshua is just going to box this guy down is going to be difficult.
Actually, it's going to be difficult if Joshua is going to box this guy down. But then, it is important to see what grief can do to you.
Yeah.
Him losing his associates, and then he's coming back to after months. I think that's the drive he's having now. I feel like if he ever catch somebody this period, he will destroy.
Yeah, he's supposed to take, or will I say, have that at the back of his mind. Like, it's going to be something that is going to be motivating him. Like, I lost some of my close friends and people that used to work with me. Like, I want to. This fight is just like all about them, giving them that victory that they will have deserved, if they were here with me. So it's going to be like a motivation point for him. But nevertheless, we should not take it out on the opponent who has also been training, fighting, getting some victories, and that's why I say it's going to be a competition that we want to see.
It's actually going to be a competition that we want to see, and I expect them to have a round of fight. Now, let's go to the winners of the boxing. That last week I gave us a list of people who have been in the sections by sections.
Yeah.
That boxing fight I told you that's going to happen on Saturday. Yeah. Yes, the winners are here, and we're starting with Alexander Usyk, who stopped spirited Brikovian in 11 rounds. Yes, that's where we're starting off today. We're starting with Alexander Usyk. Then we're going to Hamza Shiraf, blitz Alimbejic to win first world title. Yes, that series of fights I showed us last week. Yes, this is the result. These are the results. We have Jack Katara drops out points Shakram Giaso. Yes, this is also the next phase. And we have Mizuki Hiruta. Remember these ladies? Yes, the ladies. She outpoints my soul man at Giza Pyramid. That's actually. Then we also have Frank Sanchez. Remember, Frank Sanchez is coming after Alexander Usyk. Yes. So yes, he's the winner, and he won this fight between Richard Torres Jr. in IBF Eliminator. So and then you are seeing how the games have been, how the games has actually turned out last weekend. It was actually a big fight for the two, for the whole boxing. I told you, if you really like to fight, go and register and do some boxing.
That's the person that really likes to fight, but you cannot be telling me in this my stature, in this my small body, to go and register for boxing. But it's not something. But
no, it's a sport, okay? Yeah, it's not like fight and you are going to die. No, it's a sport, and you know what sports are.
I don't want to fight.
Sports are you give me, I give you, and we're in the spirit of.
Don't give me. I'm okay the way I am.
Basically,
I'm tilting towards football, not boxing. I don't have anything to do in the ring.
Okay.
Nothing, not even for charity, not for anything.
No, for charity, you have to.
If you even tell me to come and fight for even charity, maybe fight Kata Efe or fight Portable, I'm not interested. Anything that is going to bring some heavyweight punch or let's say lightweight punch on my face or any part of my body, please. I'm not interested.
You really want to avoid this?
No, I avoid anything fights. I just try to avoid it.
Well, it's very important that when you look at this, but citing from the world of Formula One to the world of tennis and down to the world of boxing, a lot happened in the world of sport over the weekend. It was amazing. It was one of the hottest sports that we had over the weekend. It's something that I really would want to have, you know, always. It will keep happening and happening and happening. Yes. Well, what do you think about these tennis games that are coming up and the rest of them? What do you actually think of it?
Yeah, I used to enjoy, that's long tennis.
Yes, long tennis.
These were sports that we enjoy watching those days when we had the likes of Serena Williams, we had Roger, what's his name?
Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal.
There were names that we enjoyed. You know, sometimes, you know, it was like these sports were no more in the headlines, or we did not get to see them much often again. That was last year. I don't think I even saw any tennis match, but now that they are coming up, it's something interesting that I would love to see.
Yes, it's very interesting, as he would love to see, and I also love to see. We go on a short break. We'll be right back with other updates in the world of sports, and now we are delving into the world of football. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, still on sports here on Aneke TV, and now we delve into the major, I would say, one of the best sports you ever have. A lot of competitions and a lot of dramas, and also a lot of victories, a lot of fights, a lot of wars, a lot of issue here and there, but then something special, and it's a special moment. It was a special moment for a lot of teams last weekend, even yesterday, as Arsenal had to clinch and have their first trophy in 22 years. I'm talking about the Premier League. That is something that has happened and has been special. I've seen Arsenal, but I thought Arsenal guys, I mean, I'm talking about Arsenal fans, you know, cool-headed. I don't know that it was because they were humbled all these years. That's why they are, you know, they are cool-headed. I did not know it was because they have not had any major trophy. Like, I can't believe this.
Arsenal fans are cool. Anyway, that's just like,
they are not cool. Oh.
They are not, you know, it's because
these people have
not had the opportunity. They have not had the opportunity.
See, I prefer Chelsea. I prefer Chelsea.
No, I don't think I prefer Chelsea, because if it was Chelsea that have not won Premier League for 22 years, I believe they would have done worse. Those people, maybe by just as we are here now trying to analyze this, but you'll be hearing sound outside, maybe music, or people doing one celebration. But Arsenal fans, you know, of course they deserve the celebration. It's been a long time. I don't think it was overdone. I think it was something, in fact, will I say it was appropriate, because there were celebration here and there. They already knew they won the league even before yesterday, but the celebration has to come yesterday because they were presented the title yesterday. So it's something they should, in fact, they deserve to celebrate even more. For myself, I believe this one they did was just a tip of the iceberg. They deserve to celebrate more. If it's after 22 years, they should shut down the city. Shut down if it's possible, the whole England. Everybody should know, yes, we are the champions. It's not easy.
Everybody should know they are the champions, and it's not easy, and that's why you can parade cow with Arsenal logo.
Even when Chelsea won Champions League,
okay, what happened?
Champions League, they painted the full cow
blue. Champions League and Premier League. Which one is
just imagine this. It's not like that was the first time they won it.
But Manchester United has not done these things.
No, these people are used to the cup now. They are used to the trophy. If Manchester United should win the Premier League even next season, I don't think they will go as wide as Arsenal went. It's not something they are not used to. It's just that it's been a long time. Okay, for them, maybe I think 14 years ago that they won it, but they have been winning it prior to this era. You know, they have won it 3 consecutive times. They have won it. Alex Ferguson won it very well for them. So it's not, their own celebration will not be as loud as Arsenal are doing currently, it will not be the same.
Actually, that's just the point, because Arsenal has clinched the trophy, and they have clinched, and they have clinched the first position, and they have taken the trophy.
Yep.
Now, the focus is on the weekend, Champions League weekend, and they are meant to have a parade this weekend with the Champions League trophy.
If they win
the trophy.
But
what do you think about the Champions League trophy? Yes,
that trophy is something. Well, Arsenal now, I will say, coming into the Champions League final, this will be like they will be more motivated right now. They have secured the Premier League that they have been gunning for, they have been dying for. This is the trophy they have been dying for. They have secured it. So, will I say they will be going into the Champions League final with joy in their hearts already? Like the competition we have been looking for, the trophy we have been looking for, we have gotten it. So, right now, the focus is on Champions League. Let's try. It will be like an addition for them, despite they have not won it. I don't think Arsenal have won the Champions League before, but despite that, they have something.
How are you a big team and you've not won the Champions League?
They've not won it before.
No, excuse me. How are you Arsenal and you have not won the Champions League?
Well, you can see the number of years it even took them to win the Premier League, 22 years. And coming to Champions League, have not won. So, despite that,
and you are making mouth. You are parading cow. You are doing abada.
They should parade. They should celebrate. It's not. Imagine a child being born 2 years ago. If you see the child now, you will not recognize the child now. So that's why I say they deserve to celebrate this their victory. Whether take it or leave it. They're a big club. They have been coming out second for like 3 straight times, coming out second. They have been consistent in the Premier League. I don't think
if Arsenal eventually bottle this league,
league.
If they eventually bottle this Premier League, it will be over for them.
They've won the Premier League.
That's what I'm telling you. If they eventually bottled it,
if they have bottled it this season,
it would have been over for them.
The shame, the talk will have been so much. Like, I don't think it will have been so emotional for them that they might even go into depression. Someone like Arteta would have gone into depression. Like
Arteta actually have said that is the wife that has kept him. Keeping his head up. He's actually the wife, and the wife has kept him going, and the cool and the expression, disposition.
Finish third first, finish third the second season, finish third. It's like a lot of motivation has to come in. A lot of motivation. You have to be motivated. Like, don't give up. You have tried. You are close to it. Just see. You are falling. You are going to stand up. Put your heads high and try and go for it.
Now let's come down to Nigeria, and we have a lot of information that are coming, especially from the Super Eagles and also from the Nigerians who are playing abroad. We're still going to get to Rangers and the trophy. That's winning the league title in twice in 3 years. Now let's talk about this is Trasbonso have offered retiring club legend, that's Anthony Nwakeme, a scouting role focused on African talents.
Anthony.
Yes, I'm talking about Trasbonso. He is Anthony Nwakeme is playing his last game, or he has played his last game, and Trasbonso has offered him a role in the to scout for African talent, to actually look deep into the African talent following the end of his playing career at the club. Nwakeme ended his playing days at the Turkish Super League Cup, and with he won the 2 Turkish Super League Cups and also the Turkish Super Cup. Yes, this is actually something very awesome. That's talking about Nwakeme. And one thing I've seen in Trasbonso around that Turkish league, there are lots of Africans there.
Yeah, even for the likes that Africans are also showcasing themselves, they are doing well. You have the likes of Osimhen, you have the big man Onacho. These guys are showing themselves in the league, and it's a wonderful thing for them. To appoint. Of course, it's a Nigerian, for them to be looking for an African talent. It's a great thing, and I believe it's kind of opening doors for home-based players. Will I say African players, not just even Nigeria, even the Ghanaians, even the South Africans, opening doors for them to come into this league, because he's not going to go to other European clubs to go and look for players. He's going to come down to Africa. That's what they appointed him to do for them. Get this guy. They have seen the effects of Africans in their league. They have seen the likes of Onachu. They have seen Osimhen. These guys are delivering for them. So I believe they want more. Africans are energetic. They are people that are strong, you know, would I say physically they are very strong. So they want Africans, you know, to dominate the league. That's why they appointed him for that position.
Yes, that's why they appointed him for that position. They want Africans to dominate the league, and you are not saying less of the truth. Now, let's just take a look at Ihanacho.
Yeah, the big man that
yes.
said if you want trophy.
If you want trophy, call me. Yesterday he had the Scottish Super Cup. Yes, he won the Scottish Cup yesterday, and it was a memorable event. It was a memorable event for the young man who
he has 2 trophies.
He has 2 trophies. Remember, he told us if we need trophy, let us do it.
Anyway, the Celtic guys, they have called him for the trophies, and you know he's delivering. I think they won this match 3-0 yesterday, and I believe he scored a goal for the final.
No, he scored a Messi-like goal
where he dribbled. He dribbled the defender, he dribbled the keeper.
Yes, and then score.
Yeah.
That's actually what you have from such a talent. I mean, and him not being around. I mean, not being called up for any of the games, any of the matches within the Super Eagles.
That's within the coach's discretion. You know, that's why I say even the talents in Nigeria, they are quite a number. You know, that you don't even know who to call and who to leave out, because definitely you must leave out somebody. Definitely you must call up somebody. So the likes of Ian cannot be called up. You can see the other guys there. There are so many talents that you can't call up everybody. But at the end of the day, we all have to, you know, show the support, show the love for the country. Because even though you are not called, despite you are not being called, it's still your country. You should support the guys that were called up. Ian has done his bit for Nigeria. Remember, this guy went from, I think, Leicester. He has played for Leicester. He has played for Manchester City. He's a big name already. He has, you know, represented Nigeria at international stages. So the other guys that were called up, you should show his support. He's a senior man. You can't take it away from him. He's the senior man, and he has played this competition so many times. I believe it's time for the younger ones, the younger generation to, you know, play.
Yes, it's actually time for younger generations to play, and then bringing it down to the Rangers game. Now, I want us to see what really happened, how the other teams performed yesterday, how they had their time playing yesterday. I'm talking about Rangers. You know, that match I predicted 2-1.
You predicted correctly.
Correctly. I predicted correctly that there's no way Ikorodu FC will not score. Yeah. There's no way they will not score. No matter what Rangers, no matter what they will play, even though that at the extra time that was given, it was 17 minutes.
17 minutes extra time.
Yes, 17 minutes extra time.
They fought. Did they fight in the match or
no, just 17 minutes extra time
to play.
After
19 minutes.
After 19 minutes.
Well, that's quite a huge extra time. Was there any fight, or did somebody collapse, or
whatever it is? How are you giving 17 minutes?
It's too much now. And Rangers were winning already.
No, Rangers were already 2-1 up. Yes, they are already.
Anyway, there has to be an explanation. I did not watch the match, but given.
Remember, Sanchez told us that they have refereeing issues in the MPFL, where they nearly, by now they would not have been, you know, thank God they have won the league already, but they will not be scrambling to, you know, have 1 point above Rivers United. They would have just, you know, taken that position, and it is something that you have to look into. The officials of MPFL had to look into, citing that's one of those guys. I mean, Smalley was there. One of the guys, he was there to celebrate Rangers winning the trophy, and it was a wonderful time that they had yesterday. And yes, Kelechi, I'm talking about Sanchez, yes, he was very happy, and he'll be joining us on the show sometime later this week to tell us how it was, and yes, how the wonderful experience and how it was for him to, you know, for his team and his team to come up to this level. That's Continental Cup. After 22 years later, they have they qualified. I'm talking about this
for Continental.
Yes, this is this is not Rangers really. This is another team. Yes, after 22 years later, they qualified for the Continental team. Now let's just take a look at I mean, still talking about qualifications and the people who have made it to the Premier League. We're talking about. Let's go to Italy first. Italy has Como is fourth on the Premier League.
Yes,
Como is coming to the Champions League?
It was a surprising scoreline for me yesterday when I saw Juventus. We are not going. I don't think Juventus are going to play Europa.
Why?
Not going to
Why?
You know, they played 2-2 yesterday. You know, it was a 2-2 draw against the other side, and Como won 4-1. That. In fact, you had just one task: just win your match and you qualify for the Champions League. You know, that's why I say Juventus now. They are living up to the name. You know, they used to call them the old ladies. They are now living up to their name of being the old ladies. You know, it was surprising for me to see that Juventus had to play a 2-2 draw. Even AS Roma has qualified for the Champions League. They had to win their match yesterday. AC Milan also left out. I think they lost 2-1 at home. You know, they were surprising.
AC Milan will play Europa League next season.
Them and Juventus. Imagine the big giants of Italy.
And AS Roma will play Champions League after 7 years.
You know, it's something, that's why it's football.
It's all about drama. I'm telling you that right now, in the world of football, it's all about drama.
The drama was much, yes.
The
Premier League drama was not like that of Italian drama yesterday because there were so many things at stake. We had like 4 clubs trying to qualify for Champions League. We have AS Roma needing a win to qualify. We have AC Milan needing a win. We have Juventus needing a win. And we have Como. Imagine 4 of these guys needed to qualify for the Champions League. And the people that I might say we didn't see them coming, we are the people that qualified, AS Roma and Como. Meanwhile, Juventus and AC Milan are going to play for the Europa League. So it was so many drama yesterday, both for the Premier League, both for the Italian League.
It was a drama. It was a drama, I would tell you. It was a lot of drama. For me, I would tell you that the world of sports, especially football, is very unpredictable.
Yeah.
Imagine if Arsenal would parade a cow on the streets. And then, because there are some of my guys who are Arsenal fans, you know, they have really made it.
Have they been calling?
They have. One is telling me now, why am I not putting an Arsenal trophy? Yes. No, why am I not putting Arsenal graphics?
For what? Your status?
No. Why am I putting no Arsenal graphics on the show? That's actually what he's talking about. Why am I not putting Arsenal graphics? What happened?
They should enjoy their moment.
They should actually enjoy their moment without the trophy, because I don't understand why I should be putting. But
they want you to recognize them now. Therefore, you should at least recognize them.
I recognize them a lot. They are awesome people, but I think let me just help them.
But you have not put up the trophy for them.
Let me just put the trophy. Let me just put the trophy so that they can be very happy. Yes, they have tried. I'm putting up Gyökeres, the flip man hair who
could not the hair, and you know he's going to flip the trophy right now.
So he's flipping the trophy now, right now. Then I'm still talking about Saka, Bukayo Saka, and Mikel Arteta. Let me just put both of them so that everybody will be happy, because it looks like people are after me now.
Well, of course, you should put it.
Yes. Congratulations, Arsenal. You guys, it's a new era. You guys did so well. Congratulations. Yes. Big congratulations. I think we need 1 minute to celebrate Arsenal.
Well, I don't know if they will have that 1 minute, but they have been celebrating. They should enjoy their celebration.
No. Let's celebrate Arsenal here.
Well, maybe we should have worn red jerseys for Arsenal.
That's the problem. I don't know why you're wearing relegation.
I did not remember. In fact, Arsenal match, you know, maybe it's because they won the league last week, not even this weekend. So I'm used to the fact that they have won the league. So it's their fault that they are still celebrating. But me, I already know, okay, they have won the league since, so the celebration is not for me. I'm just enjoying the moment.
Well, I'm enjoying the moment too, and I wish them the best. Now, let's still go down, because we go forward and then we take a step back to see what's happening in the homegrown. Let's take a look at the scores last week in the NPFL, Nigerian Professional Football League, how the scores came in, and the expectations, if actually you saw the games and if you expected the scoreline. So now you would see that Rangers already, they have won the league, and they were 2 goals ahead, and I said like we saw yesterday, 17 minutes extra time was added. Wow. Now let's take a look at the scores and see what happens and how it was last week. Yes.
Well, we have Niger Tornadoes. They had to win 1-0 at home against the Shooting Stars. We have Bende Insurance and Remo Stars getting a 1-1 draw. Rivers United, you know. If the Enugu Rangers had maybe played 2-2 at the end of the day, so they've been very painful for them, because Rivers United, they were just cruising. They had a 3-0 victory, enjoying their own win, hoping that Rangers will come down with a draw for them. But as luck will have it, or as God will have it, Enugu Rangers went out with a 2-1 victory. Then we have Petermbah. This used to be the champion of the league.
Yes, Petermbah.
We are top club those days that I used to remember. I used to see them in the Confederation Cup. They played a lot of competition. These days, I don't know what's happening to Petermbah, but they got a 3-0 win against Kanemi Warriors. We have Bayelsa United. Wow. There are so many great scores in this league. Bayelsa United coming down with a 4-0 victory over Kwara United. We have Plateau United also getting a 1-0 victory over Kano Pillars. And then we have Ikorodu City against the Enugu Rangers. They had to win. Rangers had to take a 2-1 victory at Lagos, actually, to clinch the competition and end up with the trophy.
That's something sensational. Now, can we take a look at the table as it stands after match day 38? How the table is standing?
Yeah.
What actually is the sauce that has been added to the meal? Yes, taking a look at how the table stands, we have Rangers International Football of Aba still topping the league, and they had 68 points, while Rivers United came behind. They came behind with 67 points, and we have Shooting Stars at the third position. Yes, Shooting Stars are actually at the third position, and then you have Ikorodu City, that's the fourth people. Yeah. The Rangers International played yesterday. The 4 people they played yesterday. Actually, it is very important to see that Ikorodu City, they had their way marshaled out, and yes. We are still talking about that we have Bendel Insurance. They are the next on the league table.
If it was maybe an European competition, that these first 4 people are going to the Champions League.
Yes, but these first 4 people they are going for CAF Confederation.
Yeah. Yes, that's why I say Petermbah United used to be in these first 4.
Yes. And also Rangers and Rivers United, they have like an FA Cup.
Okay.
Yes, Nigeria MPFL FA Cup to play
for first and second position.
Yes, to play, and
it's going to be a match that we should all look out for.
I don't
know the date of that match, but I would love to, even be in the pitch.
Sanchez will update us on the date of the match.
I believe we need Sanchez to come to this program.
So that
explain to us that 17 minutes that they added.
What happened? Yes.
Someone collapsed, or I believe there is something that happened.
Yes.
For them to add 17 minutes.
So we're talking about the MPFL season and how it was. We're talking about we have Nasarawa United. Yes. Nasarawa United, they are next on the list.
Abia Warriors, they are 7th. Then we have Barao FC 8th. Katsina United, they finished at the position 9. Then Plateau United finished 10th. We have Petermbah, coming out at 11th position. Kun Khalifat, they finished 12th. Warri Wolves finished 13th. While Niger Tornadoes are 14th on the league. We have Kano Pillars 15th. Kwara United FC finished 16th. Then the relegation zone, we have Remo Stars FC who finished 17th. Kanemi Warriors finished 18th. Bayelsa United finished 19th, while Wike Tourists finished 20th. I believe these guys are going to the Division 1. They have been relegated.
Yes, they have been relegated. Now, very in a nutshell, let's talk about the Premier League also, how the Premier League season, the running and the final games, how the season stands. And it's actually a wonderful time for Premier League. I'm talking about the Enterprise Premier League. They had 13.1 million subscribers. Yes.
This season that just finished.
Yes, this season that just finished. They had 13.1 million subscribers, and this was, they could say, one of their best seasons so far. And it was very important. Let's take a look at the Premier League table, how everything went down, how it all came, how it all took shape. We're talking about Arsenal. Arsenal is having their 85 points, and Man City is just below, and Manchester City with 78 points. Then you have Manchester United with 71 points. Oh my days. Now you have Aston Villa with 65 points. Aston Villa, you have...
They had to win a Man City yesterday. It was a shocking victory for them yesterday.
Yes, they won
Manchester City.
Yes, even Semenyo scored first.
Yeah, Semenyo
then Oli Watkins scored, and Oli Watkins scored twice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oli
Watkins. It was supposed to be Pep Guardiola's send off, and they had to, you know, I don't know what happened. They lost the match.
Well, we are talking going down. We are talking about Liverpool and Bournemouth. Then they are playing Europa, Sunderland, Brighton, and Brentford. And then there's no. I want to say there's Chelsea, but there's no Chelsea.
Well, that is, you know, this season is just full of surprises for clubs like Chelsea, who we are. At some point in this season, I think they were 4th position.
They were 4th position. They were really going. What made Chelsea? What brought them where they are? Is actually that sacking of Enzo Maresca. But we're going to talk about it. Yes, we're going to talk about this and more when we have the run in the evening, when we have our free kick spot. Now we're still looking at Fulham. Fulham is in 11th position. Newcastle, Everton, Leeds, Crystal Palace, Nottingham Forest, and Spurs, not Tottenham Hotspur. They did not, and they did not enter. They escaped the relegation zone. The ZB came out to say that, well, people should remember the past, that if they don't remember the past, they're going to work hard to come back. I wonder where they are coming back to. I'm not sure it's going to be in this top 4. Because
well, no, they might come back at least top of the table, even though it's not top 4. You have at least 5th, 6th, 7th. You are going for either Europa or Conference League. I believe that's US. Look, Manchester United, don't forget, they finished 15th last season before they, and look at them finishing.
Yes, 3rd. So, and then let's go to Manchester United. Yesterday they trashed Brighton. Yeah. You know, Brighton has been brightening Manchester United future for a while. This season, they just everything is turning around. Yes, everything.
I used to remember when Brighton, I think the first leg, Brighton actually won Manchester United.
Now it's all about it's all a turnaround
for Manchester United to come and beat them 3-0 at home.
And also talking about Bruno Fernandes, the Magnifico. Yes, I will not end the show without talking about Bruno Fernandes, the Magnifico, the assist king. I mean, everyone should bow down wherever you see Bruno Fernandes. You should doff your hat. You should doff your cap for him, because this guy is the minstrel. He is an assist king. No one in England, no one all across Europe can match him right now. I think wherever Kevin De Bruyne and Thierry Henry, wherever they are, you know, paying obeisance. They are really, you know, giving him his flowers, and it's amazing. It's amazing to have someone like Bruno Fernandes. And I would say this is where we're going to call it a day on the show. It's an amazing time, and I really love that I use Bruno Fernandes to wrap up the show, because he is a winner, a serial winner.
You use Arsenal to wrap
Yes, I will not use Arsenal, because Arsenal, I don't know their problem.
Why you don't
No. I recognize them and I celebrate them, but I'm talking about Bruno Fernandes, the best of the best of the best. Yes, he's the best, and he has set a new record in the Premier League. He is the one who holds
that argument of Odegaard and Bruno Fernandes.
How can you bring Odegaard? Please, let's just.
You know, there was a time you asked me this now, and I was like,
leave Odegaard. I'm talking about winners now.
So there is no argument again for
Odegaard. There's no argument between Odegaard and Bruno Fernandes. Yes, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, Worldwide. We always know have this communication in the world of sports, and we always flow. Now, thank you very much, our viewers, for watching. Yes, my name is Good Hope Chukuma. I am the sports oracle. I live, I breathe, and I dream sports. Catch up with you in the evening as we delve into more football gist. I'm talking about 5 p.m. to 6, where we'll be talking about giving you an insight and in-depth analysis on what's happening in the world of football, how it all went on, and the roundup of the leagues and across the world. Yes, till I come your way, same time, same station, tomorrow, same time. Yes, for now, have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside, not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochama. Glad to have you join us. The headlines. President Tinubu says ongoing economic reforms have come with personal sacrifice as he admits losing sleep over the nation's recovery efforts. Nigeria's Center for Disease Control and Prevention places the country on high alert and intensifies border surveillance over rising Ebola concerns in parts of Africa. On the foreign scene, Turkish riot police fired tear gas during a forced takeover of the headquarters of the Republican People's Party in Ankara. On environmental issues, Lagos State government says 931 persons have been arrested in 1 year over waste management and environmental sanitation offenses across the state. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has accepted the presidential ticket of the All Progressives Congress for the 2027 general election, admitting that the economic reforms introduced by his administration have brought hardship to many Nigerians. Speaking at the International Conference Center in Abuja, the president said the reforms have also taken a personal toll on him, adding that he has lost sleep and weight while trying to stabilize the country's economy. President Tinubu stated that he remains fully responsible for the difficult decisions taken by his administration, noting that he willingly accepted the responsibility of rebuilding an economy he described as badly damaged before he assumed office. He assured party supporters that the sacrifices being made today are aimed at securing long-term economic stability and national growth. The president's remarks came shortly after he emerged winner of the APC presidential primary election, defeating his only challenger, Stanley Osifo, by a wide margin. The nationwide direct primary was conducted across the country's 774 local government areas and more than 8,000 political wards. Tension briefly gripped the People's Democratic Party Secretariat in Enugu yesterday after heavily armed operatives of the Nigerian police force occupied the premises as the party was about to hold its governorship primary election. Security personnel reportedly arrived at the venue early in the morning with patrol vehicles and an anti-bomb disposal unit, restricting access to the complex. Eyewitnesses said members of the police anti-bomb squad were seen conducting security checks around the decorated secretariat, causing confusion among party officials and supporters who had gathered for the scheduled exercise. The unexpected deployment forced party leaders to immediately adjust arrangements for the primary election. Chairman of the Enugu State PDP, Mr. Vitus Okechi, expressed concern over the development, saying the party was not informed about the operation. He directed members to proceed to their various wards to continue the voting process, insisting that the primary election must continue without disruption. Mr. Okechi later confirmed that voting was conducted peacefully across the state under the supervision of officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Meanwhile, spokesperson of the Enugu State Police Command, Mr. Daniel Njukwe, said he was yet to receive full details of the operation, but promised to make further inquiries. The media office of former Anambra State Governor, Mr. Peterobi, has dismissed allegations that he targeted northern Nigerians during his administration, describing the claims as false and politically motivated. In a statement issued by his spokesperson, Ibrahim Omar, the media office said the allegations were deliberately designed to damage Obi's political reputation. According to the statement, the Obi administration operated social welfare programs aimed at assisting vulnerable persons across Anambra State, regardless of ethnic or political background. The media office maintained that no policy under the former governor targeted northern traders or residents living in the state. The statement further noted that Mr. Obi maintained cordial relations with northern and Muslim communities throughout his tenure as governor. He added that his administration protected members of the Hausa Commission and community in Onitsha during periods of tension, and also supported Muslim faithfuls undertaking pilgrimages to Mecca. Mr. B's media team said the recurring allegations were intended to weaken his support base in northern Nigeria. The Nigerian army has warned Nigerians against fraudulent social media accounts impersonating senior military officers on online platforms, especially Facebook. In a statement released through its official X handle, the army said criminal elements had created fake accounts in the names of senior officers to deceive members of the public. According to the statement, fraudsters created fake accounts impersonating the Deputy Chief of Standards and Evaluation, Major General Raymond Utsaha, while using the photograph of the Chief of Policy and Plans, Major General Bamidele Alabi. The army said the fake accounts were being used for unauthorized engagement and financial crimes. The military authorities stressed that senior officers do not conduct official transactions, request financial assistance, or award contracts through personal social media accounts. He advised Nigerians to ignore suspicious messages, friend requests, and online solicitations linked to such accounts. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention has placed the country on high alert over the growing risk of Ebola virus disease entering Nigeria from neighboring regions in Africa. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Jide Idris, said the alert followed ongoing Ebola transmission in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. Dr. Idris stated that although Nigeria has not recorded any confirmed case linked to the current outbreak, the agency has activated emergency preparedness measures across the country. He said the National Emergency Operations Center has been placed on alert to strengthen surveillance and response systems nationwide. Travelers arriving from affected countries have been advised to monitor their health for 21 days and immediately report symptoms such as fever, weakness, vomiting, and unexplained bleeding. The Lagos State government has intensified disease surveillance and border health screening following the worsening Ebola outbreak in Central and East Africa, where health authorities report a growing number of suspected cases and deaths. According to the World Health Organization updates, there are about 700 to over 900 suspected cases of Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with at least 177 suspected deaths recorded, while Uganda has confirmed a smaller number of linked cases under close monitoring. Commissioner for Health in Lagos State, Professor Aneke Abayomi, says the state has activated its emergency biosecurity system to strengthen preparedness against any possible outbreak. He assured residents that no suspected or confirmed Ebola case has been recorded in Lagos State. He explained that Lagos disease surveillance structures, strengthened after the 2014 Ebola outbreak and reinforced during the COVID-19 pandemic, remain fully operational. The Emergency Operations System, he said, the Emergency Operations Center, he said, is on 24-hour alert, monitoring disease trends across communities. The commissioner added that isolation facilities and treatment centers remain on standby, while residents have been urged to report symptoms early and comply with health advisories as authorities continue to monitor the regional situation closely. The Enugu state government says its newly restructured four-tier health care system is designed to provide accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare services for residents across the state. The Commissioner for Health in the state, Professor George Ugu, made this known during a research conference at the University of Nigeria. Professor Ugu said the administration of Governor Petermbah has made major investments in healthcare infrastructure, including the upgrade of general hospitals and primary healthcare centers across the 17 local government areas of the state. He explained that the state has introduced a subsidized health insurance program aimed at reducing financial pressure on residents. According to him, the program allows citizens to access healthcare services through an affordable annual payment system while ensuring wider health coverage. The commissioner added that over 2,000 health workers have been recruited to strengthen service delivery, while electronic medical record systems are being introduced to improve patient management. Troops of the Joint Task Force, Operation Hadinkai, have rescued 92 civilians abducted by Boko Haram and ISWAP terrorists along the Buratai-Kamuya Road in Bu, local government area of Borno State. The rescue operation was carried out during a swift military response to an attack on travelers along the highway. Military sources said Special Forces personnel noticed armed insurgents forcing travelers and vehicles into nearby bushes before launching an immediate pursuit operation. The intervention led to a fierce encounter, forcing the terrorists to abandon their captives and flee into the forest. The rescued victims included 52 men, 33 women, and 7 children. Troops also recovered vehicles abandoned during the attack. The Kwara State Police Command has launched a large-scale rescue operation following a deadly attack on a rural prayer ground in the state. Armed bandits reportedly stormed the Orioke Ajaye prayer ground near Ikiro village during a night vigil, killing 3 worshippers and abducting 15 others. Residents said the attackers opened fire on worshippers before forcing several victims into surrounding forests. The incident has created fear within nearby communities, with families and local residents searching for missing persons in nearby bushes. The Commissioner of Police in Kwara State, Mr. Adekimi Ojo, condemned the attack and ordered the immediate deployment of tactical and intelligence teams to rescue the abducted victims. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested 3 suspects linked to unlawful possession of firearms and suspected cult-related activities in separate operations across Nsukka and 9th Mile areas of the state. Police authorities said the operations led to the recovery of locally made guns, live cartridges, and other incriminating items. According to the command, operatives attached to the Okuje Division arrested 23-year-old Sunday Okumaji during a stop-and-search operation in Nsukka local government area. Police recovered a locally made pistol loaded with 1 live cartridge from his bag. The suspect reportedly claimed he was a firearm repairer, handling the weapon for repairs. In another operation along the Abo-Nsukka Old Road in 9th Mile Corner, operatives of the Distress Response Squad intercepted 3 men on a motorcycle. 2 suspects escaped, while 27-year-old Chimo Biozo was arrested with a locally fabricated revolver pistol and 4 live cartridges allegedly concealed in his bag. Police said the suspect confessed to involvement in cult activities. The command also confirmed the arrest of Ekene Alphonse Ugu after he allegedly abandoned a motorcycle and a bag containing a locally made pistol, a live cartridge, keys, tools, and suspected illicit substances during a surveillance patrol in Nsukka. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of our major stories making headlines. President Tinubu says economic reforms have come with personal sacrifice and difficult decisions. Nigeria's Center for Disease Control and Prevention intensifies Ebola surveillance across the country's borders. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Turkish police storm opposition party headquarters amid growing political tension in Ankara. And on environment, the Lagos state government has arrested 931 persons for environmental and waste management offences. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Turkish royal police have forcefully taken control of the headquarters of the Republican People's Party in Ankara, following a controversial court ruling that nullified the party's 2023 Leadership Congress. Security operatives reportedly fired tear gas and broke through barricades as supporters attempted to prevent the takeover of the building. Eyewitnesses described chaotic scenes around the party secretariat as heavily armed police officers dispersed opposition supporters gathered outside the premises. The operation followed a judicial decision which declared invalid the Congress that produced Mr. Özgür Özel as party chairman, citing alleged voting irregularities during the election. The court ruling has now reinstated former party leader Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, who lost the 2023 presidential election to Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The development has triggered sharp reactions across Turkey's political landscape, with critics raising concerns over judicial interference in opposition politics. Emergency officials in California are working with chemical experts to prevent a possible industrial explosion at the GKN Aerospace Facility in Garden Grove, Southern California. Authorities say a storage tank containing about 7,000 gallons of methacrylate, a highly flammable industrial chemical, began overheating dangerously. Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency in Orange County as evacuation shelters continue to rescue thousands of displaced residents from surrounding communities. Emergency officials confirmed that the tank's internal temperature has continued to rise steadily, increasing fears of a major explosion. Firefighters and hazardous material specialists have intensified operations around the facility to stabilize the situation and prevent a chain reaction following a nearby larger chemical tank. Russia has launched one of its largest aerial bombardments since the start of the war in Ukraine, firing dozens of missiles and hundreds of drones at Kiev and surrounding areas overnight. Ukrainian authorities say at least 4 people were killed, while nearly 100 others sustained injuries during the attack. Officials in Ukraine said the strikes caused extensive damage to residential buildings, schools, and key infrastructure in Kiev. Among the weapons reportedly used were the Oreshnik hypersonic immediate-range missile, which analysts say has only been deployed a few times during the conflict. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed the strikes and accused Moscow of deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure and cultural landmarks, including the National Art Museum and the Foreign Ministry building. He called on Western allies to strengthen support for Ukraine in response to what he described as escalating aggression. The Russian Defense Ministry defended the operation, claiming the strikes targeted Ukrainian military facilities, air bases, and command centers in retaliation for recent attacks inside Russian territory. United States President Donald Trump says negotiators have been instructed not to rush ongoing discussions with Iran, despite reports that both sides are close to reaching a temporary agreement. The talks are believed to focus on regional tensions, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and further negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. In a statement posted on social media, President Trump described the discussions as constructive, but stressed that both parties must take time to ensure any agreement is properly negotiated. The Lagos state government says 931 persons were arrested within 1 year for violating environmental, sanitation, and waste management regulations across the state. The Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources in the state, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, announced this during the 2026 ministerial press briefing in Alausa, Ikeja. Mr. Wahab said enforcement teams also inspected more than 2,000 sites, issued over 1,700 contravention notices, sealed hundreds of facilities that failed to comply with environmental standards. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, has rejected renewed calls for the bank to resume direct economic intervention programs. Speaking at a Monetary Policy Committee workshop, the CBN governor warned that previous intervention policies weakened the institution's financial position and reduced the effectiveness of monetary policy. Mr. Cardoso defended the bank's decision to return to conventional monetary policy tools, stressing that the separation between fiscal and monetary responsibilities must be maintained. He stated that the current administration at the Apex Bank is focused on restoring institutional credibility through transparency and data-driven policy decisions. The CBN governor noted that recent reforms have helped stabilize the foreign exchange market and gradually moderate inflationary pressures. He explained the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has barred 11 domestic airlines from accessing key regulatory services over unresolved financial obligations. The enforcement action affects several major operators, including Air Peace, Ibom Air, Value Jet, Arik Air, United Nigeria Airlines, Max Air, and Overland Airways. According to an internal directive issued by the NCAA Director of Finance and Accounts, Mr. Olufemi Odukoya, all affected airlines are now subject to a strict no pay, no service policy. And now to end the news, the main points again. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says the economic reforms introduced by his administration have come with personal sacrifice, as he admits losing sleep while working to stabilize the nation's economy. The Director General of the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Jide Idris, says the agency has intensified Ebola surveillance and emergency preparedness measures across Nigeria's borders and entry points. On the foreign scene, Turkish riot police forcefully take over the headquarters of the Republican People's Party in Ankara, following a controversial court ruling over the party's leadership crisis. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Good morning.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News. Good morning to you, our viewers. Good morning to you, those who are joining us this morning. This is Sunrise on Aneke TV. I mean, it feels good to be here on a very fresh Monday morning, still basking in the excitement, celebration of Arsenal and Rangers lifting the trophies over the weekend. Welcome again to Sunrise, your breakfast show here on Aneke TV, where we sit, discuss, dissect, and have a great morning. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you very much for tuning in here on Sunrise, into Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, brightness, and joy. Yes, bringing you that daily dose of everything purposeful. We are here to, give you the best of the best around the world of politics and whatever you have been looking and waiting for the update on.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. We're here to make sure that you get well informed, analyze issues, and of course, we will bring our seasoned in-house analysts to dissect the political happenings around. It's a pleasure having you join us this morning.
It's so good. Earlier, when I was watching your morning show, I mean, it seemed like you were not particularly pleased with Arsenal winning.
Yes.
I mean, yes,
really.
We won in the week, but having to lift that trophy yesterday was so surreal. I mean, I didn't see the pleasure.
Well, I have to give accolades and respect to whom respect is due. Arsenal have really done a lot of wonderful, they have played the 38 games in the Premier League without any red card and without any penalty. that they have cost, they are awesome. I can tell you for a fact. Just that the vibe and the way they are taking the celebrations now are out there.
Come on, try not having a child for 22 years.
No.
And
I'm
then
not talking about having
give
a child.
birth.
Arsenal, they have a cow. They have been parading cow on the street. I'm still talking about that. People are making abada out of Arsenal jersey. What kind of thing is that? Well, we're going to see that and more.
Mr. Osho, do you think that Arsenal is overreacting with this?
Well, I'm not excited. Arsenal had to, get close to the trophy.
Oh, come on!
For me, why I'm not quite disturbed or angry is that this season, I think I'll characterize this as the worst season we've seen in years, where the likes of Guardiola in a league, and then Arsenal trumps it. And of course, we can't talk about the, perennial champions in Liverpool who didn't come to the term this season.
Who didn't come to the terms, yes.
Okay, we had a Man U that is, still trying to wake up from their slumber over the years. However, it's a season where it can be described as that season where, how did they say it in Igbo language? In a village where there are many blind people, one-eyed man in a
well, you can say what you want. I mean, I am happy. So I don't.
It's only happy. Just be happy.
It's good for you to be excited.
Yes,
he said that when somebody doesn't know that he will ever become a king,
yes,
and he sees himself as a servant at the palace, he gets overwhelmed. Yes. And
having come in second place for 3 seasons consecutively, and then
you have the trophy.
I have it now.
The issue the issue that you're a perpetual runners-up is not accounted for in this league. What we celebrate is the result.
Yes.
We understand that, yes, you've knocked on the table, and finally we can afford to give you a space near the table. What matters is that you're talking to people who supporting a club that does it season after season.
Premier League.
Do you understand?
13 Premier League.
We go to Champions League, we'll bring it home.
Man,
do you understand? We do not celebrate being runners up. We come from a position where success is the benchmark season after season. Not Ronaldo.
I'm happy for Rangers. Excuse me.
I'm happy for Rangers.
I'm happy for Rangers more than I'm happy for Arsenal because this is our home.
For Rangers, it's expected.
Yes.
Rangers, they have champions mentality.
Yes.
It's been there. The history is there.
Do
you understand? Arsenal knocking, and then the door is open and they get a seat on the table. Yes, we understand your excitement. And when you ask for my club, I am a fan of the most celebrated club, the most successful club in England. Think about it.
Which club?
Mention it.
Talk about.
No, we're talking about
why would you talk about
the most successful club in England?
I hope it's not Chelsea.
No, talk about the most successful club in England. That's where I support. From the Liverpool side of it.
Red Devils.
Yeah. No,
the Reds. Okay.
So that's where I come from.
Oh, well.
So we understand where you're excited. We've been at the spot where you were. So we understand your excitement.
I did not parade
the
when I won my trophy.
We understand what you're excited after 22 years. We've been at that place and we understand that you should be excited. But the issue is that what we are telling you is that you shouldn't be, raising your shoulders because you sit amongst champions.
Yes.
Perennial champions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but having to watch Salah leave, this is
expected. He's expected. He's a veteran. He's a legend. He has done his bit. Liverpool is not a club where you recycle tired legs. Do you understand? He has done his bit. It's time for him to move on. The intensity of the Premier League is that you need people who are, at their 100%, who are performing like the Jaguar, like a Mercedes. You don't bring what do you call it? I'm sorry to say, a B2. You don't bring a B2 in a club like Liverpool. Salah has done his bit. It's time to move on. And I bet you there are young ones. There are other names coming up. Look at the amount Liverpool spent last season. These players will come good.
True. And of course, away from football and coming back to our reality in Nigeria, let's get on with the show of this morning. We have our newspaper headline to read out much later in the show. And of course, our weather report across all cities in Southeast. But first, we'll be reading out our quote for this morning. Our quote from this morning is from Theodore Roosevelt. He said, "The first requisite of a good citizen is that he shall be able and willing to pull his own weight." the first requisite, the first requirement of a good citizen is that he should be able, or he will be able and is willing to pull his own weight. This is also when it comes to election. The very first duty of a citizen is that you should be able to pull your weight and you should be able to defend whatever decision you take.
Yes, actually, it is something clinical, I would say, and inspiring to have this quote from Theodore Roosevelt. Today, the first requisite of a good citizen is that he shall be able and willing to pull his own weight. This pulling of weight, we could say, amounts to many things. But first, citizens are meant to participate in the electoral process of their nation. If in the fundamental human rights it has been enshrined that you have the right to vote and be voted for, it all seems and comes together that you participate in that basic expression of your civil and civic right. So that means citizens are going to express and show that they are part of a society when they go out, get their PVC and vote. I'm talking about Nigeria now. I'm talking about our nation. I'm talking about us as a people who are looking forward to the election, the forthcoming election in 2027. It is important and pertinent that you take action. Taking action is very important.
Yes.
And the first requisite of a good citizen is that you shall be able to pull your own weight. Yes, first thing first, pulling your own weight. Amazing. You have to take a step. That step is to cast your vote. Remember, I've been saying this and I keep saying it, that casting your vote is not enough. You have to stay back to let your vote count. You have to stay back until the resident electoral officer counts the vote and announces it, so that when it comes on air or when there are other informations and announcements about that particular polling unit, if the results are doctored or something about it is changed, then you will now know that there is a problem. You cannot voice out. Don't be behind the hashtags on social media. Don't be behind the hashtags on the internet to make your marks. Go out there and have your weight pulled. Yes.
Listening to you talk about results being changed and all that, it's like you don't believe that the politicians that we have now can change, and they've all changed because everyone is talking about free, fair, credible election. So we may not see, if we see, I believe they are all repentant, and we may not see people who want to doctor report, though that does not mean to say that citizens shouldn't sit and wait for their votes to be counted and then seem to be uploaded from the polling unit. Having said that, yes, Theodore Roosevelt is on point. The first duty of any citizen is that he should be able and willing to pull his weight. What are you doing for your country? I think it's still the same Theodore Roosevelt that said, or is it Abraham Lincoln, that do not think of what your country will do for you, but for what you will do for your country. So it therefore means that we should, in the first instance, have this nation at heart. Think of what we can do for this country. And what is it you can do for this country from where you are sitting and watching from? What can you do? Be a good citizen. What does it take to be a good citizen? One who obeys the rule. One who lives by the rule. One who, participates and engages and discharges his civic responsibility. And what are the civic responsibility? One of it is that the bell will soon toll, and it will be required of you to come forward, cast your vote, for us to select leaders who will shape the prosperity of this nation, who will move us to the next level. That is your civic responsibility. Therefore, we urge you, in the ways of Theodore Roosevelt, to pull your weight by going to get your PVC if you do not have it. And if you do have it, please dust it, keep it handy. Soon, the hour will be upon us, and we will be thrown up there to cast our vote, to select the leaders who will determine the pace, the direction, the future, and the prosperity of this nation for the children yet unborn, so that the children that will be seen by the likes of Good Hope will not be in debt when the time comes.
Good Hope, this your debt is really going to be very, very, very long.
Yes, of course. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day.
Of course. That's our quote for this morning from Theodore Roosevelt. It says, the first requisite of a good citizen is that he shall be able and willing to pull his own way. There are two things, being able and being willing. You can, but you may not want to, right? So you have to be able first, and you are willing, which is where the onus of the responsibility and the duties fall on. You might be able to do it, you can do it, you have your PVC, but you being willing to go and, like Good Hope would say, sit there and watch it play out to the very end. That makes you a good citizen. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be reading more updates and our weather report for today. Do stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You're still watching Sunrise. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra. Anambra wakes up warm and lively with temperatures hovering around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. The morning feels calm and business-friendly, but by afternoon, the sun becomes stronger, driving temperatures up to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius. Busy commercial areas in Onitsha may feel especially humid. By evening, rain showers and thunderstorms are expected, cooling the atmosphere nicely.
Good morning, Enugu. The cold city starts cooler and more refreshing than most southeast states today, with temperatures around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. Morning breezes make outdoor movement pleasant, before afternoon warmth rises gradually to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Evening rainfall is likely, setting up a cool and peaceful night across the cold city.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Ebonyi begins fairly cool, around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but temperatures rise sharply as the afternoon approaches. Heat levels could peak around 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, making Abakaliki one of the hottest locations in the region today. Thunderstorms are likely in the evening, bringing relief from the intense daytime heat.
The bustling city of Owerri begins the day warm and humid, around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Afternoon conditions become heavier with temperatures reaching about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius. Expect thunderstorms later in the evening that may briefly disrupt movement before leaving the city cooler and fresher overnight.
Good morning, Omaha, Abia State. Abia opens the day mildly warm at about 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Afternoon sunshine pushes temperatures toward 31 to 33 degrees Celsius with cloudy intervals across several areas. Evening showers are expected later in the day, helping to cool down Aba and Umuahia for a calmer night.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella close. Remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're going off with our newspaper headlines for this morning. The papers we are reading out this morning are the Vanguard, the Guardian, the Punch, the Nation, Daily Sun, Daily Trust, and news from Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. All right, that's our papers for this morning.
And joining us to debone these issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
How was it over the
morning.
weekend? You look shining more than the last time we were here together on Saturday.
Very well. We thank God for every day that we see, and you know, like I always say, we have no choice but to be positive-minded, because that's what will carry us, you know, moving forward. We don't need to dwell on the difficulties and one or two places that things are not working out. We are people of faith who believe that certainly all will be well.
That's you answering my signature question without me asking. It's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you so much.
Okay, on the Vanguard, major headlines. I think we have a letter from the president, said a toast to President Tinubu, who the cap fits. But we have 2027 elections. 31 APC governors endorse Tinubu with 10.99 million votes. We won't allow opposition with no clear vision to take Nigeria backward. That's a statement from the president. And on the Guardian, still we have the letter from the Tatia Security Services Nigeria Limited. But on the cover page, we have Tinubu to sustain reforms after APC's 10.9 votes. That's on the Guardian newspaper. On the Punch, says on 2027 race, ADC picks Tinubu's challenger today. Atiku, Amechi, Hayatuddin fight for party's presidential flag. And on the cover page, we have a thank you letter from the president. And on the Nation, Tinubu wins with 10.9 million votes. And also a thank you all message from the president. Okay, on the Daily Sun, still the message, but we also have ADC, on ADC, 3.4 members to decide Atiku, Amechi, Hayatuddin's fate today. That's on the cover page of the Daily Sun. On the Daily Trust, on ADC presidential primaries, Atiku, Amechi, Hayatuddin battle for ticket. Also on the Daily Trust, Nigeria remains World Bank's third largest borrower with $18.5 billion. And lastly, on the Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng, it says, this is petermbah, it says, you've walked the path of legends. Mbah hails Enugu Rangers on 9th league title.
All right, we're starting off this morning with the Vanguard headline, which says 2027, 31 APC governors endorse Tinubu with 10.99 million votes. 31 governors under the All Progressives Congress have thrown their support behind Bola Tinubu after he reportedly secured 10.99 million votes. That's 10,99,990,000 votes, signaling strong internal backing for his political standing ahead of the 2027 elections. Yes, this is from the Vanguard headline, where you have 31 APC governors who are still pushing and have also endorsed Mr. President. I'm talking about APC. They have endorsed Mr. President to have his next re-election in the APC. This is something that we have seen, and citing that APC, they are at the forefront. We could say they are some percent ready for the next election. Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Very interesting, and when I saw this headline, when this news broke early this morning, I must say, even though the events has began to build up yesterday, and for me, I'm not surprised. I don't know where you are. Number one, it is an incumbent president, and of course, if the governors, with the exception of that of River State, those of them that are qualified to recontest, seek a second time in office, if they have all secured their party's tickets, why wouldn't Mr. President? That's number one. Then number two, you talk about the 31 APC governors. Of course, before now, many of them have said, look, they've come out to publicly endorse Mr. President, and so what is happening is just a fulfillment of what you may call righteousness. Yes. So I'm not surprised. However, the element of bewilderment that is there is that Mr. President scoring
10 points.
10 points,
exactly.
Almost 11 million votes in the primaries. And of course, going by the figures, that is far more than what he got in the presidential election of 2023, even from the entire Nigerians, as it were. So, well, we in the very first place, we don't have
us going to put off, like you say you cannot really talk about the numbers because there are no facts to prove it's right now. But I feel having these numbers from what we have right now currently is going to put a lot of, we could say, a lot of pressure on other parties. That's actually how I'm seeing it. Because if these numbers are there and we were seeing from the APC side that they confirmed these are the numbers Mr. President had in the re-election or primaries, that means this is like a psychological build-up, I would say.
Yes, of course. It's politics. All kinds of things. All arsenal.
It can demoralize.
Yes, as long as they are not blood-letting arsenals. Psychological
it doesn't
arsenals.
have to be blood at this point.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So when you come to politics, your enemy will use all arsenals as long as those arsenals are not blood inclined. Yes. They are, whether they are psychology, whether they are intellectual, whether they are emotional, they can use it to disarm you. So, but the point here is that, number one, since 1999, in 1999 we had an Olusegun Obasanjo who won the presidency with about 18 million votes or thereabout. 18 point something million votes. In 2003, Obasanjo went up to about 24 million votes. In 2007, Obasanjo went to about 22 million votes or thereabout. In 2007, Yar'Adua went to about 24 million. In 2011, Goodluck Jonathan came, I think, also about 24 million. In 2015, Buhari was about 50 million. In 2019, still around that 50 million. In 2023, the presidential vote descended to about 8 million. I'm talking about the winner now. And so now the highest we have had is about 24 million. So I am hoping, because see, there's a narrative. You see, those of us who keep a tab on all of these things, we study events when they rear their head. We use facts to tell you this is likely where this is heading to. And I wouldn't be surprised when after 2027 general elections, you see the president probably winning with about 30-something million votes, and his supporters will come and tell you, we told you that this is the most popular president in the history of Nigeria. Look at the number of votes that gave him the presidency. It has never happened. Right? See, because these are things you get from politicians. And I can tell you, if it's not taken, that is where the whole thing is heading to. Now, but my only point is that if that's going to be the development, please let it be credible and very clear to everybody.
Yes, credible and very clear. And we're going to still look at, I think at some point, I know we have to show the number of registered voters that we are having.
Yeah, but for me, I don't really care so much about that, because it's an internal thing.
If it's on their portal, like, I mean, if it's on their portal, like, you would see number of registered voters, because we're trying to, you know, inspire a free and fair election.
Yes.
They also are the leaders. They are the ones who are going to herald it.
INEC should be the one, you know, in charge of that drive, because remember also that this is purely an internal affair of APC.
So INEC may not really have...
No, INEC, of course, INEC is very much...
No, I'm talking about 2027
election. They are the regulators. But what I'm saying here now is that the Nigerian people, even if he had won with 1,000 votes, you have to accept him, because this is the man that the party has put forward to say he's our flag bearer.
Okay.
Even if he had won with 500, he still would have been their candidate. And even if he wins with 50 million, he still be their candidate. So, but the point here now, there's another point for me, which makes it more interesting, is that from the records, from what we are giving, Mr. President contested the nomination, the party ticket with someone else, one Stanley Osifo, who we are told scored about 16,500 and something votes. Now, it's very interesting to also know that given all of these circumstances and everything, there are still some people in APC who don't think Mr. President should go back, right? Okay. And so, for me, that's also, if I'm doing a research on that, I'll probably zero in on those 16,000 people, and I'll find out why. Why are they not going with the bandwagon? So that also presents a very interesting, you know, dimension to the entire episode.
Yes, now that you're talking about it, you know, coming from the angle he presented us to the voters register, one would think that for the sake of transparency, now that it is in the Electoral Act for parties to submit their registers before any convention or primaries, that INEC should, you know, make that available to Nigerians. That it shouldn't be an internal document of the party, you know, kept in the custody of INEC, given the fact that we have freedom of information bill in Nigeria, that they should be able to display that, and then beyond INEC's own audit, the public should be able to scrutinize the names on the, you know, on this register in this instance to ensure transparency. Yeah. That's on one aspect. Then on the other aspect, you just pointed out something quite interesting. The fact that Osifo was able to get 16,500 votes thereabouts in these very primaries. Now, the issue is that, does this signify, because when you look at where these numbers came from, when I was following the event, you know, within the southeast region, Enugu, for example, he got 0. Ebonyi State, he got 0, and some other states. And then the numbers started adding up when we moved up to north central, getting towards northwest, northeast, and all that. The numbers started trickling in and all that. Does it, you know, point to a regional disaffection with the candidacy of the APC in this instance?
Okay, before I come to that, let me deal with the issue of the APC party register, and to a certain degree, I agree with you very strongly too. That you know, for the sake of transparency and for the sake of you know, openness, we should be able to know the number of the membership of these parties. There's nothing wrong in for us to know. But again, also you must also understand that I'm not a lawyer, but you know, in law there's a maxim that says whatever is not expressly stated is never intended. So in the Electoral Act, the Electoral Act has said that the parties should submit their list of their membership list to the INEC. But does it also mandate them to make it public? Just like when you have in the Code of Conduct Bureau, the law says, look, as a public officer, you must declare your assets, but it doesn't mandate you to make it public. So it becomes a matter of personal valuation, choice to make it public. So if the law says that parties should submit their members register, right? And and the law does not make it compulsory that such a list, a members list should be made public. I don't think they are obliged to that. And remember also that if that is going to be done, it's not going to be only APC. It's going to be across the line. All the parties will be expected to do so. And I do not think other parties have done so. So we have no...
Mr. Smith, let me cut in. For want of time, are we seeing a pattern of rigging developing here going into 2027 election? Because if a party could, given the numbers we had in 2023 and the off-cycle elections that we've had, we've seen that turnout is still poor.
Yes.
They are still voter party.
Yes.
Are we likely seeing a pattern developing where if APC has 10 million votes, and you would agree with me that it's not every member of the APC that voted in this very election. Yeah, so what I'm asking is, are we seeing a pattern where other political parties, at the end, when we go to court, because our elections end in litigation, APC would present its party register, and it's assumed that these party members would vote for their party.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think I've already taken care of that. Like I said, it's very difficult for us to say a pattern of rigging. We cannot, completely and totally establish that because we don't have the fact. We don't know. Nigeria is made up of about presumably over 200 million people. So APC being a party in power, they can have up to 50 million Nigerians. They can have 20 million Nigerians as members. They can have 30 million Nigerians as members. It's a possibility. But the only thing is that we don't have the capacity to doubt this now, since we don't know what their membership register is all about. So, assuming that register is made public, maybe at the last count, then we will now have a good standing to query this. However, but I've also raised the pointer to say that I do hope that nothing is building up because for me, given the circumstances and things we have seen in this country, it could be a pointer. It could be that something is building up. Something nocturnal is building up, but I cannot completely and totally establish that because I do not know what their membership register is all about. So that's the point. Now, coming to the second question you asked about, the
regional
pattern of voting. Yeah, you see, but we can't take that away. Our politics has always been colored by regional allegiance, tribal. Of course, tribal is related to region. Religious allegiance, and perhaps a few other Nigerians who probably want to connect based on either intellectual allegiance or some kind of economic, confidence. So, but principally, these two factors, tribal, cultural, whatever thing it is, then religion. Now, from the name Osifo, you could deduce as perhaps it's either from the North Central or from the South.
Yeah.
I do not know. Yeah. So you don't be surprised that the votes are also the few votes he's gotten from there. And of course, whichever state he comes from, I expect people from his state to also vote for him.
Unfortunately, the votes didn't come from Edo State, where supposedly he came from.
Okay, fine. But look at another point that there is this. 500 and something thousand votes from Imo State. Did you take a look at that? 500 and something thousand from it. Now, Oyo State, just about 142,000. And these are supposedly APC members. Then also, we would like to know the figure from Lagos State. So you see, these are the issues we are talking about. That we just hope that nothing nocturnal is building up. That is just, let's leave it at that. That we hope that nothing nocturnal is building up, and that is why. And another interesting factor there is that this election was done. Was it on Saturday also?
Yes.
Good. Now, today we have the results. Over 10 million votes counted. I am not, as a journalist and somebody who had been in the editorial team of a national daily, a particular title. I understand the workings of, behind the scenes in the newspaper house before eventually the paper comes out. Now, for this news to feature in the front page of most dailies today, this news must have come in nothing later than 2 a.m., at least 2 a.m. of yes, early this morning, right? So in which case you can conclude that election that was done on Saturday, in less than 48 hours, they've calculated everything and the figures have just come in.
Presented the
now,
certificate.
beating our normal with all the protocols and all the logistics competence, protocol competence, and everything, the structures, the network, and everything that INEC has.
Exactly.
So, are we saying that INEC should please go and learn how to?
Exactly.
From the ruling party.
They should learn.
They don't know real time upload cannot work. Now we are seeing the political party.
So you see, if INEC, and it's not as if the votes are small. I mean, any election you do, 10 million is more than many countries in the world.
Yes.
So if they can calculate the votes, count and do everything,
enough to know it's 10.99,
and not election that took place at a particular center. But all the states, including the riverines,
270 local government areas and
8,000 including the riverines.
Right. Come on. On that note, we'll congratulate Mr. President on emerging the candidate of the APC. However, we do call on INEC on the altar of fairness, on the altar of freedom of information, that the voters, the party registers of political parties should be made available for proper auditing. While we urge INEC to learn from the logistical speed of the APC in conducting, releasing, and announcing and giving certificates of return to the president in this instance, and carry that good aspect going into 2027 elections.
Our next newspaper for discussion is The Punch. It says, on the 2027 race, ADC picks Tinubu's challenger today. Atiku, Amechi, Hayatuddin fight for party's presidential flag. The African Democratic Congress is set to select its presidential candidate to challenge Bola Tinubu in the 2027 elections. A decision expected to shape opposition strategy and political alliance. So the ADC has, turned down the chance or any chances of any consensus. So the primaries has been left between former Vice President Atiku, former governor of Rivers State and ex-minister Rotimi Amechi, and former banker Mohammed Hayatuddin. Some are saying that Atiku has more chance, seeing his political experience, his wealth, his popularity, that he might be the person that would represent ADC as a strong candidate against Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has rightfully said, I think one of the papers said, we cannot leave Nigerians to people who are not ready to serve. So they're saying either of these three persons would be a strong, with the already existing, ADC was supposed to be a strong coalition, but with the issue that transpired with peterobi moving, and then last week, Rotimi telling us that he did not move to ADC to become anybody's running mate. But now we are left with these three people today. So what do you think? Who do you think would emerge as with their three portfolios so far?
Well, it's very convenient and very easy to say Atiku Abubakar will probably come tops as the presidential candidate of the ADC. It's very convenient and very easy to say so. But one need to be a bit cautious. The caution that we are to exercise there may not necessarily be on the side of Isaiah today. Due respect to him, very due respect. He's a fine gentleman. He's been on this for quite some time. But when we look at the circumstances, Rotimi Amechi is a grassroots politician. Don't take it away from him. At least remember that in 2022 he was this runner-up to the APC primary. He came behind the current president now, and beating the likes of Professor Yemi Oshibajo, who was the vice president at that time, beating the likes of Ahmed Lawan, who was the Senate president at that time. So by every standard, he's not a man of mean political clout.
Yes.
He's a very strong person. He served as Buhari's Director General of Presidential Campaign Organization twice. And in fact, not long ago, you heard him saying that it was not actually President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that made Buhari president, as he did as a campaign. And to a certain degree, you can't take it away from him, because as a Director General of the Presidential Campaign Organization, he must have worked very hard for it. So, but my worry here is that some people say from the one ab initio that ADC was probably put together as a vehicle to deliver Atiku Abubakar to contest the 2027 general elections when probably the PDP was facing crisis. Well, that could be the case because sometimes you look at the question to ask here is that, look, as long as party primaries are concerned, structures mean a lot. But my worry here now is that I hope ADC does not come back today to tell us that 17 or 15 million people have voted for the presidential candidate.
Where did they have it? The pattern has been set.
Have you seen that? Do you know their
if APC confirms 10 million.
You know when I mentioned there's going to be a psychological war, something that the parties are going to engage in. If APC cannot bring out their own, we cannot see how number of people.
The point there is that he's already with INEC. INEC have the figures already.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. ADC will do theirs. ADC will do theirs.
INEC have the figures already. So whatever number you're bringing has to tally with what is in INEC's
But
record.
will INEC, that's what we've been asking, will INEC eventually publish?
No, even if they don't publish in this instance, Mr. Emekodomi may help us. INEC has this record already. So whatever you're presenting should tally, against what INEC has.
Remember also that the register, nothing says that at the time that register was submitted
is the exact.
And now that no new people have joined the party. Now, before now, INEC can say no, even if people have joined the party, they don't have a right to vote. But remember that the court has quashed that law. So anybody who is a member of the party can vote. Right? Because the guideline that INEC set, the High Court has set that law, that whole guideline aside. So it doesn't, as of today, it doesn't stand. It doesn't hold over 10 million. And you must know that these are politicians. Yes, these are politicians.
Through.
So talking about who probably will emerge at as the ADC presidential candidate, if you ask me, well, probably I will give it to Atiku Abubakar. Then Chief Rotimi Amechi was saying that he didn't buy the nomination form to be anybody's deputy. Well, these are the kind of talks we hear pre-primary. When you come to the post-primary, it's a different language, it's a different ballgame entirely.
Stepping down.
So when that time comes now, it's a different ballgame entirely. So we begin to hear different kind of language.
All right, Mr. Meka, let's look at this other dimension. Yesterday, there was another ADC, Kachuku, was addressing his own fashion of ADC, in their own convention yesterday. How do we reconcile this with this ADC, that is holding a convention today?
Yeah, but perhaps also if you ask the OB group, if you really ask the OB people, let me say OB and his supporters, the argument on the surface as the reason why they left was simple, that he didn't want to compete for the party's ticket. He didn't want to compete. He just wanted where the ticket to be delivered to him, on a platter of gold. But if you delve deeper and have a thorough conversation with people in his camp, they will tell you that one of the reasons why he needed to move was because they have looked at the circumstance, and ADC is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Now, the reason is because, remember that a court had voided the executive headed by David Mark. They went to appeal, and the appeal upheld that judgment. They went to the Supreme Court. Now, what the Supreme Court said was, the Supreme Court, yes, voided the appeal, but ordered them to go back again for retrial at the High Court, because they didn't stand the trial. When that case came at the High Court, what they said was that the High Court does not have local standing. It didn't have the jurisdiction to try to, that it was an internal party issue, that the High Court does not have the authority. The authority of what in law, the jurisdiction to try them, which the appeal court upheld. But the Supreme Court has said that they should go back and face trial. Right? Good. Now, That's exactly what gave them this leverage to be doing what they are doing now. Now, irrespective of whatever action they may take, is a 50-50 thing. Because that matter is still at the High Court. So, even about if all of these things, at the end of the day, maybe shortly before the election proper itself, or even after every other thing, the High Court says that, look, the truth of the matter is that the executive came into the wrong way. This shouldn't have been. It simply means that all the actions and everything they have done so far becomes invalid. And when that happens, then another matter will be the executive that's brought Kachuku, that has returned Kachuku as a candidate. INEC may not recognize them now, but anything can happen in politics. So, but that's on one side. Then the second side is that remember also that Ibe Kachuku has always been an aggrieved person prior to the 2023 general elections. You know, he had issues with the party when Chief Wosu was the chairman of the party, and they had gone to court and things like that. So I guess that is just the that has somehow become the nature of party politics. The reason why it looks as if there's some level of sanity in APC right now is because the president is there. You know, when the president, it's like your drive. You know, or you see people put up all kinds of things, all kinds of behaviors.
Against the background that either of these factions in ADC could be treading a slippery slope, there's another dimension to this conversation: the presence of Atiku Abubakar in this equation. You know, we tend to, talk about the gentleman agreement, the unwritten agreement between the North and the South, which invariably even the APC, seem to be respecting, when that agreement perhaps happened at the enclave of the G34 through the formation of PDP, but they seem to be obeying that. And then here we have an Atiku Abubakar who was part of that formation and that gentleman's agreement. Where does his presence in this ADC primaries and perhaps contesting for 2027 election leave us with that agreement that seemed to have brought in harmony amongst the regions that constitute the entity called Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Yes, that issue has been in public in the front burner of public debate for quite some time now. The gentleman agreement, North-South gentleman agreement, even though it's not in our constitution, but it looks as if it has brought some level of harmony in our system, and everybody agrees that that should be the case. The South has done 4 years. The president will be concluding 4 years next year, and everybody seems to be in agreement that the South should also be allowed to continue for the next 4 years, after which the power goes back to the North. But you see, as much as that's it's what everybody probably has given nod to, but there are also some very pertinent questions to ask, and I believe that it is on that because that has become the crucible upon which Atiku Abubakar is forging ahead. In 2015, Goodluck Jonathan came to power in 2011. That was a president from the Southern extraction. He did 4 years, right? He was elected for 4 years and he was going for another 4 years. Now, the current president is from the southern part of the country. He very much was aware of that gentleman agreement. So why didn't he allow Goodluck Jonathan to complete his second term? And yet he went ahead and supported a northern candidate to boot out a southern president to truncate his own second 4 years. That is the moral question on the desk, which the Atiku Abubakar group is asking. So if you're asking him now, why don't you allow the southern man, the southern part of the country to complete 4 years? He will ask you, why would the current president now, at that point in time, support a northern man to contest against a southern president, whom he knew very well, was also going to complete?
All right. While we look at the ADC primaries slated for today, we urge them to play by the book, and perhaps when the candidates does emerge, let it not be shrouded in rancor. In the spirit of sportsmanship, whoever loses should support the winner for us to forge ahead in Route 2027.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Now we take a look at the headline from frontlineafrica.com.ng, which says you've walked the path of legends. Mbah hails Enugu Rangers on 9th league title. Petermbah has praised Enugu Rangers after the club secured its 9th league title, describing the achievement as legendary and a proud moment for Enugu State and its football supporters. Yes, as a sports oracle here, I could tell you the truth that it was a moment for Enugu Rangers yesterday as they, took the victory from Ikorodu City. They had 2-1, and it was a moment, it was a dramatic moment, almost at the late winner, where 17 minutes had to be added to the extra time. Now, Mr. Dr. Petermbah has come out to hail the Rangers, and he has actually hailed them very well, because Enugu Rangers has taken this trophy twice in 3 seasons. It's something to give them the right accolade, and it is what a team and a nation, citing the achievement of Dr. Petermbah in his leadership around Enugu and towards Enugu, and also how he has invested in the socio-economic, finding balance between hospitality and infrastructural development, and also political alignment and all those things. It is important to see and to hear from him how he has praised these people. Now, the main question that a lot of people have raised is what actually would be the reward of these guys? Could it just be by the word, or could it just be by the action? Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, I join everybody, we're meaning Nigerian supporters of Rangers to, hail the antelopes, for this very, very no mean feat. Growing up, as a young boy, we used to take a very strong pride in Enugu Rangers. That pride was not misplaced, because they were really, really one of the giants in Nigeria at that point in time. So, but as the years began to, give way into adulthood, we began to see Enugu Rangers, our darling club, the pride of, the oriental side of Nigeria, sometimes not live up to expectation. And if you look at these things, it's not as if there's anything wrong. It simply means that the investments and management and every other thing probably, wasn't up to par over these years. But we are very thankful to God now that a governor has come who is committing, what is required into making the Enugu Rangers, that giant of not just Nigeria, African football that it used to be. Yeah. I remember in those days, before Enugu Rangers, before Enugu Rangers used to be there, before Spartans of Owerri, and from the Spartans to Iwanyamu National, now Heartland began to pair up to become 2 giants clubs from the southeast. And so each time after all the league of the National League, you see them playing. In those days, they play reconciliation, oriental reconciliation match. It used to be something people travel from different parts of the southeast coming to Enugu to come and watch. So I'm happy that Enugu Rangers is coming back to that enviable position, and I want to hail and congratulate the governor. You see, over time, we have just seen that there's no magic to this. There's no magic to it. If you invest in football, you get positive results.
True.
When Ojus Okalu came in 1999, as a sports lover, as a football lover, he made it a priority. In fact, he practically became the team manager of Enyimba, of Enyimba Football Club. And what saw the results? They didn't League. They won it back to back. And I don't think any other team in Nigeria has done so since that time. And so that is why I will build on that Mr. Governor, please don't relent in this support. Thank God that you have opportunity to contest the next election. Hopefully you win election, and so Enugu Rangers will still have time to enjoy your fatherhood. Yeah. So we want to see Enugu Rangers go ahead to win a continental trophy. Let them shake the African football continent, right? So it makes me proud. I'm not from Enugu State, but I don't need to come from Enugu State because to love Rangers, because I am from the southeast, and anything southeast makes me proud. So I am happy. Let me reward these young players so that we don't just see probably it is now 70% of all of them have been bought over by other clubs. Because when you keep a winning team together, if they understand themselves with the technical team, they play better next season. So I remember also that now that they are champions, next season they're going to face a more stiff opposition, and so the only thing that can enable them to stand very strong is if this team, someone will say, well, you can't prevent the boys from moving. Yes, you can't prevent it. They all have a choice. They have a right to move if they want to move. But there's an environment you will create. Honestly, before anybody moves, they will think twice. You ask yourself, say, look, where am I moving to? Is it better than where I am now? So I love that, and I'm looking forward to the victory parade within the Enugu city, and quite frankly, I'll be glad to join that victory parade because I'm a die-hard fan of Barcelona, and the Man City Football Club in England and Barcelona in Spain. So if I can love those two clubs outside there, then why wouldn't I love Enugu Rangers? I'll be very glad to wear their jersey and march around the city of Enugu to say, look, Enugu Rangers has conquered.
Yes, I'll be there. I'll be there live.
You know why I'm excited. You didn't say you're a fan of
Arsenal. Exactly.
That excites me.
Thank you.
I don't know why you're hating
and
on
I know
Arsenal.
you're a supporter of a very beautiful club.
I love Barcelona. Barcelona is my club in Spain.
So I'm so excited you're not a fan of Arsenal. And then what makes me more exciting is the fact that you covered Enyimba as well in your analysis. In fact, quite well put together. There's no one who saw it better. Growing up, I know about Rangers, but you know how it is in the streets of Aba.
Yes.
Everyone goes to watch Enyimba train and all that. You covered it quite well. But unfortunately, yes, while I did hear about Rangers growing up, when we talk about the superstores and the likes of them. But unfortunately,
stationary
stores of Lagos.
The Abiola Babes.
Yes, unfortunately.
The Leventis Football Club. The IICC Shooting Stars.
Yes.
The Bendel Insurance.
Yes. I would say congratulations to Rangers International and to their skipper for that wonderful performance yesterday. You want to say something?
Yes,
on that?
I mean, I wanted to ask, seeing that the MPFL is gradually gaining momentum, and I think a couple of weeks ago we saw Eric Shell come to watch Rangers match for scouting. I think over the week or 2 weeks ago we had two, local players that had joined the international from the Rangers. Yeah. So how does this extend? How does this leadership in Rangers now? How would you think it will extend into the NFF? Generally, seeing that, I mean, this football system in Nigeria is beginning to boom largely, and we also need to have these extensions both in leadership and in players in the NFF.
Yeah, I think that the management principles are the same anywhere you get them. If you do the right thing, whatever thing that the Rangers has done to achieve this success, the NFF should learn from them. Yes, they are in charge of the national football management, and probably the Rangers is just a very small part of it. But notwithstanding, if whatever thing they have done to give them this success, NFF should please learn from them. For me, I'm not particularly happy with NFF. I must be very honest with you. The various disappointments we have had with the Super Eagles, of course, the box stops on their table, and they will have to get their ass right. Honestly speaking, they have to get their ass right, and all these excuses and things like. For me, Nigeria is not going to feature in the 2026 World Cup now. It wasn't. In fact, I had seen that even before the last 2 or 3 matches. I already told friends that look, with what I'm saying, Nigeria is not going to qualify, and so honestly, NFF should they owe Nigerians an apology. That's what I think.
All right. Our congratulations once more to the Rangers International and to the captain of that team for that never say die spirit on the football pitch yesterday. And to the governor of Enugu State, who say thank you, and to the Enugu, congratulations, and we hope that this feat will be replicated come next season.
Okay, now over to Daily Trust. Nigeria remains World Bank's 3rd largest borrower with $18.5 billion. Nigeria has been identified as the 3rd largest borrower from the World Bank, with outstanding loans amounting to $18.5 billion, raising renewed discussions on debt sustainability, fiscal management, and the country's reliance on external financing. So Nigeria obtained this position from the International Development Association, the consensual lending arm of the World Bank, despite a slight decline in its debt pressure in the first quarter of 2026. So Nigeria has maintained this listing was accumulated March 31st this year. Nigeria has maintained this position since last year. And earlier this month, we saw that the governor or the president of Nigeria has still gone back to World Bank to borrow more to establish Nigeria. So how do you see this being a country being ranked as the 3rd largest borrower from the World Bank?
You know, if you speak with economists, they will tell you that there's nothing wrong with borrowing. You know, perhaps what is wrong is what you do with the money you borrowed. And I also think that's also a very big concern in Nigeria. Sometimes we also ask, the money we are borrowing, what is this having for us? Because see, when subsidy was removed, the argument then was that there would be more money on ground to spend. And Naira was devalued. A lot of economic policies were introduced. And at the same time, the borrowing has not stopped. Remember that all of these borrowings will have to be repaid. And in fact, if you look at the 2026 budget, you see a huge amount. I think about 40-something% of the budget itself earmarked for debt servicing. Honestly, I don't know how, how a country can do well under this circumstance. I don't know how the country can do well under this circumstance. In the last administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, we saw a lot of borrowing, and the argument was, oh, these borrowings are to develop infrastructures and things. And now this government came and they seem to have continued on that same trajectory. Now, where are these infrastructures? How many of them are yielding revenues to be able to repay the loans? So these are questions, and that is why, as we move into election cycle, Nigerians should please think well before they cast their votes.
All right. Looking at this whole situation where we are ranked 3rd, and you've quite rightly stated there's nothing wrong in borrowing, but looking at the countries that we are ranked amongst Nigeria, talk about countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, this is where we rank, and then when you reconcile this with 2 things, the windfall that we're experiencing in this era, given the crisis in the Gulf, and then against the background that countries like Singapore had at one time came to Nigeria to draw from the strength they now wield economically, as a better developing nation. How do we reconcile this very situation against the nation that was built by Michael Obara, where the southeastern region was self-sufficient in palm products, and then you have the granite pyramids and all that? How come we've so degenerated in this instance?
The reason is not far-fetched. Over time, we all know that our problem has always been management, leadership, because leaders manage the affairs of the nation, they manage the resources of the nation, they manage the people that are in the... When we talk about resources, the people inclusive, the mineral resources, the goodwill of the country and everything. So I think it was it not this man that was asked what is the problem, and he said leadership, isn't it? So that has been that is our bane. The countries you mentioned, yes, right now as we speak, the country is experiencing a windfall. Nobody can deny that, because since after the crisis in the Gulf, with the American and Israeli war against Iran, since it began to rage, the price of oil had gone up, and the country is making more money beyond the budgetary, the budgetary sum. So these are also opportunities, whereby this windfall can also be channeled into a lot of developmental strides. But is that happening? One would have expected that maybe either monthly, I don't know, but Nigerians will be told, like, look, yes, we budgeted, our budget is so and so, but the war began on so and so day, and today is so and so day. So far, this is the total number of barrels of crude oil we have sold, and this is the total amount of money we have made. This is what we intend to use the money. This is where the money is now. But I can bet you that you will never get such information. It will never come out. So that has always been our bane. And we look forward to a day when things will be happens in our lifetime, when things will change.
I hope it happens in our lifetime when things will change. What you're saying is that there's no end in sight, or there's no better route to this
because you see, when we say these things, it's not as if we are zeroing in on the current administration, but over time, this seems to be the case. I mean, it didn't start today. So, it didn't start today. I remember in 1992, when Chief Kabila was going to contest an election, and they were asking him questions about subsidy, and so, he had said something then, and he said, as of that time, he said, people needed to know, before you say you remove subsidy or not, people needed to know how much does it cost to produce a liter of oil, a liter of fuel. So if you know how much it costs to produce a liter of fuel, then you know how much it is sold. You'll be able to know what is the difference, whether the people can afford that difference or the government should be able to provide that difference. So that goes to underscore the fact that information that should be in public space are not in the public space. Even with the introduction of the Freedom of Information Act, things that people need to know are not in the public space. And you see, many times the government struggle to win the confidence of the people. And part of the reason why this is happening is because the people don't have the confidence and trust of the people in government, because information is not given. These things are not, sometimes they are not commanded, they are earned by a consistency and quality of character. And that is the way it is. So if you have a leader, or you have leaders who, over time have shown you a lot of commitment, dedication, honesty, transparency, consistency, naturally trusting them will become almost natural
to you.
It's a symbiotic thing.
Because you're transparent, the issues that trouble you, they are aware.
Exactly.
I mean, if I have something trouble and I come and say, this is it, or how do we solve it? And then it helps everybody.
Yeah.
It helps everybody. It puts into perspective what you are trying to do. Sure. And when something like this come up, and the World Bank tells us we are ranked number 3, you will come and tell us, see, it's not like I did not tell you people, this is where we are, and this is what we are doing. All right, that's the more we can take this morning on The Sunrise. Thank you so much for sitting with us. Thank you so much for, enjoying these conversations with us. It's been a day, and as we go into the week, we hope for more updates, more events, turn of events in Nigeria, the ones that will gladden our hearts, the one that will cause us to pray more, the one that will cause us to sit and think. Also, before I leave, I'll be bringing to you the quote of the day that we read earlier. It says, this is from Theodore Roosevelt. He said, the first requisite of a good citizen is that he shall be able and willing to pull his own weight. Have this at the back of your mind as you go about the day and go about your business. Till we come your way again tomorrow, same time, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Thank you very much for waking with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And Mr. Mekodom, thank you for those in-depth analysis.
Thanks for having me.
Yes. And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Saying bye-bye.
The limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Nigeria's electoral system remains one of the largest in Africa, but also one of the most contested in terms of public confidence, participation, and outcomes. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, data from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, shows that over 93 million Nigerians were registered voters in 2023. Yet, only about 25 million votes were cast in the presidential election, a turnout of roughly 28%. This sharp decline highlights a growing disconnection between citizens and the ballot box, trust deficits, and technology gaps. A major issue is trust in the electoral process. The introduction of the BVAS device and the INEC result viewing portal, IREV, was expected to improve transparency. However, controversies over delayed or disputed uploads during the 2023 collation process triggered widespread criticism and legal disputes. For example, several opposition parties challenged presidential results at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, arguing inconsistencies in result transmission. Although the court upheld the outcome, the dispute further deepened public skepticism. By comparison, in Ghana's 2020 elections, results were publicly declared at constituency collation centers in full media presence, significantly reducing post-election disputes and strengthening trust in the Electoral Commission. Vote buying and economic pressure. Vote buying remains one of Nigeria's most visible electoral weaknesses. During the 2023 elections, domestic observer groups such as the Yaga Africa Watching the Vote Initiative documented cases of financial inducement in multiple states, particularly during legislative elections. In some polling units, reports indicated voters were offered cash or goods, ranging from food items to small sums of money in exchange for votes. This practice continues to undermine issue-based politics. In contrast, South Africa's Electoral Commission enforces strict campaign finance regulations, and political parties are required to disclose funding sources, reducing direct voter inducement and increasing accountability. Electoral violence and security concern. Security remains another critical barrier. In parts of the southeast and northwest, voter turnout was significantly affected by fears of violence, enforcement clashes, and disruption of polling activities. For instance, in the 2023 elections, INEC was forced to relocate or delay voting in several polling units due to insecurity and logistical challenges. By comparison, India, the world's largest democracy, deploys over 1 million security personnel during national elections, ensuring that even remote areas are secured through coordinated federal and state election security operations. Youth participation, high numbers, low turnout. Nigeria's youth population remains a major electoral force, with more than 60% of the population under the age of 35. However, participation remains inconsistent. Despite the Not Too Young to Run Act of 2018, which reduced age requirement for elective office, youth representation in major political offices remain limited due to party hierarchy dominance. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements such as online civic campaigns on X, TikTok, and Instagram significantly shaped political conversations. However, analysts noted that digital activism did not fully translate into voter turnout at polling stations. In Kenya's 2022 elections, youth engagement was stronger due to targeted civic education campaigns and structured mobilization efforts led by both civil society and electoral bodies, which helped convert awareness into turnout. Party structures and internal democracy. Another structural weakness is internal party democracy. In many political parties, candidate selection is heavily influenced by party elites, often sidelining younger aspirants. This limits renewal in leadership and discourages political participation among emerging voters. By contrast, Germany's proportional representation system allows political parties to present structured candidate lists that often include youth, women, and minority groups, ensuring broader inclusion in governance. The way forward, what must change? Experts argue that Nigeria's electoral reforms must move beyond technology and focus on trust, enforcement, and inclusion. First, enforcement of electoral offences must be strengthened. vote buying must carry swift prosecution to deter offenders. Second, civic education must be expanded. In countries like Finland, civic education begins early in schools, producing one of the highest voter awareness levels in Europe. Third, electoral transparency must be reinforced through consistent and credible result transmitting systems that are backed by law and not subject to interpretation. Fourth, youth inclusion must go beyond voting. Structured mentorship, political training, and party reform are needed to allow young Nigerians meaningful access to leadership positions. Finally, security coordination must be improved using models similar to India's Election Commission framework, where election security is centrally coordinated to ensure uniform protection across regions. Conclusion: Nigeria's electoral system is not defined by lack of participation alone, but by a crisis of confidence, enforcement gaps, and structural exclusion. As the country moves toward the 2027 elections, the central question is no longer how many Nigerians are registered to vote, but whether they believe their votes will count. Across the world, strong democracies are built not just on elections, but on trust, transparency, and consistent accountability. For Nigeria, closing that gap remains the defining challenge of its democratic future.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. This is the program where we bring to you a heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a look at the 2027, the Nigerian election, names shaping it. They say African politics is not a game for the faint-hearted, but in Nigeria, it is an epic saga of power, ambition, and survival. Even with the general elections a horizon away, the political chessboard is already on fire. The pieces are moving, the alliances are fracturing, and the battle lines for the soul of Africa's most populous nation are being aggressively drawn. At the center of this storm is an entrenched political machine. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has already emerged as the presidential candidate of APC, signaling his intent to fiercely defend his lifetime ambition. But the opposition isn't staying quiet. From the tumbling formation of a mega alliances to a sudden declaration, like Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde entering the fray, the arena is becoming crowded, complicated, and deeply personal. With a fragmented opposition led by titans like Peterobi and Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Mohammed Hayatuddin finally find a unified front, or will internal friction split them before they can even reach the starting line? Can the emerging coalition truly disrupt the status quo, or are we watching history repeat itself? Make no mistake, 2027 will not just be decided by the voters at the ballot box. It is being engineered right now by the strategists, the power brokers, the kingmakers in the shadows. Today, we strip away the propaganda. We look past the campaign slogans. We focus purely on the chess masters pulling the strings and helping us with deeper insight on these issues is Dr. Augustine Eze, a public affairs analyst. Dr. Augustine, a pleasure to have you one more time on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, viewers.
You know, I'm smiling and then laughing at the same time. You know, a lot of things has unraveled since the last time you were here. And I would always start by asking you, do you have a crystal ball with which, you know, you forecast or predict this, you know, these things before they happen?
Well, one thing about my character is that I'm always fastidious.
Okay.
That means I don't ignore any details in anything, no matter how minute. But there are people who ignore minute things, which most times can be factored into the major thing you want to talk about. I'm not sentimental. I don't like to be sentimental. I'm a realist. I'm not an idealist. Because people think ideally, it does not work. But if you are realistic about everything, you will know when things are going on well, you will know when things won't go on well. That's why sometimes it seems as if I'm I can always predict what can happen.
All right.
And I don't think that opinion of mine has ever failed me.
And in this instance, it's not really failing you because we're seeing these things, you know, come to limelight just the way you predicted them, that these things will happen. Let's just dig right into this. Just yesterday, we witnessed a landmark event at the APC Collection Center where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged the presidential candidate of the APC, particularly with 10,999,000, you know, and something votes. Does the number ring a bell to you?
Well, let us take it from the fact that before now, every political party submitted the list of all its members to INEC. And that list submitted by APC is not below what has been, you know, branded as the number of votes. You know, it's a party affair now. It's not general election. That election was carried out by party members, APC members, nationwide. And I don't want to be mathematical about it. I know there was a time INEC published that APC at that time has about 12 point something million registered voters. And as at that time, ADC was having about 900 and something thousand. So I wouldn't say that those registered members of APC, that they will all vote for Tinubu. And that will give him 12 million votes. Plus the people they will copt and people they will convince to vote for him. I don't like that. Such mathematics may not work in politics because the dynamics can be changing things the way it is. But all the same, the opponent, Mr. Osifo, made it to be democratic. It was no longer consensus or somebody who was, you know, forced to agree to a consensus or whatever. So he completed the hug. He went through the hug, and then when he failed, he congratulated the president. Some other political parties have, like Kachuku has emerged in the factional executive of ADC. And then today, Atiku, Amechi, and Hayatu will be having their own election. I'm not sure that INEC attended that primary election that took place yesterday. And if they should attend this, it means that they're authenticating the group, the faction. It's always like this. Primary elections most times are more difficult than the general election because you can only go for general election when you have emerged as a party candidate. So that's why it's always very, very, very tough. And a lot of, some kind of desperation accompanies it. And luckily, too, the INEC made it to be less expensive. Because if they had thrown it open, like we have direct and indirect, and then consensus. If it is indirect, it would have been more costly. Very, very costly, because every candidate would like to buy the delegates. Sometimes they will quarter them somewhere, give them one they like. Sometimes take them to vote, give them money, and they go and vote. In that case, to some extent, their conscience has been touched. But if you look, when I listen to people talk about democracy in Nigeria, they think it is civil rule. Democracy, by dictionary meaning, is the process of choosing a leader through voting. That's the meaning of democracy. Even when people say democracy is government of the people, by the people, it was propounded by Abraham Lincoln. That is his opinion about democracy. But it's not the dictionary meaning of democracy. So I still believe that if really we want to democratize our system, we should allow people to vote, and the votes will count.
We should allow people to vote, and the votes will count.
And make sure that the votes count.
And the votes did count in APC primaries.
The important thing is that the number did not exceed the number of registered voters in APC. And this is an internal affair of the party.
You know, a lot of persons have argued on the background that the numbers Mr. President garnered nationwide doesn't measure up to when you divide on the average against the number just within the APC.
How do you know? The ones you saw on social media, maybe 1 or 2 words out of 8,809 words in Nigeria. The person didn't cover the other places. When people say this happened in Enugu, maybe in a ward in the local government, what of other wards throughout Nigeria? And this primary took place in all the wards in Nigeria, not just one place. So people are showing, there could be more cases like that, apart from the ones shown in the social media. But the important thing is that the number did not exceed the number of registered voters of the party, registered members
of the party. All right, Doc. You know, you were talking about delegates. Does it bother you that, yes, we seem to have moved away from the usual delegates that we knew? Delegates,
no, it is not part of the Electoral Act.
Mm-hmm. The ones that could be monetized, you know, taken to oath and coerced into voting a certain way. But it seems that that has moved, and we now have a bigger delegate, a more controlling delegate, the governors.
Well, that is an advantage of the ruling party. The governors cannot fold their arms and throw it open, even though they didn't force anybody. If you may be interested in running for an election, but you'll be convinced that the other person is better than you. I have run an election myself, where the elders preferred the other person I was contesting with. I said no. The election took place and I won. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that I shouldn't hold the governors responsible. But I know in most states, the governors are in control and the people, members of the party, are loyal to him. So what bothers me most in this country is that we fail to realize that even in your home, there are certain people who hate you, no matter what you do for them. There are many Nigerians who have never seen anything good in Tinubu. They will always say what is not good, but they will never say, I give you this, I give him this. In Enugu State, there are people who have never seen anything good in petermbah. But if you look at this passionately, you see some certain things, some aspects of his administration that you can say kudos. You go to local governments, even in your community, not everybody in your community loves your Igwe. There are people who hate him, no matter what he does for them. So what we will not expect in Nigeria that everybody will love Tinubu. But there are people who have never seen anything good in him, and they call it opposition. What they are doing in Nigeria is not opposition. That's why they are fragmenting. If you want to oppose a system, there must be, everybody will come together. I said it earlier before here. When you say coalition, from day one, I knew it will collapse. And you continue to collapse. And that is not the way you can dislodge incumbent. There was a time when a PDP was holding sway. The then national chairman, Obulafo, said that a PDP will rule Nigeria for 60 years. It was because the opposition were disorganized until Mrs. Clinton came to Nigeria and said the only way you can dislodge this incumbent is for all the parties to come together, form a merger. It's only through merger that you can have opposition. But here, the so-called alliance, everybody's in, about 4, 5, 6 of them are interested in presidential position. Have presidential, every one of them has ambition. Presidential ambition. You see now, they are now fragmenting. And they are still counting.
All right.
So there's no way you can talk about opposition. Okay. We misconceive the concept of opposition in this country. We believe opposition is everything government does, you oppose it. That is not opposition.
Okay, Doc, before we begin to look at this coalition and the other names around it, let's get done with this primary. Does it in any way, did it in any way surprise you that Osifo was able to get 16,000 votes in the primary?
Yeah, he wouldn't have scored one. He wouldn't have scored his only vote. There are people who still love him and would wish he becomes the flag bearer. And at the same time, he completed the hug. He didn't chicken out along the line.
In your view, wasn't that stage managed?
How can you say that?
I've heard people argue that.
What evidence has the person to say it was stage managed?
People argue that anybody who is very politically articulate wouldn't go into the field with Tinubu in the APC.
But it will now come as his CV, as a former presidential aspirant, just like peterobi, former presidential candidate of Labour Party. It's part of his CV now.
Really?
That's what you tell him.
Does that bestow any special status to anyone?
That's Osifo now, tomorrow, whenever he's writing his CV, he's a former presidential aspirant.
All right. But let's dig deeper. When you look at the demography, well, these numbers were coming in. For example, in Enugu, in Ebonyi State, in Imo State, Osifo didn't get barely 1 vote in this region. And when you go to the south, the pattern replicated itself. And we saw the numbers start coming. When we get to north central, climbing to northwest, northeast, you see the numbers coming in, amounting to, people were surprised that the number could tally up to 16,500 in this instance. The pattern, does it say anything about the candidate of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
I think the message, what is trying to show you that if you want to be president of Nigeria, your popularity must cut across the entire regions. It should be within one region, because that only region cannot deliver you. If you want to be president
That's of speaking Nigeria, to Osifo now.
Yes, now. Like you said, if Osifo is from which state?
Edo State, right?
Edo State. So there could be people within Edo State who must have voted for it. He may not have scored 0. There could be some of his friends or schoolmates or associates from other regions who felt that if he comes there, they will benefit. They voted for him. So it's not. I don't think it is stage managed. The fact is that he didn't chicken out along the line. And like I said before, it has contributed to his CV.
He has contributed to his CV.
When people introduce themselves, former presidential, candidate of APC, Labour Party, ADC, and so on, they take it, even though they lost.
The question or the supply is more on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that Osifo could begin to, get the numbers trickle in from these regions. Doesn't it spell a doom for the APC and the president that within his party, there were that number of dissenting voices coming from that region?
Had you expected that Tinubu will score 100% of the votes? There must be some people who didn't like him. So it's not unusual.
It's not unusual.
The important thing is that number you got, and was it enough to deliver you? It's not.
Okay.
Whenever you go for an election, even any battle, never believe that you win all battles. Nobody ever wins every battle. So the issue of Osifo, and when he failed, he congratulated the president. That's spirit of sportsmanship.
All right. To keep it in perspective, Osifo just got 0 votes from Edo State. He didn't even get a vote from his state. That's why that region becomes more significant. But the question now is, looking at the fact that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is highly rated, despite anti-incumbency sentiments going into the general election, are you likely seeing the fact that President Tinubu would go into that battle becoming more acceptable by the people? Or do you think there will be, surprises going into 2027?
I don't expect any surprises. Before now, or let us look at it from national point perspective. Tinubu has only 1 vote to cast. APC has 32 states controlled by the governors from those 32 states are APC. I was reading the paper a few days ago where they said the governor of Abia, Anambra, Oyo, and Bauchi are secretly supporting Tinubu.
Oyo?
Yes. I read it in the paper.
We are speaking about Makinde.
Yes.
Who has declared a presidential interest.
Yes, that one is a charade. He was just trying to play to the Ghana for cheap popularity, all in the name of dynamism.
You're saying that he's not serious about that?
He's not serious about it. He knows. And if you go by history, the last election, general election, Oyo State gave Tinubu 400-something thousand votes.
What are you seeing that we're not seeing that makes you feel that Makinde is not serious about the contest?
Just take it from me. Take it from me. Maybe you're not seeing it the way I'm seeing it. There are some of these, even people who think that they are moving together. You'll be surprised at a certain point. Those people you think you are moving with will betray you. It happened to Jonathan. Even his deputy vice president that time couldn't deliver his state, Kaduna.
You don't see similar thing happening to the incumbents?
No, after the candidates have emerged, with time they appoint their deputies or vice. That is when you start looking at it from that point. They have not appointed their deputy, like the governors and the president, the vice president.
Why is Tinubu rated so high, despite anti-incumbency sentiments?
No, let me anti what?
Anti-incumbency sentiments.
Like I said, and like I know, the last election, Tinubu wasn't incumbent. He wasn't incumbent. And he was able to bulldoze his way into power. It was because of the national spread of his allies. Tinubu won't be in Sokoto during the election. He'll be in Lagos. And he go and cast his vote in his polling booth. But other people who are working for him, your strength is your people following you, not you as an individual.
Like Erufai, who is in the Gulag.
He's there. It is fate that is.
He was a general in 2023 for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We saw him at Chatham House answering the question, marshalling out the campaigns and all that.
Yes.
Today he's no longer in the question.
Why? He knows why he's not there.
So that's a minus for the president.
It's not a minus. If it is minus here plus there. There are some people who were aggrieved because they were not given appointments. Let me put it. Like Amechi. Amechi contested the primaries with Tinubu. And I remember he made a nasty statement after it. He said they are regretting giving him the ticket. He was the director, the campaign director general for Tinubu. He was a minister for
Buhari.
Sorry, for Buhari. When he lost that election, he was so aggrieved. That's why they ganged themselves up as opposition alliance. And let's see how far they will go. You see, presidential election is different from local election. The question is who are working for you in Sokoto, who is working for you in the KB state, who is working for you in Akwa Ibom. During the campaign now, all the House of Assembly members on the platform of APC will be campaigning for themselves and campaigning for Tinubu.
All right.
All the governors will be campaigning for themselves.
Now that you mention it, yes, we want to believe that all the governors will be campaigning for the president.
Yes, as they campaign for themselves.
You mentioned it. We'll have a lot of individuals from the National Assembly who are not, happy with the president and the party. So we're more foot soldiers that work against the incumbents.
The fact is that many of them have even lost the primaries.
So these are numbers that work against the APC.
Let me tell you why. APC carried a research on the performance of all those people in the National Assembly. Many of them were not working. And people are even happy. Some of them have even gone 3 or 4 times. They should give way for that people.
But the people...
That was why, during the primaries, they were rejected.
No, but
they're not going to make
the argument is that they should have been allowed to get into the field and let the people decide. Many of them were, at maneuver through consensus.
No. It's not true. In fact, if I take, for example, people like equity and rotation. Let me take somebody like Baribe. He's been in the Senate 4 times, and he's going for the 5th time. His people said no. He lost the primaries. You see, it's not how long you stay in an office. People will be expecting you should leave some legacies behind. There are some people who zone maybe 2 or 3 local governments that make up one federal constituency. They zone it. These people will go first time, the other will go, and so on. And if one side is continue to go, the other side will say no. So most of these people who lost the election, if you take research on why they lost, it may not be that the government didn't like them. They were not performing.
Let's bring another name into this equation. Talk about the Vice President, Kashim Shettima. We do not know if Mr. President will be, going into the field with him as his running mate or not. But assuming he is, being the Vice President, and he was there when the President was given the certificate of return by the APC yesterday, what do you think he brings into the equation?
I don't have to preempt the President's decision on who will be his next vice. It's left to him. But I know he may not ignore the fact that when he chose Kashim, it was one of the factors that contributed to the mass movement of people, Christians particularly. The issue of Muslim ticket became a factor in the election. I've never witnessed any election in this country where religion, ethnicity played the role it played in the last general election. If he decides to choose him, there's nothing bad about it. If he decides to drop him, it is at his discretion.
But that would be a ticking landmine. You agree with me?
What?
It will be a ticking landmine. Either way.
Why?
If he chooses to go with him, it will be a landmine in the sense that the Muslim ticket may not work again.
Okay, if he doesn't...
If he drops him, that's equally a ticking landmine as well.
No. Never ever think that when you are not there, what should be done should not be done. If you choose somebody from maybe Middle Belt, the people of Middle Belt will say, this is our man, we will support him.
Against the people from the Northeast?
It's not against. All the people from Northeast will not support him. Not all of them will equally not support him.
But we know that the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, is quite influential from the Northeast.
Everybody is influential. Everybody is influential. And there's nobody that cannot be done without. And still the job is done.
But the lacuna will show.
There's no, when there's a lacuna, it will always be filled up.
All right. Let's trudge forward. Let's get to the ADC and see the names. Let's start with our usual friend, Atiku Abubakar in this instance. What difference would he make? Because these are the names, shaping 2027. They are going into the battlefield, the ADC battlefield today, against the background that is a slippery slope, we don't know what the High Court will decide on their situation, being that there is another AVC with Kachuku, you know, yesterday giving his speech, speaking to the delegates and all that. What does Atiku Abubakar bring into this equation moving into 2027?
When he gets the ticket, you will know.
No, but you would agree with me.
I wouldn't know.
You would agree with me whether either he gets the ticket or not. He's still a household name that will shape 2027 election.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. I see one thing that has happened, which many people may not see now. That is, Atiku is for ADC. peterobi is for NDC. Kachuku, sorry, Makinde, let us bring him, is for PDP. So almost all the political parties now are fielding candidates. And none of them will score 0 vote.
None of them will score 0 votes.
None of them will score 0 vote. If not, they will win the award. And then APC. Most of these parties we are talking about, they have not fielded candidates in so many of the positions. Even after the primary has gone, they didn't no candidate to field. And it's only APC that we have party agents in all the wards in Nigeria during that election.
Only APC?
Yes. There are some parties that will not have any agent who will be in the polling booth during the voting.
You know why I'm asking this question? Despite the discrepancies of head the candidates, Rotimi Amechi, Atiku Abubakar, that there's this agreement that they will all support whoever emerges today as the candidates of ADC.
Yes.
And against that background, we are seeing a formidable front that will challenge the incumbent.
No. I've said it and I will continue to say. The opposition collectively have not had they don't have a plan, collective plan to dislodge the incumbent.
We may not know.
No, I'm telling you, the individuals are pursuing their personal ambitions.
Can that be said to be the strategy into going to
2027?
How
can they win? They can't win. The only way, like I said, Mrs. Clinton, yes, came to Nigeria sometime and said the only way you can dislodge PDP is to form a merger. And what it means is that many political parties will come together, suppress their identity, and come up with a new name.
That worked in 2015. That may not possibly work today. That was the PDP we were talking about.
And because of that, they were able to dislodge PDP.
Today we're talking about APC.
Yes, and that's it. That PDP, APC dislodged PDP.
Yes.
That was incumbent.
Yes.
Okay. Can all these
the variables cannot be the same.
Yeah, I'm telling you that what these people are doing now is not something that can dislodge APC. Let's also assume that Atiku emerges, peterobi emerges, Makinde emerges, and other political parties, Labour and other things, they emerge. They will go into the field, campaigning for their party. They won't be campaigning as a collective entity. And the votes will be shared. And the incumbents will have an edge. So there's no way you can, as far as I'm concerned, there's no opposition.
Okay, before we go on a break, there's a name in the ADC, Muhammad Hayatuddin. Does he ring any bell at all?
I don't know much about him, but I know he has the right to contest.
Doesn't it surprise you that he may spring up surprises?
I would be surprised. Because the delegates equally may decide not to do away with people whose names have been in air. Those who have been there. All these people who are contesting the presidency, they have been in offices somewhere, sometime.
Okay, on that note.
So we can look for a new name.
Doc, on that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue this conversation. Please stay with us.
You're welcome.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be looking at 2027, the Nigerian elections, names shaping it, and helping us with deeper analysis on these issues is Dr. Gosin Eze, a public affairs analyst. Doctor, so far so good.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's another name here we're looking at, Rotimi Amechi, the man who said he didn't pick form to become vice to anybody. He's going into the fray today, you know, with the hope of emerging the ADC presidential candidate. Let's look at him in this equation against the background of the incumbent going into 2027.
To me, I don't want to say yes or no, but I know he won't win.
You know he won't win?
Yes, even if he picks the ticket.
Doc, why do you say that? No, let's get the perspective.
Yes.
You know he won't win if he emerges...
He won't win the election.
Okay, he won't win the election if he emerges the presidential candidate. Yes. So if he wins the primary today, you're saying he won't win the election.
Yes.
What makes you certain?
I have, as I told you, I'm a researcher. I've been able to sample the opinion of people from Southwest. And even the Igbos, the Southeast and South-South. That's the Southern Nigeria, the three zones that make up the Southern Nigeria. The Yorubas, the Southwest. Tinubu is from Southwest. And by constitution, he has the opportunity of going for second tenure. Okay? And the Yorubas are supporting him. Go and mark my words. Mark it today. Southwest is going to produce the highest percentage of votes for Tinubu come next election. Now, peterobi is running from South. Amechi is running. They look at it as if it's, as if they want to scuttle Tinubu's second term chances. That's the way they look at it. And if any time the presidency comes to the South again, they will contest it. Because now they are there. You don't want them to go. And if eventually they win, when the time comes, they will still equally contest it. Because you contested it when they were there. So you have no reason to say it is your turn. The issue is that they are saying that they want to go for just 4 years. I wonder what any president in Nigeria can do in 4 years. Nobody can fix Nigeria.
What you're saying is that you're not seeing a clear pathway for Rotimi Amechi?
Yes.
With the backings of perhaps an Atiku Abubakar who is a big name from the north.
Okay, let us take them individually. Which state do you think Atiku controls in the north? Apart from the fact he's a northerner. What is his political base? The same to Amechi, even though...
No, but when you ask that question, we will now look at the number of votes he pulled in 2023.
You mean Atiku?
Yes.
It's not only from the north. It's not only from the north.
You're saying he may not be able to bring that number in?
I'm saying that time has changed almost of these things. Time has changed. Even if you come to the south, for instance, I don't know who in the south can now bulldoze the north and get the votes there. Because the Northerners look at it.
Are you calling? Wait, look, Doc. Sorry, I'm cutting in. Are you saying that the votes from the North is specifically meant for the APC?
No, I'm not saying that. But the North will see Tinubu as a better option. When there are two evils, one must be less. The less evil here is that the North will say, we know Tinubu, after 4 years again, he will go, and it will be the turn of the North. They wouldn't like to risk picking another person from the South who, even if you give him the mandate, along the line he will say he will stay for 8 years. And if he succeeds, maybe the North has to wait for 12 years.
All right. Now you've talked about lesser evils. Let's look at former President Goodluck Jonathan. The court tomorrow will decide his fate. And if he happens to be in the equation, because we've seen the PDP, though the faction of PDP has given him a waiver to run on this platform in this instance. And he has 4 years.
4 years, yeah. If Jonathan is cleared, but I doubt if he will accept that risk of coming again to contest. But assuming he is cleared and he contests, he will diminish every other person from the South contesting the presidency.
Including the incumbents.
No, but the battle will now be between him and Tinubu.
Between him and Tinubu?
Yes. And now they move to the North. And the question is, how many states are you controlling? The Constitution states it clearly that before you can be declared a president, a winner of the presidential election, you must have scored highest number of votes, and then scored minimum of 25% in 2/3 of the number of states. That's for 24 states. What if he goes into a PDP now? What will be his political base? Which states will he now say, this is my base? Do you understand me? But people will still prefer him to any other person from the South. But the question is, will he win the election?
In other words, you're seeing him as the only person with the capacity to puncture the chances of the incumbent.
No, no. Apart from that, what you said, if he comes in, the North will trust him. The Northern voters will trust him that even if he wins, he's going to stay one term. That is the basis for which they will even trust him.
And that is a bigger chance against the incumbent.
Yeah, but that does not mean that he can now bulldoze all the states controlled by APC. I want you to know, APC is consolidated. When the campaigns begin, you will see what will happen.
But, Goodluck Jonathan have alliances across all the states as well. Being a former president and of the PDP extraction.
No, he's not. People just love him as a gentleman, but not that he's a politician.
But his candidacy will revitalize and reawaken perhaps what is seen as the comatose PDP across the subnationals.
Yes, but the question still remains, how many states, what will be your political takeoff point? What will be your takeoff point?
Anyways, this may be premature, but when we talk about political takeoff points, we've seen individuals go into election without any seemingly political takeoff fault,
not presidential
away from the social media, and they were able to get above 5 million votes.
Can you give an example?
Peterobi did it. He got above 5 million votes.
Why do you know why he got that vote? Was it based on his popularity nationwide, or ethnicity and religion?
But he got beyond the constitutionally stipulated.
No, he didn't win. He didn't win 25% in 24 states. He did not. Even if they couldn't have even declared him winner because he didn't have the largest number of votes cast, and he didn't cover 2/3 of the states with 25% vote. That's what people don't even know.
All right, Doc. For once of time, let's quickly look at what a wike who is not on the ballot means for the race going into 2027.
Who, wike?
Yes.
He's not on the ballot.
He's not on the ballot, but he's part of the names shaping the 2027 election.
No, you can only do that in River State, not in nationwide.
FCT. You know, the argument is that wherever he tilts, he has the capacity to, you know, whip up votes for the incumbent in this instance.
River State and
FCT.
FCT cannot give somebody election victory in Nigeria. Only two of them.
So, in other words, we should not consider
no, it's not
his
a
weight.
factor.
We should not consider his weight.
No, it's not. As far as this general election is concerned, it's not.
It's not in the equation.
Yes.
All
Even
right.
if you go to River State now, the grassroots, because of the situation, predicament of Fubara, people don't love him. And you know, the person he has chosen is from the same local government with him. Ikwere had been there 4 years, 4 times. The Ndopobo area where the Fubara comes from.
The riverine area.
No, not river, not necessarily riverine. You know, Bayelsa State was carved out of River State. Larger part of Bayelsa State is riverine. So, but the fact is that it is still from the same area that the new governor chosen by Wike is coming from, just like in Benue State. No Idamama has been governor of Kwakwaso had been governor of Kano State 8 years. He had been a senator. He had been a minister. He formed a political party, NNPP, that won Kano State. He has PhD in civil engineering. Peterobi. Compare it with him. I'm trying to say I'm still doubtful if Kwankwaso will accept being the vice to Peterobi. But people are already brandishing it in the social media. And what it means is that if you go to Kano today, the Kwankwasia had always, the supporter, he has a massive support for, but that massive support has been balkanized by the defection of the governor to APC. And Shakaro, who had been a powerful person in Kano, has already declared for APC. So Kano will not be as the massive support. And even if you look at the victory margin between, in the last election, for instance, APC and NNPP, the margin wasn't too much. Okay, do you understand what I mean? So, with the governor now, APC in Kano, there are so many things that incumbency can make. There are so many differences which incumbency can make. And whenever we talk about incumbency, people think it is an opportunity to rig election. No, there are some resources that will be unleashed, and people will be singing a different song. During that, even some of these House of Assembly and senators who have gotten back, who have gotten the primary results, to come back, they have amassed wealth they will unleash.
You're talking about money.
Money.
Vote buying.
Call it. If a common man in the village who doesn't have, whom if you go to his house and knock and say, give me 1,000, you won't see it. And all of a sudden he's going somewhere, somebody say, take 5,000. He will tell you. And the villagers, when they take such things, they believe that they have taken an oath. If you want to fight an opponent, all the resources you have to unleash it on the person.
So vote buying will be a serious factor going into 2027
I don't know about
election.
it.
All right.
But people continue to say vote buying, vote buying.
All right.
So these are advantages with the person who has the financial resources.
Doc, we are running out of time here. Let's look at Peterobi. He's moved to the NDC. He has picked a presidential form. He has undergone screening, and we are waiting for the pronouncement if he would be their presidential candidate. But we know there is a name that will shape 2027 election. Let's look at Peterobi against the incumbent.
How is the name going to shape?
Peterobi is a factor in this election. You don't agree?
It depends on the perspective you are taking it from.
Looking at the people, the name shaping 2027 election.
You are talking about Peterobi because you are an Igbo man.
I'm talking about Peterobi because he has become a national figure.
That's what I'm saying now. And you're supporting him because he's an Igbo man.
I don't. My job doesn't allow me to support anybody.
What?
My job doesn't allow me to support any candidate.
It's not true.
No.
But if you are good conscience,
yes,
you are supporting him.
In my good conscience, I do not support any particular individual. My job is to analyze this individual, Doc.
Political activities shape, but I can assure you that mass movement that took place in 2023 is no longer there.
It's no longer there.
It's not completely erased, but it has been punctured.
How?
Just take it from me.
How?
Okay, now, peterobi moved from,
from ADC?
No, even before ADC.
Okay.
Let's take his political trajectory. APGA to PDP, PDP to Labour, Labour to ADC, ADC to NDC. What do you make of it?
You know, I spoke with
I
spoke with the spokesperson of the obedient movement in Enugu, and they told me that even the incumbent has transcended from political party to a political party until he arrived at the APC, where he is today. So that shouldn't count.
Political party is different from activist group.
Which one is an activist group now?
Let's mention the political party that Tinubu has transcended from.
We'll talk about the AD, where he became a governor. Yes, from AD, he left the AD, moved to then ACN. From ACN to AC. From AC, we now metamorphosed to what we have today as the
Was he contesting
APC.
For the presidency or for the governorship?
But he was moving.
Now, let us take it. Let us be realistic.
Okay.
I wish everybody the best, but I know the trajectory has changed. As at that, if the governors of Southeast, for instance, I've not seen anyone of them who has come out to say he's supporting Obi, and they have never seen anyone of them coming to criticize him.
What does that tell us?
It tells us that whatever a man wants to do is in his mind.
But you agree with me, we had similar situation in 2023. And with his movement from ADC to NDC, we saw a surge in numbers of people who joined NDC.
Assuming you are his ardent supporter, do you think that moving from one party to another, avoiding primaries, not my words, not that he contested the primaries and failed or won, he was only looking for where he would be the presidential candidate. And even this, sometimes, this so-called, what do you call it now? The obedient movement. Sometimes when some of their spokesmen speak, they make things difficult for him. You cannot come out and say, unless he's not ready, he will not be a vice presidential candidate to anybody. He must be the presidential candidate. Why do you say such things? What are the resources? What is your reach? Do you know that obedient movement, they say that? How can you say you cannot be vice president? If an Igbo man becomes vice president in this country today, it is better than being nothing. And from there, you can look forward to being a president. But the obedient movement has said the Obi will never be vice to anybody.
We had, in fairness to them, I interact with everyone from across platforms. And equally, the people who support Atiku were of the view that Atiku, it must be Atiku or nobody. And against that background,
Atiku has
they had
said
to
from
stay.
the beginning that there should be primaries. That is ready, there must be primary.
But the obedience said they do not want a primaries that will be monetized, and that the ticket of the ADC, from my conversation with them, should be zoned to the south.
What I'm trying to tell you is that they shouldn't be giving conditions where they don't have the resources to carry it through.
All right, Doc, we're almost out of time. Look at the candidature of peterobi. If finally he emerges again on the platform of the NDC as a presidential candidate, where does that leave the Igbo and their quest for presidency in Nigeria?
If he emerges.
Yeah, if he emerges,
NDC,
yes.
and Atiku emerges for ADC.
Or Rotimi Amechi emerges.
Rotimi Amechi. Then others emerge from the other political parties. And the Tinubu has already emerged as APC. If he does that, it will not give him the leverage to win the election.
It will not give him the leverage to win the election. Where does that leave the Igbo man and his quest to become the president?
What do you mean by Igbo man? You see, you must build the bridge through which you cross. The Igbo man today, I should say, has lost its position in the political equation of Nigeria. And the question of another important thing is the trust.
The trust from where?
From who? The trust, other tribes in this country. We have about an Igbo man. I can tell you, if you say you interact with people, they will tell you that the Igbo man's presidency is suspect. It is the Biafra agenda that is coming from.
Doc, we are out of time. I think the next time we'll make this should be this should be the focal point of our conversation.
The good thing about it is that you continue to try. But when you want to run for an election, especially the presidency of a country, you don't depend on your clan or your tribe alone. Nigeria has about 247 tribes.
We've seen a Kwankwasia come into the fray now.
The Kwankwasia is just in Kano.
All right, Doc.
Just in Kano.
Doc, that's the much we can take today on the insight. And like I did say, this should form the basis of our next conversation next time we'll meet. Yeah. It's always a pleasure having you here on the insight. And thanks for the deep insight you bring to these conversations.
Thank you very much.
And to you, yes. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukwumak. Headlines. Operation Hadinke tightens security across Northeast ahead of Eid-el-Kabir celebrations. Catholic bishop urges confirmed faithful to promote church growth as 907 receive sacrament in Nsukka. Imo police arrest 2 suspects over rape and murder of nursing student. Details of the news. The headquarters Joint Task Force Operation Hadinke says it has activated heightened security operations across the Northeast ahead of the Eid-el-Kabir celebration scheduled for Wednesday. The military said the measures are aimed at ensuring a peaceful and secure festive period across the region. In a statement issued by the Media Information Officer of the operation, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, the command assured residents that troops remain on high alert to counter threats posed by remnants of Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa province terrorists. The military said intelligence reports indicate that insurgents could attempt isolated attacks on crowded civilian locations during the Salah celebration using the improved explosive devices and suicide bombers. He added that security agencies had already anticipated such threats and deployed preventive countermeasures. Operation Hadinke urged residents to remain vigilant and continue supporting security agencies with timely and credible information. The Federal Road Safety Corps in Kano State has deployed 1,889 personnel for a special Eid-el-Kabir patrol operation across the state. The operation is expected to run from May 25th to May 31st to manage increased traffic during the festive period. Sector Commander of the FRSC in Kano State, Mr. Idris Lawal, said the deployment includes regular and special marshals positioned along major highways and accident-prone routes across the 44 local government areas of the state. The command also deployed 24 patrol vehicles, 4 ambulances, operational motorcycles, and a heavy-duty load tow truck to improve emergency response and reduce road crashes during the celebrations. Officers have additionally been equipped with radar guns and breathalyzers layers to enforce traffic regulations. The FRSC urged motorists to avoid speeding, dangerous overtaking, and driving under the influence of alcohol. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has condemned renewed attacks on railway infrastructure in Plateau and Bauchi states, describing the incidents as acts of economic sabotage capable of endangering public safety and disrupting transport operations. Managing Director of the corporation, Mr. Kayode Obeifa, said the vandalism of rail facilities threatens ongoing efforts to improve railway transportation across the country. He assured passengers that security agencies are working to protect critical transport infrastructure nationwide. Despite the security concerns, the corporation announced an increase in train operations along the Lagos-Ibadan corridor ahead of the Eid-el-Kabir celebrations. The corporation said additional trips have been scheduled to ease passenger movements during the busy festive period. Meanwhile, livestock traders in several markets have raised concerns over rising transportation and feeding costs, which they say have pushed ram prices significantly higher ahead of Salah. Dealers appeal to government to ensure prompt salary payment to boost purchasing power during the festive season. The African Democratic Congress ADC has commenced its presidential primary election across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory ahead of the 2027 general election. The party adopted a direct primary system following disagreements among leading aspirants over a proposed consensus arrangement. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Minister of Transportation, Mr. Rotimi Amechi, and economist Mohammed Hayatuddin are contesting for the party's presidential ticket. Party officials say the exercise is expected to determine the ADC's direction ahead of the next general election. Political observers describe former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as a major contender due to his nationwide political structure and growing opposition alliance. Former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi is also drawing support from certain stakeholders, while Mohammed Hayatuddin is campaigning on economic reform and national development. The primary election is, however, taking place amid an internal leadership dispute within the party. A faction loyal to Mr. Dumebi Kachukwu recently organized a parallel convention in Abuja and announced him as its presidential candidate, deepening the party's internal crisis ahead of the polls. Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro, has accused the Nigerian police force of undermining the enforcement and anti-land grabbing laws in the state. He made the remarks during a ministerial press briefing in Lagos. Mr. Pedro said several enforcement operations initiated by the Lagos State Special Task Force on land grabbers were allegedly obstructed by directives from senior police authorities. According to him, the situation has weakened the implementation of laws aimed at protecting property owners. The commissioner said that although previous interventions by former Inspector General of Police Kayode Botokun temporarily improved cooperation between police and state government, the arrangement later collapsed following changes in police leadership. Mr. Pedro said the state government would seek the intervention of the current Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, to strengthen cooperation between federal law enforcement agencies and the Lagos state government in tackling land grabbing activities. The Catholic Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, Most Reverend Godfrey Onaga, has urged newly confirmed Catholics to become positive agents of growth within the church and society. The bishop made the call during a mass held at St. Teresa's Catholic Cathedral in Nsukka to mark Pentecost Sunday. Bishop Ona administered the sacrament of confirmation to 967 candidates during the service. He encouraged the faithful to emulate the apostles of Jesus Christ by boldly spreading the gospel and living exemplary Christian lives. The bishop said the Holy Spirit bestowed special gifts upon the candidates to enable them contribute meaningfully to the growth of the church and humanity, warning against actions capable of weakening the unity and mission of the Christian faith. The high point of the Mass included the laying of hands on the candidates and prayers for the gift of the Holy Spirit. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has announced plans to establish a central palace for Awka as part of efforts to preserve the cultural heritage and identity of the state capital. The governor made the announcement during the annual Imoka Festival celebration in Awka. Governor Soludo paid a solidarity visit to the traditional ruler of Awka, Obi Gibson Mosu, becoming the first sitting governor of the state to attend the traditional festival. The event was attended by community leaders, traditional title holders, and stakeholders from across the town. Addressing residents during the ceremony, the governor said Awka deserves a lasting symbol of unity and tradition that future generations would identify with. He stressed the importance of peace, community cooperation, and stable leadership in achieving sustainable development within the state capital. Governor Soludo also commended residents for the peaceful conduct of the Imoka Festival and reiterated his administration's commitment to infrastructural development across Anambra State. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Operation Hardin K intensifies security ahead of Eid al-Kabir celebrations. Catholic Bishop confirms 967 worshippers warns against cancerous fate in Nsukka. Coming up shortly, Imo State arrests 2 over murder of nursing students in Obo. We'll be right back shortly.
Join us on Arena Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap them, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Imo State Police Command says 300 officers have completed specialized training in forensic and fraud investigations as part of efforts to strengthen operational capacity and improve service delivery within the force. Police Public Relations Officer in the state, Mr. Henry Okoye, announced this in a statement issued in Owerri. He said the two-day training program forms part of ongoing police reforms initiated by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu. According to the command, the training focused on modern forensic techniques, intelligence-led policing, financial investigations and anti-money laundering procedures, and strategies for tackling fraud and emerging crimes. Officers were also trained on evidence handling and inter-agency collaboration. Commissioner of Police in Imo State, Mr. Audu Boso, said continuous training remains essential for modern policing and effective crime investigation. The command also commended the force headquarters delegation led by Dr. Per Obulu for supporting capacity development within the Nigerian police force. Still in Imo State, Police Command has arrested 2 suspects in connection with the rape and murder of a 21-year-old nursing student, Miss Wendy Achumba, in Obowo local government area of the state. Police spokesperson Mr. Henry Okoye said the victim, who was undergoing post-basic midwifery training at Our Lady of Mercy Nursing School, was found dead in her off-campus apartment last Thursday. The suspects, identified as Onyema Okonkwo and Emmanuel Onyekachi, were arrested following what police described as an intelligence-led investigation carried out with support from members of the community. Police said one of the suspects allegedly confessed during interrogation and implicated the second suspect in the crime. Commissioner of Police, Imo State, Mr. Audu Boso, assured residents that the case would be professionally investigated and prosecuted. Community leaders, including traditional ruler Eze Patrick Uwalaka, condemned the killing and called for justice for the late student. The Nigerian Navy has distributed relief materials and empowerment packages to more than 300 widows in the Niger Delta as part of activities marking its 70th anniversary celebration. The outreach program, organized by the Nigerian naval ship NNS Delta, was held in Warri and benefited widows from military, paramilitary, and civilian communities. Items distributed including food supplies, textile materials, and household items. Commander of NNS Delta, Commodore Shehu Tasu, said the initiative was aimed at strengthening relations between the military and local communities, while supporting families who lost their breadwinners in active service. Commodore Tasu paid tribute to fallen security personnel who lost their lives during operations against oil theft, insurgency, and other security threats across the country. He assured beneficiaries that the Nigerian Navy remains committed to supporting families of fallen heroes. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State says his administration has issued 4,707 certificates of occupancy within 3 years, surpassing the total number processed by previous administrations between 1999 and 2023. Governor Oti announced this during a monthly media briefing in Umuahia, where he also announced the completion of a new state master plan developed in partnership with the United Nations Habitat. He said more than 4 million land records have already been digitized. The governor further revealed that the state's electric bus transport scheme has transported over 26,000 passengers within 2 months of operation. He added that 20 additional electric buses are expected to arrive in July to strengthen the transport system. Governor Oti also said the state government has intensified efforts to recover public assets allegedly acquired illegally in the past. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transparency, infrastructure development, and economic reforms across the state. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has announced plans to personally fund the construction of a 1,000 capacity ecumenical worship center in Umuahia. The governor made the announcement during an interdenominational Thanksgiving service organized to mark the 3rd anniversary of his administration. He explained that the project would be financed entirely with personal resources and not with public funds. Governor Oti said the land for the project, located in Umuahia, was acquired with his personal funds in 2009, years before he assumed office as governor. He described the initiative as part of a personal commitment made before 2023 governorship election. Religious leaders at the service, including President of Living Word Ministries International, Reverend Ima Okore, Catholic Bishop Michael Upong, and Methodist Archbishop Chibuzo Oboko, commended the governor's leadership and urged him to remain focused on development programs in the state. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has temporarily suspended its no-pay, no-service enforcement action against domestic airlines following consultations with operators and stakeholders in the aviation sector. Director General of the NCAA, Captain Chris Najomo, said the decision was taken to prevent disruptions to flight operations while discussions continue on the recovery of outstanding debts owed by airlines to aviation agencies. The NCAA had earlier threatened to deny regulatory services to defaulting airlines over unremitted statutory charges. However, the regulator clarified that the suspension does not amount to debt forgiveness and that all outstanding obligations remain payable. Captain Najomo said the agency would continue engaging airline operators individually to recover the debts while maintaining operational stability within aviation industry. He added that President Bola Tinubu had previously approved concessions to support struggling domestic carriers. The management of the National Single Window Project says it has resolved 99% of operational complaints linked to permits, licenses, and certificates involving the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control and the Standards Organization of Nigeria. Director of Operations of the project, Mr. Peter Ekunkoya, disclosed this during a media briefing explaining that the digital platform experienced technical disruptions shortly after its launch due to data migration, challenges, and overlapping documentation processes. According to the project management, a temporary grace period and a major data cleanup exercise were introduced to ease the clearance of affected cargoes at the ports while records were reconciled. Officials also confirmed that agreements had been reached with terminal operators and shipping companies to grant targeted demurrage waivers to importers directly affected by the technical issues. The National Single Window Project says the platform is now entering full nationwide implementation. Now in sports, football fans across Enugu State have continued celebrating the Nigeria Premier Football League victory secured by Rangers International Football Club. Supporters flooded major streets, relaxation centers, and viewing spots shortly after Rangers defeated Ikorodu City Football Club 2-1 in Lagos to secure the club's 9th league title with 68 points. Some supporters described the victory as a proud moment for Enugu State and a reward for the team's determination throughout the football season. Fans also praised the players and technical crew for restoring the club's winning tradition. Others commended Governor Petermbah for supporting sports development and motivating the club during the season. The victory places Rangers International among the most successful clubs in the history of Nigerian football. Now in entertainment, several Nollywood actors and actresses have expressed concern over the rising cases of killings and kidnappings across Nigeria, calling for stronger action from government and security agencies. Actress Lala Akindoju criticized that she described as growing public silence and political distraction in the face of worsening insecurity. She urged religious organizations, civil society groups, and citizens to demand greater accountability from leaders. Other entertainers, including Toyin Abraham and Ruth Kadiri, also voiced concern over recent violent incidents across the country. Some of the actors called on authorities to strengthen measures aimed at protecting lives and properties. The reactions from members of the entertainment industry reflect increasing public anxiety over insecurity in parts of the country. The actors stressed that violence and fear should not become normal realities for Nigerians. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The headquarters Joint Task Force Operation Aneke says it has intensified security operations across the northeast ahead of the Eid al-Kabir celebrations, following intelligence reports of possible attacks by Boko Haram and ISWAP insurgents. Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Nsukka, Most Reverend Godfrey Ona, has urged newly confirmed Catholics to contribute positively to the growth of the church, as 967 candidates received the sacrament of confirmation at St. Teresa's Catholic Cathedral in Nsukka, Enugu State. The Imo State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects in connection with the rape and murder of 21-year-old nursing student Wendy Achumba in Obowo local government area, as Commissioner of Police Mr. Audu Boso assures residents of diligent investigation and prosecution of the case. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogwa and the entire news team, I am Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days, we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. It's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was normal. Was the normal coming and going, but we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high, and then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon, I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. Just as though that the former one was, cream de la cream, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and the impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, so, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cool drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day they bring it like, let me say, close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones to read, and to read in the night also in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators.
cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? Wherever you are, okay? How is everything? You know, we're past the week of weekend, and now it is Monday. I call Mondays money-making Mondays, where we, you know, go out there, catch mula, and come back, you know, getting ready for the weekend. But now it's time for making money. I go by the name Gift Obodo, probably called Shushu Lawyer, aka Red, Blue, and all kinds of spicy pepper. I come to spice your day every day on Vibe Central, you know, giving you back-to-back entertainment gist, telling you what is going on in the celebrity world, and, you know, updating you guys. You know, I procure the finish for my mouth, you know. Every day by day, I get gist for you. Hot gist and groove. That's what we know ourselves. It's always you and me here every day. But wait, let me tell you something. I'm not alone here. I have someone here, a special guest. I have her, you know. She's been my girl for a while, and her name is Amen. What's
See
up?
when you're stretching the name down.
I know, people need to understand.
Stretching the name.
I mean, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Gibbs. You're looking like red delicious. You're looking
I
gorgeous.
am red pepper.
You're looking.
You know, that's why I'm called red pepper. I come to spice today.
I'm seeing the spice already. It's hot. It's hot in here, actually.
You see lawyers. Fear them. They're bad mouth and sweet mouth.
Actually. That's
what
makes
you
us
enter hot
unique.
soup or cold soup. But anyone they dish out for you, make sure you eat it well.
100%.
Eat it
100%.
well.
Exactly. Yes.
And welcome to Vibe Central. Welcome.
Thank you.
So
I'm
today,
happy to be here.
I have a lot of gossip, you know.
That's my specialty program.
So we see how here, you know, we spell, like, we don't spell anybody here. We just step up.
We dissect them, break the table, yes.
So, Obiko will be the host for Big Brother Nigeria, came out to say in an interview that I started smoking in GS3 and I smoked for 13 years. By university, I was smoking 2 packs a day. You know, everybody has his own problem, you know, behind indoors. Addictions.
Yes, addiction is a thing though, but the 2 packs a day is a next level of addiction. It's at that point where you be like, only God will save you. At this point.
But he doesn't look it. Obikobi doesn't look it.
You know that it doesn't really, you know, sometimes when people have that means to take care of themselves, you know, they don't tend to look like the street out there. So I feel like for him to look that way because he has the resources to maintain himself, you understand, doesn't mean that it's a habit for the average Nigerians to emulate.
I used to envy his wife, and by this time I think I'm not envying her again because everybody have a DOB power to settle.
You know, we women, we can, as long as the mullah is there, like the means is there. I think there are some, you know, characters we overlook. Because we as human beings, we are not perfect. You understand? There are so many flaws, you know, as we're going by. But if Ebuka's wife sees this and she's ready to stay with him, and honestly, I don't see anything wrong there.
Okay.
If not, you uncle.
Please, I don't know. I don't like smokers. I'm actually.
Is that your deal breaker?
Yeah, this is a deal breaker for me. I don't even. I don't know if I can, because I hate the smell. So, what if I want to kiss and
you are smelling? There's a lot of smoke.
No. Yes. Okay. Mazin Nathaniel said, my friend made 20 million naira last month. He's 26, no degree. He's a computer science dropout. First salary 50K. Last month 20 million. What changed? He stopped looking for a job and started selling his dad's land. What do you think? Like,
it be like, you say that, you say the only problem be say they know they give woman land. You understand? If not, I would have been eyeing my father's land in the village. But you know, I thought that there are some lands in Igbo, you know, in Igbo culture that is like ancestral, that is not meant to be sold
out.
But no, okay, fine that he has the means to, you know, acquire capital. What the main question is, what is he going to do with it after the selling of land? Because 20 million it seems like a big money, like something big and everything.
If you don't have a plan, you squander it.
Within a nickel of time, if you don't have that plan, you will squander it. So, but it's a huge blessing. Please sell your father's land.
My papa will swear for you.
Make your papa swear for you.
My papa will swear for you. Kizdane said, who go help you? You need film. If you're willing to help me, you must film it. You can't still just come forward for real. Like, he's trying to tell people that if you actually want to deal with him, you have to just, you know, be him. It kind of, you know, if you want to, you know, be him, like, you just have to picture yourself in him, you know. It's trying to motivate people. If you want to be him, that's Kizdane. You just have to picture yourself in him. That kind of thing. Because when I read this tweet, I had to crack my brain. This is something, you know, Kizdane talks
in proverbs.
Yes. Like there's a great wise man to understand
actually decipher him. Yeah.
So that man will not confuse me. Say amen.
Amen.
Why did you just say your name? I don't have to laugh. That's the real game. That's what I mean. I just say I should call her name and she just said amen.
No, I'm saying it's in a different context. But at the same time, Kizdane might be wrong. You know, there are sometimes we emulate people. You know, we want to be this person, but it doesn't mean that we necessarily have to have his to be him. You understand? Because I can look up to you and try to follow your footsteps, but I mustn't be you in that sense. Yes, I mustn't.
When someone is your idol, like your mentor.
Admire his work, his achievements, like what he has done. We must try to be that, but not, you know, your achievement is separate from your personality. You understand? Although sometimes your personality is actually a catalyst for that your success. Like if you're the person that you have this determined, you know, the Greek kind of vibe. You understand? It could be something worth emulating. So it's like it's a nuanced form. I agree with him. I don't agree with him.
But can someone shout amen?
Amen.
Amen. Someone on X wrote, like, there was one period my dad became obsessed with healthy living. Suddenly, sugar was banned in the house. Soft drink disappeared. Even them became too processed. This man started blending random fruits, vegetables every morning. One day, he made one dark green smoothie and forced everyone to taste it. My younger brother drank it his own and immediately started crying. We laughed so hard, my dad got offended and drank 2 full cups himself to prove a point. 30 minutes later, he quietly sent my brother to buy sugar, soya, and Martina for the whole family.
Yeah, I think you should add a pack of chilled Coke to it. Well, I understand, you know, even at some point, even me myself, I've been trying to like cut down on some things. On like the sugar. So you know, when you get older, it tends to like You need to reduce the way you consume a lot of sugar and his motive is good. You understand? But forcing it on the family is another thing. You understand? If you are doing this thing, do it for yourself, not young-blooded people that like taking alcohol and all that.
You've never been in that situation where your mom or your sibling tried to convince you, forcefully, tell you that you should be a vegetarian?
No, I don't. And I don't
My
think
mom
anybody
will come
will
and cook one leaf, cook this leaf, say, ogweba, malaria.
Blood.
I'll be like, how? Who used to do all these things? Like, how? But anyway, you see, let's take it as a escape fact, because our great grandparents lived healthy.
Yeah, yes.
Live longer.
They live longer. Honestly, as you mentioned, it's an eye opener, because back then they were so strong. Even back in the 80s, but now even 30-year-old now cannot
lift some certain
or there is a knee problem, or even me, as I never reached that, I don't get any issue. So I feel like yes, that diet is actually much healthier. There is no introduction or influx of processed food, sugary that we are now being exposed to right now, like sugary cakes and all that stuff. So that's why they tend to be more healthy. Even in the 80s, they're so strong and all. So this generation, we are in for a big it's just, but at the same time, it's still your decision to make. It's not like the healthy food is expensive. No, it's something you can get. So it's boiled down on your choice. Not
this next question and this next gist purposely was selected for you.
Okay.
Do you understand? So someone on spam said, law is such a crazy profession. You can literally become a multimillionaire and a billionaire even overnight from a single brief.
Yes.
And someone said, and a lawyer said, laws, the day I got my first car, I woke up with 13K, bought a car in the evening, didn't know how to drive, just bought a Lexus. I had to come and able to help me drive it away from the dealer.
It is a crazy profession. You understand? It's just one good case one day, you understand? Can take off your life. Especially, I think I've made my little research, but I don't know if it's prominent here in this country, especially tax law. You understand? Or if something when it comes to intellectual property law, you understand? When you're dealing with these celebrities and all, if there's one good case now, copyright issues, you understand, and it's set. Everything not set for you, or even land safe, but it depends on the land involved. You understand? And also even divorce law, even marital law.
What is this?
What are we both of us doing here as we lawyers? What about
you call me a lawyer too? But
aren't you the social lawyer?
I'm a social lawyer now.
You will say you are a social and you are into sociology and me only one leg of trousers I enter.
So okay, calm down.
Yes.
Please, don't bring my leg outside.
Your leg is already outside.
but actually, people are undermining that profession because it's a crazy one. Because
I feel like they charge and bill now. Everybody don't they call me these days now. Don't they call me charge and bill?
No, the truth is that that profession is something that can just in a day.
Yeah,
just hit one contract.
Just hit one.
I have a friend. That just came out from law school. He got this friend. They say they want to start an estate business. He went there, did the land drafting and everything for him. In just a blink of my eyes, they paid in 30 million into his account. He just said, "I am a millionaire," just in 30 minutes.
In a blink of an eye.
I'm telling you. Like, he couldn't believe what he, woke up to. Do you understand? This profession is just be good. Just get contact.
You have said it all.
Get the,
you have said it.
When people say, law is just something that you just.
It's too much. They say it's saturated in the market.
Yes. And so I should tell something like you are your market. It's the way you sell. That's the way the buyers come. If you don't sell well, there will not be buyers. But if you sell well and you're in the market, fully in the market, You get plenty money. Because I think my mentor, actually, whenever I see him, I say, gift, you make it. You're a big woman.
Yes.
I never see money, but I'm always inspired.
It's a thing, yes.
Because I'll be like, sir, you're a lawyer, right? Is it the same lawyer that people say lawyers don't make money? Lawyers are always wearing dirty collars.
Dirty collars that clubbing.
Yes. Once he's stepping out, he smells good. He dressed good. When you're coming out, you know, the driver is coming to open door. Like, you know, you feel me?
Yeah.
Oh God, I just, you know, imagination, please. Let's go back. Imagination, I don't want to keep it. But I think people should just, you know your stand and do well. Do well. One thing is packaging. You see, one thing in this life is packaging. Like I keep telling people,
fake it till you make it.
Fake it till you make it. Can someone say amen? Can someone just shout it? Amen. Because I think that is very real, because I've encountered where somebody came to a workplace for brief something, and she just stepped out of her car. Everybody was like, hey, can we pay her? You know. No, when she said her price, they didn't argue.
Yes. The way she presents herself, yes.
Yeah, nobody argued. Like, nobody was like, okay, ma, it's too big. But there was a time, the same organization, someone came, his dropped at keke. He was just a little trying to damp his face, you know, trying to recollect his bag and everything, and came up and was like, they're looking for. He speaks so well, articulated, very. But when they saw that he was complaining, when he called the price, they said, sir, they had to price him down. That's compulsion.
Composure, yeah.
Yeah. When you compose yourself in such a way that people will like see you in a different level.
In a different light.
You can't come and be sweating and come into court and you expect
with your slippers.
With your tortoise shoe.
With your tortoise shoe.
I expect the judge to no. If they
appearance is everything.
If they call out your case and you're not allowed, they'll just struck it off.
They'll strike it off.
But you see, I've witnessed something on the court's room where a particular person came to court and was trying to, like, they called him the person's matter and the person was not present. They had to, wait to call him, and his matter was called. He was not in court. Hey, I just said, just make it in this life. Just have money. Just, be packaged. Just say amen. Say amen. Just say
amen. I do with you. I do with you.
Someone said on air, last week a girl spent over 200K on studio picture just for her birthday. Till now, the post has only 13 likes and 3 comments.
But it's the memory that counts. Yeah. It's the memory. No, look. If you are the type that wants to have a good picture, in fact, there is something I saw on social media the other day that I was like, oh, I will have to do this for myself. She is a traveler. She travels a lot. You understand? And she made a book documenting her travel vlogs. You understand? It was so like, well, if she's in Abuja, and she was taking pictures upon pictures upon pictures. And when she made that catalog, her books, it was looking so good. It was so full of memories. It was so full of laughter. Like, she's the type that takes pictures and is quality, like pictures. You understand? And people a man was looking for such. And was like, how much? Like, I will pay you anything. Let me just have it. Someone's traveling vlogs, you understand? Someone's experience that she documented with pictures. I was here, I was in this waterfall, I was in this, like, he was willing to pay millions for that. So if you're the type that takes picture, why not? You understand? Take a lot of pictures, you understand? Document your memories. Take pictures for every of your birthdays, you understand? Although the 13K, how many likes? 13 likes go pay me, man, no lie you.
And 3 comments.
And 3 comments go pain. No, it will pain, but especially if you're the type that you know that is social media, you know, freak. You understand? It might get you this thing, but no, that's how it is.
So Regina Danes is actually open for, you know, receiving gifts, bouquet. She's actually open for love.
She's open for love now. Our grandfather. Our grandfather.
People that are shooting that shot, I don't understand. They don't have respect for some people's wife. Like.
She's not a wife, and is she a wife? Has the marriage
ex-wife
hasn't been?
I don't know,
severed?
but we just say.
Has the bride price been returned?
I don't know at this point.
You don't know?
I don't know. But allegedly ex-wife.
Allegedly ex-wife. You know, we all know, me and you know that if she actually is committing adultery, is a huge problem for her. You understand? She has to wait until this marriage is being totally severed. So,
but there was no statutory marriage in the first place.
There was no. Oh,
it was just traditional.
Traditional.
You know, Ned don't always take them because he knows what will be involved.
Right?
So he actually
and he can't even take them to court because to court marriage because he's married to the others. No, the court marriage doesn't allow for bigamy already. So, well, the girl is ready to mingle and she's single and she's
mother of two.
And they say single mothers know they find love. This you see this life na packaging like.
I'm telling you.
Like the rules that are drive money and everything. The rules that apply to general public will not apply to you because of who you are.
Yeah, the class you keep.
Continue.
So Diary of Kitchen, she in the recent interview, her post, she said the recent private chef and nakedness exhibition is actually very painful to watch. Sadly, people who diligently do the work don't go this viral, but people who set out the ridicule craft an industry that has taken years and pain to build are getting attention. I just saw a new video and my jaw dropped. To what end? Dignity is genuine labor.
There is dignity in genuine labor. And with private chat, even me that is seeing it online, I was like, oh, this thing, they are spoiling jobs, they are ruining opportunities for those that are into it. Like, people actually went to school for this thing. People went to culinary school to be a private chef, you understand? It is not a Nigerian thing, it's something that's, even those big celebrities all around the world, they have their own private chefs, you understand? They have people that cooks for them privately. And only for someone to come out here and start, making it over, sexualizing it, you understand, it will taint the profession. It will taint the profession. There was a time teaching profession was, like, back then, it was a huge thing to be a teacher. You understand? But as times go by, there's this ridicule that comes with it that, now, if you say you're a teacher, you're into teaching profession, everybody will be like, oh, more, you they suffer past, that kind of thing. So I feel like for her to come out here and, speak about it is the best thing because it will, now, if you want to go into private, or if I want to go into culinary, you understand, and be a private chef, the person that wants to book my services now will now say that I want to eat your food and I want to eat the other food. You understand?
So is it not like,
when it's not even my intention.
A way of telling women to, cook for your husband, cook for your family.
But they will chop. But you see that that this is for the bachelors out there, and even yes, I've seen where there's a private chef for a very rich woman, a billionaire family, and she's married and all. But you see, sometimes these private chefs are not just going there to be cooking a guisa and okra. They're cooking like dishes. Oh God, let's say now. They're cooking. No, they're making dishes. There's one I watched, a private chef. They're making dishes that are not known to the public. Intercontinental dishes. You understand? Sure. So, which I feel like those women might not be able to know how to make it. You understand?
So, the thing that is trendy that brought about is the bedroom cooking.
It's the bedroom cooking. That is why it's spoiling the name for the real chefs out there. So it's a sad thing, honestly.
So what do you suggest to the public about the bedroom cooking? If they cook somebody's husband, you cook and go.
You cook and go. But I would say, as you said, if you can cook, be cook. You understand?
Cook someone's husband.
Someone say amen. Cook for your husband. I do bedroom cooking too. But at the same time, I understand that there are career women that might not have the time to do so. And there are male private chefs out there.
Yeah.
Employ the males. Yes, employ the men. And if you want special service, I know baby talk and continue. I won't go further from here.
Why?
It's not my mouth, you guys.
No, you need to hear. Why are you not going to go
before
further?
Before they say the talk say the MN talk say.
Excuse me. Say something you want to hear.
I will say that if you want special services, say that you want special services, not say that it's private chef. You understand? It's the oldest profession in the world.
Let me tell you, maybe he or she doesn't have the intention. Do we have even private male chefs?
Yes.
Okay,
definitely.
Maybe he or she doesn't have the intention of going to the bedroom cooking.
Bedroom cooking, yes.
But appearance is one thing.
100%.
You understand?
If you are a chef, your food,
I say I will not eat you. No, I will not eat your food. I mean your food.
Which food are you talking about?
Bad girl. I just said
I find this room.
I got confused. I forgot that actually we are talking about like.
Okay. Okay. No, you see, say don't be me nice for this room.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for
appreciate that. Thank you.
Giving us the hot gist and being part of the Vibe Central family where we give the public what they want to hear, the gist. What do you have for the public? Well, just one thing for them.
Okay, thank you for having me, and this is such a lovely time with you guys, and of course I would love to do it again with my lovely red pepper.
Don't fall in love. It's only me. I got you. You got me. Me and you here. Like, don't leave no transfer. If you fall in love, I'll fall you out of love. And if you fall out of love, I'll make sure I cook very well for you. And you know where it is. But let's not spill it out now. So, one and only gift Obodo, properly called AKA red and all kinds of spicy pepper. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Stay tuned. Always tune into Aneke TV. Always watch us live. Send in your comments and be part of our show. We love you, and we love you. Goodbye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
You're welcome to our edition of Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we are going to discuss on a topic. Supreme Court, is the PDP leadership defined? That is about the recent Supreme Court ruling, the Supreme Court judgment about the problems in PDP. Over time, PDP had been a ruling party since 1999, and after the 2015 elections, they lost the leadership to the All Progressive People's Congress, which is presently piloting the affairs of Nigeria. They lost to Muhammadu Buhari, late, may he so rest in peace. Since then, PDP had been in the opposition, but some schools of thought believe that PDP have not shown good opposition since even the states they had, they have all lost it, and even those who were elected on the platform of PDP have all left the party for the All Progressive Congress, which goes to show that the issue of ideology is eroded in Nigerian politics. And politicians are only jostling to identify with the ruling body so as to make themselves good enough to get re-elected, at the same time to continue, for those in the National Assembly, to continue to be in the National Assembly till thy kingdom come. But politics, as it is people running to get power, to themselves, power to lead, power to govern. And a lot of people have been at the forefront of power seeking, and that had resulted in jumping from one political party to the other. So today, the PDP is embattled, I can say still embattled, even after the Supreme Court judgment, because of the fact that the two BOT groups, we have BOT led by BOT, Wabara, former Senate President, and another BOT led by Mao Ahuabunwa, and all have their leanings to different executive, that is National Working Committee. Yes. And back in the PDP is already threatening to get aligned to APM and all that. So somehow the powers of PDP has been so whittled down, and all the PDP governors previously are now members of APC, and most of who have been given tickets for re-election to represent the party or Progressive Congress during the 2027 elections. So I have in the studio a gentleman, a lawyer, human rights lawyer, and public affairs commentator. I have Barrister Anthony Ekene Okenwa. Please, you're welcome to the studio.
Thank you, sir.
The barrister is somebody that we're going to discuss about the party, and somehow Arena has always brought you erudite personalities that could give you great insights about our topics, which are both national and international. And today we are going to dissect this topic as much as we can in the studio today. So, Barrister Okenwa, the PDP was the ruling party. Yes. Today they are in the opposition. And apart from being in the opposition, they are not number one. They have not shown capability of actually leading the opposition group. And they are not even going into coalition. And they are even being balkanized presently. So, what is the situation in PDP presently?
I think what is happening in PDP presently, we can term it is an internal affair problem. The leadership tussle. Yes, leadership tussle. And we have many judgments, both Supreme Court judgment before now, describing such actions, such activities as internal affair, and should be settled within internally within the party. Yes, just like you made mention about recent Supreme Court judgment. The Supreme Court judgment, they appear actually focus on the validity of the convention held on November 2025. Yes. Of which, after going through the appeal by the justices of the Supreme Court, there were splitted judgment. It's like we have dissenting judgment, two justices. Why three? So they said the appeal was dismissed for lacking in merit. Yes. And for the fact that the Turaki-led fashion, originally, they disobeyed the subsisting court order, restricting them from going on with the said convention. And you cannot disobey the court order and still seek protection
from the court.
That is what happened. However, the Turaki-led fashion, after the Supreme Court judgment, they now rely on the Federal Court of Appeal judgment, which made mention of, I think the judgment was like, no victor, no vanquish. It's a win-win situation. Yes. In the sense that the Court of Appeal upheld the fact that the convention was not invalid, was not void, and of no legal effect, because there is a subsisting court order restricting you from conducting the said convention. And you went ahead and conducted the convention without following the court order, observing the order of court. It's a flagrant disobedience to the court order. Yes. I've been sure many people used to ask me about during the ongoing, when the matter was ongoing, what is my own opinion? How do I see the matter? I will tell them that the law is very straight and tight. You can't disobey the order of court. And you think that court will uphold the convention. The convention was conducted in total disobedience to the court order. There's no any court in Nigeria that will uphold it, the convention. Then they are now relying on the appeal court judgment. Yes, that made mention of the suspension of fire being valid, and also the convention being invalid, convention conducted on November being invalid also. But the judgment was trying, I think, the intention of the judgment from my own perspective, for them to go back internally
to sort out themselves.
And sort out their differences. But
okay, before I know you're going to add something to that,
yes.
But I want to ask you before I forget, Anyanwu was suspended.
Purportedly suspended.
No, but you told me there's a court judgment that says the suspension was valid.
if the court judgment made mention, they appeal. But remember, we have Supreme Court judgment.
The Supreme Court did not touch the IAO suspension, did it?
But the judgment of Supreme Court is the final judgment.
But did it touch on? Because the court cannot give you what you did not ask. And of course, what was the appeal was the appellant was asking the Supreme Court to validate the convention, and which they dismissed. And then they did not actually ask for.
We have pretense of authorities. Even before then, both Supreme Court authority, we have the Hatu against Turaki too.
So the implication?
Yes, we have another, even Ono and Okafo too.
Yeah, so the implication is
that? The implication is that since there is always Supreme Court judgment, that is not even that have stated that suspension of a member of a political party is solely internal affair of the party, and they should resolve it internally. The court can entertain it when there is issue of breach of the constitution of a party or a statute, or even a constitutional provision of somebody's right, like right of fair hearing, is being breached. Because before you suspend, there is already a laid down laws guiding that that stated the procedure that we must follow in suspending it, suspending a member. Yes. Then, when the issue of going to court arises, is if it affects a breach of human rights, or a breach of statutes, or a breach of the party's constitution in doing so. But any other thing there is solely internal affair of the party. Both the issue of nomination, issue of primary, all of them are internal affair of the party.
So, the implication is that Ayawu either validly suspended, and of course, the other convention that actually brought him back
is still not challenged. They have not challenged it. And the suspension is 1 month.
Okay. And it was not challenged by anybody.
The convention was not, nobody has challenged it. You can't be challenging, saying that you are challenging a convention by your own word of mouth, or by going to social media, or by forming another faction of your own group. You can challenge it by bringing a matter before a court of competent jurisdiction that has right jurisdiction to attend to. If you have a case, prima facie case, then you go to court.
So the Ayawu recognizes the leadership of both Ayawu and the national, what's the national chairman?
Abdurrahman
Mohammed.
Yes.
So, and presently, INEC deals with Abdurrahman Mohammed.
And Ayawu.
And no other faction of the party has a say or will be able to field a candidate for the election.
No other party.
So what was Makinde and his group doing, apart from the recent alignment with APM? Were they trying to actually sponsor members for the electoral process?
Anything they are doing is effort in futility. Reason, if you're the INEC, you know what validates your leadership is your recognition by INEC, and there is a convention that brought you back. And now, if INEC did not recognize you, Where will you submit your the name and the name and list of your candidates? Who empowers you to start selling form? Maybe trying to show that you will fill the candidate. You have many candidates contesting in different positions. Are you now the INEC? That is the thing. What is happening there purely is leadership tussle. And if there is a leadership tussle, court has pronounced several times the leadership who become in charge of leadership of a political party. Leadership tussle is internal affair of a political party.
There's a prescription to that, section 83 of the Electoral Act.
The Electoral Act, and also a preterance of decided cases. Issue of the same, the Hatu and the Saraki. Is it not 2023, I think so.
The Hatu and Saraki?
I think 2023 or 2003, I think.
Supreme Court?
Supreme Court, yes.
Okay.
And the Ayaho case, Saraki and the Ayaho too, 2025. Supreme Court judgment equally.
Okay.
Issue of removal of Ayaho.
Okay. Now, is it only leadership? I do not think that PDP has only leadership problems. The PDP, we have the former president, good luck, Ebele, Azikiwe, Jonathan. Who lost power to the APC
in 2015
and is now warming up to fly the flag of PDP. Now, the PDP, under the watch of Wike, I do not believe that they intend to actually present a presidential candidate, because before now, Wike had earlier said that his PDP will support the leadership of Tinubu. And I have not seen where there is a kind of merger or a kind of coalition agreement to work together in a presidential bid. Yet, Wike boldly have said on several occasions that the PDP under his watch will. And today, the court has already given Jonathan a go-ahead to run, and now, of course, the most likely candidate of the PDP, because I've not seen frontline candidates.
Yeah,
PDP.
I doubt if good luck Jonathan, our former president, intend coming out or running for president.
But it has been a wash. It is a wash in the pages of newspapers.
I've seen a lot of propaganda about it, both social media. Do you get it? But you know, we lawyers, we don't normally believe in hearsay and unfounded rumors. Yes. You know, and the last time I came across it, it's like Facebook or something of that nature, it was boldly written that he has picked presidential nomination form. But from Turaki session, fashion, then the question becomes, where are they submitting the the list of their candidate?
Because the Turaki faction is not recognized.
We then form their own inec. Yes, first thing first, this is a distraction mechanism. That is what I'm seeing it. It's just a ploy to distract the public and distract PDP from focusing. Meanwhile, PDP has a presidential candidate aside Goodluck Jonathan.
Who is the presidential candidate?
I can't remember the name, but I'm sure, and I watched it during screening. He attended screening.
So Jonathan did not attend the screening?
No, Jonathan didn't. And I think today is either presidential primary election for PDP, I think.
So
we have presidential candidate, PDP, I think. They have presidential candidate.
So the presidential candidate you have, they do have now, is it just to show that they have somebody who is running for presidency, or who will hurriedly congratulate Tinubu if he wins, or they have a presidential candidate that is serious to run to govern Nigeria? Because if they do have, we do not know who is running, or especially under a political party like the PDP. Somebody should know their presidential candidate at this stage.
You have a point, but you know, many masses like insinuation, especially we in Nigeria. We believe that once you are contesting for an election, any other person coming from the other opposition party, you will see him as your enemy. I think it's not proper. Yes. But we should be patient enough to after the presidential primary election of PDP. Then we now know where they are coming from. And also, issue of wike being the national leader, I think we know that our main national leader is the Abdurrahman. According to the PDP main national leader is Abdurrahman Mohammed, the national chairman and national secretary. And wike is equally one of the national leaders by virtue of being ex-governor of Rivers State and from under the PDP, People Democratic Party. Yes. By virtue of that.
No, he's not the only ex-governor.
Yes, and he has contributed, he cares for the party. To a greater extent, the way I'm seeing it. You know, I have my own opinion.
Yes, what's your opinion?
Yes, because many people will think that for the fact that he's serving as minister under the President Tinubu regime, that he has biased mind, or he has compromised, and he's working for our president.
What is he not working for the president?
I think he's working for the whole country.
Is he not working for the president?
Politically. Politically, I'm seeing it that he's working for the country at large. Why I'm saying it is that, see, when somebody that contested for president under a particular political party wins the election, become the president, he is now the leader of everybody in the country. Because he's not only luring the people in the All Progressive Congress. He's a president of every citizen of Nigeria. And there's no any law that precluded him from appointing anybody from another political party to become minister or anything. But due to our myopic mindset, once there is any appointment that is not from the All Progressive, are we going to monopolize it? Once you win, you work only with the member of your political party. And once you win, it's no longer the affair of your political party you are handling. You are handling the affair concerning the whole nation, the whole country. So that wike accepted appointment to become a minister doesn't mean that he is no longer a member of PDP. Do you get it? And that is why he's still standing for PDP.
Yes, he's standing for PDP.
Yes.
I believe that he's standing for PDP. He's as well standing for APC. Can't you see what is playing out in Rivers State? In Rivers State, Wike has been able to get an APC candidate to remove or to make
replace
Fubara. It's Wike who is also, you said, is loyal to PDP. He's also loyal to APC. So, and how do you begin to, for those of you who are lawyers, how do you begin to see this anti-party activity?
Technically, you don't have any evidence to hold that is playing anti-party. Why I'm saying it is that we might be saying social media, Wike planted, Wike did this, Wike, but we have not seen Wike in APC meeting. Do you get it? Yes, you have not seen Wike. Like, if I'm a PDP member, my own principle is that I can associate with everybody from even another party. We can do even business together. After everything, we still mind our businesses. We know where we stand. But in this country, what we are seeing that, is politics. It might be in reality. But you cannot validly prove that for the fact, maybe he might be secretly supporting somebody anywhere, but you have to have facts. Not just mere talk, social media talk, that Wike has did that, Wike and Fubara is not in good time. Yes, it's obvious we are not in good time, but you who come take, you must come with clean hand. You must bring a fact. In court, we win matter with a fact before the court, not hearsay, not stories. Is the fact, proving fact. So Wike has repeatedly said that he is a member of PDP, that he is not a member of All Progressive Congress, APC. Then how are we going to do it?
But at a point, he was almost issuing orders to APC, upon which the national secretary of the party now had to come in and tell him to be mindful of the way he's cross-carpeting into the activities of APC. Actually, I think that, is it not a fact in the present circumstance?
If you can prove it.
Yes, of course, it is in the public.
Yes, actually, in Nigerian politics, sometimes some incumbent government would like to plot some people to destroy the other party. It used to happen, actually. Yes.
Can we now say that PDP indirectly has been destroyed? Partially?
Partially. Because a lot of crisis, when a party started having leadership crisis, serious leadership crisis, is a sign that the party might not succeed. Might not.
Okay. Yes. Before you talk about the success or failure of PDP in 2027 election, let us pause for a break. And when we come back, we'll continue with our program.
Thank you.
Our guest, Barrister Anthony Okenwa, is still here, and our talking for today is Supreme Court judgment, is PDP leadership truly defined, and what are the chances of that political party that used to be at the helm of affairs of Nigeria that have been relegated to the opposition background? What are their chances in the coming 2027 election? Please don't go away. Stay with us and stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. Via, you're welcome back. Our guest is still here. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is Supreme Court judgment. Is the PDP leadership truly defined? And if it is defined, what are the chances in the 2027 elections? Our guest, Barrister Anthony Ekene is here to give us an insight and do a better dissect of this discourse. Barrister Anthony, what are the chances of PDP in the coming elections? That's 2027 elections. With all these hullabaloo about leadership crisis and all that. And presently, the PDP is also having leadership problems, and even their primaries has not been finally done. What are your chances?
PDP, you know, PDP is just like a, it's a household name. Yes. Everybody, I think Nigerians, we love PDP. Majority.
You there?
Majority of Nigerians. However,
why did they not vote for them in 2015 election?
However, the issue of leadership crisis, and in 2015, a lot of things happened. You know what we're in Nigeria, the problem of Nigeria basically is during politics, when election is fast approaching, issue of religion will come to play. Tribalism will come to play. The elites, they are using it to destabilize the masses. They are using it to destabilize the masses. They work, manipulate the mindset of the masses. Why I'm saying it is that in 2015, the issue of crisis, insecurity started playing out at the north then. And started using some of tribalism and a lot of things. It's a gang up of a class of people, class of leaders, political leaders, but not the wish of the masses. Yes, not the wish of the masses. And once they were able to manipulate the mind of ordinary Nigerians, you may not get the required result. But presently, about PDP, that is why I said that was a particular reason PDP lost in 2015. But presently now, I'm sure that every average Nigerian now, if you bring PDP and bring APC and ask him about the party to follow, you know that PDP, we at least we have chance of coming out victorious in 2027.
Which leadership?
Because recognized, I have said it before now.
I'm trying to say
yes.
That if Nigeria has been having problem of leadership over time,
yes.
And if in Nigeria some schools of thought believe that yes. If Nigeria get leadership, leadership right, that every other thing will fall into place. Yes, yes. And we are approaching 2027 election. Yet, the common man on the street is not looking up to PDP as somebody who has presented a credible leader, somebody who is seen from the perspective of bringing about development, bringing about a stem in the problem of corruption. That is somebody who could stem corruption, who could stem the tide of insecurity and every other thing. Not the man on the street, the common man on the street, do not have anybody that is being pointed to as a leader that is coming under the umbrella of under the umbrella of the big umbrella in quotes, that is the PDP. So who is coming under and who is that person that will give Nigeria's leadership? Why you said if you put parties, because we have about 21 political parties in Nigeria, and you are saying that if you put PDP and other political parties, that people will always pick PDP because of how the name is known, the umbrella is known.
And the PDP, I think, the PDP has done well for past years when PDP was in power. To compare the present leadership.
So, who is going to lead Nigeria in PDP?
After primary election, PDP, I think they will unveil their candidate.
They will unveil their candidate?
Yes.
Okay, PDP will unveil their candidate after the primaries. Already, the other political parties have some political parties have almost unveiled. We know that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is coming out under the APC. Of course, Peterobi is also warming up under the platform of NDC. Then other political parties, I don't know about Labour, I do not know about Young People's Party, I do not know, but I do not know of PDP and other political parties. Well, until after the primaries, I know that a few weeks from now, the primaries, all the primaries will be over.
By tomorrow, I'm sure that PDP might have concluded with their primaries.
And they'll be able to unveil.
Meanwhile, it's not that they have not unveiled it. However, the person, maybe due to leadership crisis, the other fashion, parading themselves, bringing good Lord Jonathan to overshadow the original candidate.
So if eventually good luck Jonathan possibly comes in through the right channel, what are the chances?
The time for...
Because you were applauding PDP that they have ruled and done well, and which such compliments goes to Jonathan.
Yes,
so if Jonathan comes through the right channel, what are the chances of PDP?
It will be, talking about if he come through the appropriate channel, he accept the issue of substitution. Because selling of form has closed, nomination form of PDP. Primary, I think, is scheduled for today. Issue of picking form might not come to place again. We're talking about if Jonathan come through the appropriate channel. Yes. But if Jonathan is coming, the umbrella is always very large enough to contain everybody, like usual. But it will be weighed, analyzed. If it will be in the good interest of PDP, substitution can come to play, can happen.
Yes, because most recently, the Federal High Court already have said that INEC overshoot their powers, and that the timetable they made that's making the parties to be hurriedly, and with all the time given by the Electoral Act, that they are actually doing things that
reverse their power.
Thank you. That their powers is being ultra-vires, and as such, they have asked that the time should be used by the political parties as given by the Electoral Act. Now, suppose the Electoral Act, in the present circumstance where that court judgment subsists, of course, the parties may extend and open up for
substitutions,
buying of forms, and or substituting anyway if they have already concluded. If they have concluded
the primary, I think primary will be, I think presidential primary is today.
So substitution, is it legal or illegal? How do you set it? And in whose authority do you substitute?
You know, it's a political party that failed candidates.
Okay.
Yes. It's not independent contestant. If you are contesting to a political party, the political party that failed the candidate. However, there are some other procedures that must be followed. Yes. We have many grounds for substitution. Yes. Sometimes it might be willingly with the original flag bearer. Yes. You can, under the person's consent, we can substitute. The party can substitute if something happened to if a result of death, and also a lot of other things, incapacitated of the original candidate, or by consent, in agreement with the party will substitute. Yes. But I believe issue of election, we still have a lot of time. Anything can happen. Both at the presidential, both the state level, at the state level. Anything can happen. Yes. Though Nigeria seriously is facing, aside the PDP, Nigeria is equally facing leadership issue. Our problem is leadership, lack of proper quality leaders to manage the affair of the country. That have leaders that have human face, and they have concern for the welfare of the ordinary citizen of Nigeria, who has the intention to bring dividend of democracy to people.
Okay.
So it seems that Nigerian leaders now, they are using hunger to fight the ordinary citizens. Hunger. There are hunger everywhere in the country. But let's go back to our major topic, which is the judgment of Supreme Court and whether the PDP leadership is finally defined. In my own way, like I said, my answer previous, I said that PDP is the apex court in Nigeria. Yes. Not PDP, I mean Supreme Court.
Okay.
It's the apex court in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yes. And PDP, the Supreme Court has given its final judgment by dismissing the appeal of the Turaki faction-led faction. Yes. And what is open left for the PDP is to embrace peaceful harmonization, peaceful settlement, at least to move the party forward again.
And do you think there could be any such peaceful harmonization or settlement given the hard stand that is in both sides of the divide?
That is where the problem lies. But what will solve the whole situation is, like I said, if the other faction persistently trying to destroy the PDP to ensure that it won't work out, and at the end, INEC failed to recognize them, it means the effort is just effort in futility. Yes, because what the only thing that can make their whole effort or the whole their own fashion, their program, even everything, the noise in the social media make any impact is recognition by INEC. And if the INEC did not recognize you, that means you are not the leader of the party. And the other fashion of Abdurrahman, they are the one in charge of the party secretariat.
Okay. Now, the PDP as a party, apart from the national problem, as a party in Enugu State, there's this holy-bolly about the primaries not going according to plan. What actually is the problem? Or has it transcended from what is happening at the national level to the state? Are you factionalized in Enugu State?
I think what is still happening is internal crisis.
Yes, we know it is an internal crisis. But the internal crisis could mar the growth of the party, and could mar the prospects of the party come 2027. So if there is internal crisis, what is the problem and what is the way out?
We all know that majorly what usually brings problem is interest. Yes, is interest. The problem is in Enugu, I think, is interest. To me, some people, I don't like the way some used to play politics. I believe that it is very right for anybody to come and contest for a particular position. Yes. And that another person is contesting for the one you have interest in shouldn't warrant making the person your enemy or trying to fight to destroy the party. The best option would have been you play your card very well, you try to embrace harmonization. Yes, carry everybody along for the best interest of the party. But any aspirant that always want to fulfill all his own desire without thinking about another aspirant's interest, I think person is not qualified to be the leader of the party or even the state. For any political party to move on, there must be harmonization. Any party that is moving on, there is harmonization. Because you can't avoid clash of interest. It's inevitable. Look at what happened in ADC. Clash of interest. And it couldn't be harmonized. That is what resulted peterobi, the company, going to NDC. But if any interest is properly managed, discussed on a round table, some other stakeholders will intervene. And if, two persons cannot be flag bearer of any particular position of a party at a time. It must be one person. And you cannot say because the other person is contesting, the person is now your enemy. It's normal thing to bring healthy competition. It makes the party lively. It makes even the party to be interesting. If one person is contesting, no rival, it will be boring. You should have large heart to know that in politics. You carry everybody along. Try to harmonize for the interest of the party. If you are looking for only your interest, the party will die.
Okay.
What is happening in Enugu is a clash of interests.
What is
and
happening?
The lack of harmonization.
What is happening in Enugu is a clash of interests in the PDP and lack of harmonization. So says our guest on today's topic, Barrister Anthony Ekene Okenwa. And on the topic we have discussed and given an insight into a Supreme Court ruling PDP leadership actually defined, and what are the chances of the party come 2027 elections. And this is the much we can take from this program for one of time. I thank you, Barrister Okenwa, for being here for us.
Thank you, sir.
And
thank you, sir.
Thank you for being there. You viewer. This is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Arena. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Nigeria's democracy is evolving, but its opposition politics is under growing pressure. Across the political landscape, shifting alliances, internal disputes, and allegations of interference are reshaping the balance of power. At the heart of it all lies a deeper question. What truly defines opposition politics in Nigeria today? Ideology, ambition, or survival? The opposition space in Nigeria is currently marked by fragmentation and contestation. In recent political circles, key opposition figures such as Mr. Peterobi and Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso have remained influential in shaping national discourse. However, the parties and structures around them continue to experience internal dispute and realignments. Within some opposition parties, leadership disagreements have escalated into parallel claims of authority, court interventions, and factional control struggles, creating uncertainty over legitimacy and direction. These developments have weakened cohesion and raised questions about whether opposition platforms are consolidating or continuously fragmenting. One of the defining features of Nigeria's current political environment is the frequency of defections. In recent months, lawmakers at both federal and state levels have switched party affiliations ahead of the 2027 political cycle, often citing consultations with stakeholders or constituency interests. While such movements are framed as political strategy, critics argue they reflect a deeper absence of ideological consistency. The result is a fluid opposition space where political alignment is often temporal and party identity increasingly negotiable. Alongside internal instability, opposition actors continue to raise questions about the broader political environment. There have been repeated allegations of heightened regulatory scrutiny, restrictions on political mobilization, and selective application of administrative processes affecting opposition activity. In several instances, legal disputes over party leadership have reached the courts, further intensifying tensions within opposition structures. While official institutions maintain that due process is being followed, opposition voices argue that the cumulative effect creates an uneven political playing field, one that shapes the limits of competition. These claims remain politically sensitive, but they continue to influence perceptions of fairness in the democratic process. While political actors navigate internal disputes and strategic realignments, public frustration continues to deepen. Rising inflation, insecurity in parts of the country, unemployment and cost of living pressures have intensified dissatisfaction among citizens. For many Nigerians, opposition politics appears increasingly distant from everyday concerns, focused more on structure and positioning than on immediate national challenges. This disconnect is contributing to declining trust in political institutions and growing skepticism about the effectiveness of both ruling and opposition parties. The implications of a weakened opposition are significant for Nigeria's democracy. A fragmented opposition reduces the capacity for consistent oversight, weakens policy alternatives, and can diminish electoral competitiveness. Analysts warn that without ideological clarity and organizational stability, opposition parties risk becoming reactive rather than reform-driven. In such a context, democratic accountability becomes harder to sustain. Nigeria's opposition stands as a defining moment, caught between ambition and ideology, between internal fragmentation and external pressure, and between political strategy and public expectation. As defections continue and institutional tensions persist, the central question remains unresolved. Can Nigeria's opposition evolve into a stable, ideologically grounded force, or will it remain shaped by shifting alliances and recurring crises? The answer will significantly influence the trajectory of Nigeria's democracy in the years ahead.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Pleasure to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is the program that follows up on the lifestyle and activities of the young people, making sure that at all times, virtues prevail against vices. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our X, our Instagram, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. And today our focus is on the alcoholic intake. Yes, intake of alcohol. And permit me to introduce to you another set of wonderful individuals I have on the studio today. And as a matter of fact, they are young people. You will see them. By my left, I have a civil engineer who is Samuel Uchendu. Sam, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
And by my right, I have the CEO of Mikorazon Links Enterprises, Chike Philip Osigwe. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Sam, do you take alcohol?
Very little.
Very little?
Quite little.
Okay, but you take at all?
Yes, you know, I'm raised...
And you like it?
I won't say I like it or I don't like it. I was raised in a family where I was not taking alcohol. But when I grew up, I decided to taste alcohol. And I realized that It's not evil after all, but the intake of alcohol should be moderated. That's
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Shouldn't be in excess.
Okay, that means you take, but not in excess.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know when you know when you have taken in excess, because some people would have to take 1 carton before they start counting excesses. Yes, and some will take 2 bottles before they start counting excesses. But that is, by the way, we'll come back to that. Chika, what about you? Do you take alcohol?
Okay, I don't.
Like you, at some point in your life, you stopped or you never did?
Actually, just like what he said, I grew up in a family where we don't do alcohol. Not that I didn't see people taking alcohol. I had a father that did, but I didn't. And I grew up to a particular extent and I found out that there's no gain in it. So,
like, absolutely?
Absolutely. I've not practiced taking alcohol for any reason.
But Sam says he takes but moderately. And he likes taking it, according to him. Yeah, so Sam, our viewer may like to have a taste of what the advantages of taking alcohol, though moderately, look like.
Yeah, a lot of advantages. A lot. You know, before we go deeper, let me just give a little advantage. You know, you may be depressed. And each time I give this instance, people tend to oppose it. But in the long run, they agree with me. You may be depressed, and at the moment, you may need to lighten up your spirit. And you may not want to do it through religion. You may just want to get better and at least have some sleep. And the only thing that can help you at that moment will be alcohol. I've experienced it. And you will be able to sleep and wake up. It's true that a lot of people will tell you that when you wake up, the problem is still waiting for you. But at least you've slept and gotten better.
Okay. If I for another thing, you slept.
You slept and you had a good sleep. And waking up to remember the problem, your body system may have repaired 1 or 2 things than when you don't sleep at all.
Are you saying you wouldn't have been able to sleep if you didn't take alcohol?
Maybe. There are situations you find yourself, like people who do menial jobs. When they come back from work, they experience high level of restiveness because of the nature of the job they do. There are particular brands of alcohol that when you take, your system will actually accept it and you'll be relaxed. Your nerves will relax and you'll be able to have quite long sleep. And when you wake up, you on your own know that you are refreshed and you go back to work. So when there is no alcohol, how do you solve that problem? Will you go and pray?
Okay, some brands of alcohol. I wouldn't want you to mention any. Yes, but then are there other advantages apart from?
Medically, I'm not a doctor, but I know I read some books, just that I can't memorize those terms. Medically, alcohol helps a lot in our system. In fact, as a matter of fact, if there's no alcohol in your system, you are dead. You will just die. It's true that the food you eat contains alcohol. I don't know if you understand. But just like you can have shortage of sugar in your body, and it becomes a problem, even when the food...
You don't take alcohol at all. And all of these, according to Sam, are, as a matter of fact, the advantages. Yes, I am thinking that having heard him, when you go back today, you have a test, maybe starting with 1 bottle, and see if
it is actually true.
Yes, so that is that. So what's your perspective?
Okay, it's quite funny that it's going to look like a debate, but then I do not agree with those things entirely. The reason is because I know the medical background of it. Now, something like you trying to ease off when you are depressed and you want to go to alcohol, that already on its own is a defect because you are already being addicted to alcohol. Now, if you want to define alcohol by World Health Organization's standard, alcohol causes a dependence control behavior. So it makes you want to go back and go back and go back. That is why you may start off taking a bottle. And dopamine, I always talk about dopamine. Dopamine is something that is well connected to alcohol. Dopamine is this hormone in our body that brings about enjoyment, pleasure. The moment you take a bottle, it strikes a chord, enjoyment. So that dopamine makes you to want to take more. That is why...
I hope you're not saying that enjoyment is bad.
No. Okay. Where I'm going to is this. If you start off taking a glass of alcohol, in 2 years' time, a glass of alcohol, and 2 years is even far, in 2 weeks' time, a glass of alcohol will not be enough to give you pleasure anymore. You will switch to a bottle. And from a bottle, you will switch to 2. And that's why I love the question you asked, that how will you know when you are taking excess? Because you will never know. Because it takes more and more every day for you to get enjoyment. Now, if you want to snap out of depression, there are things that we call leisure time things. There are things we call hobby. There are things that when you set your mind on them, that are not even things you consume, and you get better. Then if you have to take alcohol to sleep, it's already a sleep disorder. We have various types of sleep disorder. And alcohol, from research, even impedes sleep. It makes people to sleep in fragments. In fact, it even causes insomnia, which is the absence of sleep entirely. So I wouldn't be able to agree with the fact that these things are benefits.
Okay, I have a question for you, or it's a follow-up question anyway. Do you believe that lower intake of alcohol reduces heart disease by 20 to 40%?
Yes, I'm not saying this yes as this is true, because those things are, they are termed, how will I put it now, they are termed some likely benefits. If you have checked World Health Organization, because World Health Organization have done an overview of alcohol, if you check it out, you will see it. And these things are likely benefits, what people call benefits, but in the real sense, they are not. It's just like when you take, there is a drug that is called, maybe, let's say, this drug that men take to enhance sexual performance. That drug does something else in the body, but the side effect is what helps to delay ejaculation. So now, if you are taking alcohol that you want it to treat your heart disease, the alcohol is doing something else. It might only be a little fragment of it. And then what it does is to maybe give you a little bit relief, a light relief. But then in everything, you check the pros and the cons. What are the consequences of what it's doing? If it's doing 80% damage and 10% good, are you saying that thing is good for you? So we won't tell me that that's it.
Okay, Sam, let me come back to you. You have heard all Philip said about the intake of alcohol. To him, it is bad to take at all. That is his perspective.
I don't agree with him, because he just mentioned dopamine. Am I correct? You know, that the release of that hormone is very healthy. And most time, people who don't release that hormone because of their lifestyle die young. They get frustrated in life. So releasing of that hormone is very necessary. I know a lot of organizations that people come together once in a while, take alcohol, eat, enjoy. Over time, they live long life. I don't want to mention the name of a particular organization. I have reason for that. But people realize that they live long. They live long because they enjoy. They release hormones. So when you talk about enjoyment, my brother, enjoyment is very necessary in our lives.
Yes, of course.
If alcohol is not good, God wouldn't have even created trees that will give us those alcohol.
Okay,
That's
okay. Okay, that's your position anyway.
The reason why people started condemning alcohol is when you take it in excess. Religion is particular about alcohol. Some religions don't want people to be taking alcohol because when people take it in excess, they abuse it. Abuse. And that is what we are fighting against. And even eating too much food is equally abused. A lot of things are abused. So you won't say just because people abuse something and it's no longer healthy, it's not good for us. I don't know if you get it.
But I want to...
abuse of food is equally not healthy.
Okay, but I want to bring something to your notice. That's a research that says that intake of alcohol can cause liver disease.
Yes, now a lot of things causes liver disease. It's only alcohol. So why shouldn't us kick against all those things that cause liver disease? A lot of food causes liver disease. In fact, eating is, you're running a lot of risk by eating. Even the water you drink, you are running risk because you don't know where the water is coming from. So there is risk everywhere. But what we are talking about is, how does it benefit us? How do we live our life? So we should just live our life every time we are worried about what we will suffer. What I am preaching is moderation. As a matter of fact, moderation is very important.
Okay.
Just like when you mentioned alcohol helping in heart. Yes, it does. There are pros and cons, as you rightly mentioned.
Okay, thank you so much. Philip, There's another research findings that says that it is good if you're a man, you take 2 bottles of alcohol in a day, and if you're a woman, you take 1. And then the alcohol itself, that it reduces cholesterol and blood clotting.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you in total doubt of this?
Okay, yes. I've read a book in one of my researches about alcohol reducing HDL cholesterol. HDL is one of the bad cholesterols. That claim was not proven by actual science. And then they still wrote in that same research that modern researches disproved it. That means alcohol has actually no connection to cholesterol. Now, what alcohol does in most times is euphoria, just like he mentioned. You take it, you feel high, you feel that my problems are over, my worries are over. And let's also establish the fact that it is not thinking that causes cholesterol or blood pressure or many of these sicknesses. It is not thinking. It's actually some things that we don't take in moderation. And I love what he said, that dopamine is very important. Actually, it's dopamine that causes movement and every other thing. What we are talking about now is over-secretion. And mind you, I said, you won't be able to tell what is excess intake. World Health Organization just gave us 2 bottles per day for men, 1 bottle per day for women, just to keep people in check. But now, you find only a little fraction of human beings that can maybe go to an event and there is drink everywhere and it's free of charge, and you find a man that takes alcohol, take only 2 and say, no, I don't want again. Or you find a woman that takes alcohol to say, take only 1 and say, I don't want again. It's very hard and very scarce. In fact, it's more like the greatest temptation, because this is your body yearning for more. This is the drink, bubbling. You are sharing it everywhere. You are hearing the scent. You are perceiving the odor. You will most likely want to take. And just like the question you asked, alcohol intake is the greatest cause of cirrhosis, liver cirrhosis. That's the particular disease that alcohol causes in the liver. And funny enough, research says that even the slightest intake, you stand the risk of it.
Slightest intake?
Because some people take alcohol till they are 70 and no issue. There are still some people that take 1 bottle per month, just per month, and in about age 40, age 30, they're already developing the disease. So you wouldn't know which class you fall into.
What of the one in the rice you eat? The alcohol in the gari as well.
Now, they are not the same thing. What is in the gari is sugar.
Okay.
What is in alcohol is fermented sugar over beverages. So it is chemically produced, like you ferment sugar over grains, something like barley, wheat, corn, or you ferment it over some other alcohol. That's where you have wine, liquor, other ones. So those things are chemically produced, not the natural one we eat.
But in that case now, all this burger we eat, food that we eat, which I imagine you equally eat all such foods, they're equally dangerous, but we still eat them.
Yes, of course. There are foods that are dangerous.
And we still eat them.
There are foods that what we are saying is, which one is more dangerous?
Remember, Sam, remember that it is boldly written in the packet of cigarettes,
yes,
that tobacco smokers are liable to die young. Still, people go smoke, even enlightened people.
Yes.
So that is that. But I want to ask you this question. Do you actually know also that from a research that says that alcohol intake causes high blood pressure, causes stroke, and even cancer?
I want to make this statement clear. There are people who don't take alcohol who suffer all these things. And there are people who take alcohol who eventually don't suffer any of these things. I mean heavy alcohol consumers that consumes alcohol in large quantity and they don't suffer any of
What is your stance?
No, what I'm saying is
that nothing causes anything.
No, those things, no. What I'm saying is that a time comes in the life of anybody when you choose things over things. I don't know if you understand. See, happiness is very important, and there are people that derive their happiness only by drinking. And when you cut it off, they die. So at the end of the day, they die. And you thinking that you are trying to help them, you still and added alcohol and give him to that drink. He went home and drank it and started getting better. The doctor encouraged children and said, you can't stop this man from alcohol. He's already part of his system. What you do? Okay. And if you stop it, he will die. And if he continues to drink so much, he will still die. Allow this man. I'm not saying that people should continue in alcoholism. I'm preaching moderation. But I'm trying to tell you that there are essential things in life that you can't remove. It's just like religion. You see people condemn religion. Tell you that religion is the opium of the people. Religion has confused people. It has done more harm. The truth is that if you remove religion from our society, some of us will die. Because the hope that religion gives us keeps us going. I don't know if you understand. So there are people that the only joy they have in life is alcoholism. When they are working in their workplace, they are just working with all their heart. And remembering that by 5 p.m. now, he's seated somewhere and taking his bottle. And you don't tell the man, stop taking the bottle. His BP may even rise. That's the same thing you are trying to prevent, maybe not occur. So moderation is good. And when people are used to it, don't just talk them out of it. Help them to moderate it. That's where I stand. I can't say eliminate it. You can't.
Okay, thank you
just
so
like
much.
telling people to eliminate beverages. Do you know how beverages help us to survive?
Okay, let me come back to you, Philip. My reference point is the findings from a research that was carried. Okay, and that research from the findings says that alcohol intake that it reduces inflammation and improves bone density. Are you aware of this?
Reducing inflammation and improves bone density. Okay. What I will say is, for me, and from what I know, it's false. Because I know that research is coming from the fact that we will be told that something like vitamin D is added to alcohol. Because it's actually vitamin D that reduces inflammation and increases bone density. But then, those things are just written on the pack. We know that alcohol is barley or wheat and fermented sugar. They may or may not actually add those things. And even if they add it, it will not be in the quantity that the body needs to do those things. So if it's there, it means probably I may need to consume about 12 bottles of a particular brand of alcohol to get about 1,000 milligrams of vitamin D that will actually help to dense bone of about how many meters. So you can imagine how many you would take for you to achieve that thing. And by the time you are taking that quantity to achieve it, you are damaging something else.
I like how you analyze it. I like how you analyze
it. Okay. Having proven that for us, that is your perspective anyway. Yes. But I may need you to carry out the same research I carried. Okay. You understand? Okay. Now, having said that, do you also believe that alcohol intake reduces the risk of type 2 diabetes?
Reduces the risk of type 2 diabetes?
Yes.
I don't see the correlation. Because, okay, now, that part is another place we need to talk about. A lot of people have this notion that an alcoholic taker is safer than somebody that takes Coke and Fanta and Sprite. They may be right in that sense, because somebody that takes Coke and Sprite and Fanta is direct sugar. That's the one that enters the bloodstream and increases the sugar intake. But then, they have this belief that alcohol, when you take it, it goes straight down, you urinate, and it goes. That's what they believe. Meanwhile, you are giving the liver and the kidney much work at that point. That's why after taking alcohol, you see the person going to ease himself, to urinate, all those things, and they claim it is going out immediately. You are giving burden to the liver and the kidney. So there is no connection between alcohol and sugar reduction. There is none. It's just that they believe they take it in, it goes out, it doesn't store in the body. So therefore, you are better than the person that takes in sugar without urinating. But it doesn't have any connection. They still suffer. In fact, when people are suffering diabetes, the doctor prescribes reduce alcohol. In fact, stop taking alcohol. So if alcohol actually reduces diabetes, that means when you get to the hospital, they won't tell you because your sugar is high, stop taking alcohol. They will even tell you take it more so that the sugar will go. And I've never seen a hospital where someone goes and they prescribe, say, be taking social alcohol. No.
Okay, thank you so much. Sam, I've not told you if I like alcohol or I don't like, but you like it moderately. That is good.
Yes.
But have you discovered in any way that alcohol intake weakens immune system and then causes heart problem?
I'll just be very straightforward. I'm not interested in what science is talking about these things because this science most times are contradictory. They tell you this one today, they tell you the other one tomorrow. I'm interested in how you feel after you take this thing. As a matter of fact, we have our own sensor that tells us there are times you take alcohol, you feel just better. You feel just good. You just know that one or two problems you have has been cured.
At that moment.
At that moment, you just feel it. Like there was a day I took Origin, 2 bottles. After taking it, I just felt better in my system. Everything just felt better. My stomach was giving me it was bloating. After that, I just felt better at that moment. And I knew that this thing has contributed to my well-being. For another 4 days, I didn't take any alcohol. I don't know if you understand. So I don't attach too much value to this. You know, remember, science told us before that beans is pure protein. More than they told us is now carbohydrate and very little protein. Can't I believe it? So I'm not so keen about those science. Like just like what he's saying, he keeps telling you that this one said this, but the modern science say that is not true. So which one is true?
Because science evolves.
Okay, Philip, let's take it from this other dimension. When alcohol lowers the risk of dementia disease, and then it contains vitamin B3, B6, magnesium, and folate that is similar to red wine.
Fine. I think I've mentioned this point even before you asked me. They brand those things, and you know, if you want to sell your products, you have to try to attach benefits to it. Now, somebody is looking for folate. What happened to the lettuce in the market and all those food that you will eat and gain them? For example, when the chips are down, that somebody is in the hospital and is having nervous breakdown, and the person needs vitamin B6, trust me, nobody will buy a bottle of alcohol and say there is vitamin B6 inside. They will look for lettuce and biscuit bone and all those things that actually have the vitamins and take. Because those things are just branded so that it will be alluring. You want to take the bottle of alcohol. So those things are not really connected. And so just like what my colleague was saying, that more like he doesn't believe in this science thing, and some people that don't take alcohol actually suffer.
Not that I don't believe. I don't entirely.
No, the part I'm going to is like the fact that some people that don't take alcohol still suffer these things. The thing is, it's just like when they say stop burning bushes, because bushes you have the risk of burning everywhere down.
Exactly.
So maybe you now say because someone close to me burns bushes and nothing happens, so let's continue burning bushes. You forget that you are adding to the problem. Let's say you have the normal lifespan of maybe living to 75 on your own. Taking on a wrong practice in life can reduce that 75 to about 65. And you see that somehow, I don't know, I don't want to bring in religion, but it's possible that probably when some of us get to heaven, God can tell you, Oga, it is you that killed yourself because of wrong practices. So we need to look into those things.
I keep promoting moderation, because when you say wrong practices, just like you said, we don't want to bring in religion. Religion is a vital point. It's a vital thing in this society. You are aware there are people who goes to pray and they do fasting, they die.
Sure.
Even in the right practice.
Sure.
They have made wrong out of it.
Sure.
There are people who starve themselves from alcohol so much that they equally have problem. You see, when we go to drink and we sit in a table and drink, a lot of issues comes up. There is this happiness that the environment that circulates in the environment that is very healthy. Just like you mentioned dopamine, you release it that period, and you are happy. Everybody's shouting.
Don't you think?
Are you aware? Are you aware that
if somebody goes to fast and eventually dies, he's going straight to heaven?
That is what you say.
Okay, but are you aware? Are you aware that China lives very long? In fact, they are one of the people that have the longest lifespan.
Yes.
And they don't do it by alcohol.
But there are other European countries that live longer that are alcoholic.
It's by yoga. I'm giving you, they do yoga, they are normal dance.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. It is fun because Uncle Sam, you are of the opinion that you take alcohol, but don't take it in excess.
Yes.
And then Philip, your own perspective is that alcohol is absolutely bad and nobody should take it. That is why it is fun. We want to observe just a short break. After the break, you explain to us, if you have known from the research findings also, that alcohol worsens depression and anxiety. Thank you so much. Our viewer want to observe just a short break. After the break, we'll continue. Please don't go away.
Every second, The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Thank you so much. Our topic for today is the alcohol intake. And good enough, I've had wonderful gentlemen here who are coming from the opposite directions. This is Samuel Uchendo, who is a civil engineer. He says alcohol is good, but when taking it, make sure you take it moderately. And then I have Philip Osigwe, who says, yes, alcohol, it is not good. Don't take alcohol at all times. Yes. So before I went on the short break, I was about asking you a question. If you are aware that when you take alcohol, it worsens it gives rise to anxiety, worsens depression, and even sleep disturbances. Are you aware of this? Still, you take alcohol.
These are statements that are made that today they say is true, tomorrow they say is not true. So I don't give in to those things because I know that as we are seated now, we sit very long. It creates problem for us too, but we have to sit. You know, when people go to school, they stay in classroom for a very long time. It's very dangerous to your health. You go to church and some churches sit you down for 3 hours, which is worse than a pack of cigarettes. But you still sit down there and learn whatever you say you want to learn. And you move on with life. You see, life is like that. So, but there are benefits that people derive from alcohol that should be the reason why they should moderately take it. It brings communal life. It brings people together. It circulates happiness amongst men. It makes men live in peace and harmony. These are the benefits. And those benefits cannot be removed just because somebody says one thing that he says today, tomorrow he says another one. But I still maintain that it should be taken moderately.
That's what I understand.
Moderation.
It's like nothing can make you make a shift from that your position.
No, you have to take alcohol.
That you have to take alcohol.
Especially when it's done in a communal way.
And Philip, I think you have, maybe you have seen reasons to maybe start taking alcohol, but then taking it moderately. I'm not convinced from everything he said, because he's not ready to take or to get convinced by your own position.
He needs to give me more reasons. If I'm to be convinced at all, I should get
more concrete reasons.
You see the way you are behaving. You are very focused and very mean and very stiff because you don't take alcohol.
No. You can't.
It may not be so. Okay. Let me ask him a question. Let me ask you a question, Sam.
Yes.
Sam, let me ask you this question. Why do you think alcohol is not recommended for people under 18 years? Why do you think so?
There's nothing wrong with making sure that people are of age before they start taking alcohol. I mean, it's correct. Because alcohol itself...
Why do you think the same people didn't say that people must be of age before taking water?
Let's compare this taking alcohol with sexual life. Sex is not evil. But in all religious organizations, they recommend it when you are married. I don't know if you understand. Those things are sensitive issues that are very vital in our lives. And we make sure we control our children not to take it until they are grown-ups. What of making money? There are families that tell you that, look, my child, concentrate in your education. When you are so age, you cannot think of making money. Why? Does it mean that making money is evil? So it's likewise in alcohol. We want you to get to that age that you now have mental capacity to control your appetite so that you know when to stop. Just like when you say that, what is the moderation of alcohol? There are people who moderate alcohol. Like I moderate my intake of alcohol. And I have a lot of friends who moderate theirs. So if you're not able to moderate your own, it's your problem. Just like people cannot moderate their sleep. People cannot moderate their hour of play. People cannot moderate their engagement in religion too. People cannot moderate their life in equally acquiring knowledge. Everything requires moderation. So just because you can't moderate it doesn't make it error. It's your problem. You should tackle it. You should work on yourself. There are wives who don't moderate their relationship with their God, and they allow it to interfere with their family. There are men who don't moderate their relationship with work or even their God. It interferes with their family too. So when people lack moderation, it's not a reason to condemn something.
But let me come back to you, Philip. Why do you think adults continue to take alcohol, even when they know or they have heard one way or the other that intake of alcohol may not be good, according to you?
Okay, yes, there are two things I will say about that. Is one, alcohol gives you a return habit. Like when I was defining alcohol, I said it has this ability to give you, you become addicted to it, whether you like it or not. You return, you want to return. So I've seen people that will say, I want to stop taking alcohol. And you find out that maybe after a month or two, they want to go back and have a taste. And some people, when they have a taste, they will be like, let me just continue this thing. That's the first one. Second one is group, the circle you find yourself, the people you mingle with, the environment, the friends, the association. As long as you have people that always want to go and take it, it's hard for you to leave it. So that's why so many persons go, because all of us are going. It's just like now, I'll give you a clear example. When I go out with some of my friends and they'll be like, hey, you take alcohol, this, I'll say, give me water, give me this fruit juice, give me this. And most people yield to that pressure of taking alcohol because they say, yeah, you're not a man, no, you are a lady, you are this, you are that. And they say, okay, because of that, let me start taking. It's more like sticking to your own guns. And now, maybe let me just dive a little into the question that was thrown before. Why do we say 18 years and above before drinking? It's because alcohol has a way of affecting brain development. That is why below 18, it is generally accepted that this brain is not fully developed. And once you mingle alcohol with brain development, and then something goes wrong. That is the cases of people that they say this man was in the hospital and the only thing they could use to revive him was alcohol, because this man probably started taking it even before this recommended age of 18. So those things is just the way it is. So it's not even something we should be diving into before that age, because, okay, now, just like this drinking, there are 7 stages to being drunk. 7. When you start taking alcohol, the little you take, that one is called subclinical intoxication or sobriety. You are still your full self. Nothing happened. But from that, it goes to excitement. Okay, the second stage is euphoria. The third stage is excitement. From there, you just be happy. Everything will be going on. Your system is okay. Even if something is wrong, you forget it at that moment.
So it's a painkiller.
So by stage 5 is the one we call stupor. By that time, you are now hearing voices. You are now saying things. If you have a secret with your wife, you say it. If you see the gota, it will look like a bed. Stage 7 is called coma. So you see that alcohol can still bring somebody to coma, and is recorded coma and death. So somebody takes alcohol and suddenly is feeling like, let me just die. Even if you see something that can kill him, you walk into it. So where is the benefit?
Sam, from the narratives this guy has given, don't you think a lot of people may have been sent to early graves because of intake of alcohol?
No doubt. I don't doubt it, because I don't advocate for too much intake of alcohol. Get my stand. Moderation. Because as I said earlier, everything in life can make you go to early grave.
But I understand something from what he said.
Yes.
If I understood him accurately, he is saying that there's nothing like moderation. That when you take, you have the urge to come back, and it keeps increasing, maybe from 1 bottle to 2 to 3.
It is applicable to everything in life, that there are people who can moderate whatever they are doing. It's applicable. Even musicians who likes music so much, even boils down to sacred music, become so engrossed in it that they can give their life. I don't know if you understand me. So you shouldn't limit such thing to just alcoholism. It's in every walk of life. We have stories of mystics, powerful men of God who prayed and prayed and prayed and died. So why are we not talking about it?
Are you able to control your own alcohol intake?
I've told you I control mine.
Have you seen people who are not able to control?
I have, just as I've seen in all walks of life, people who are not able to control themselves. Try to get my kind of person. I'm very objective.
Philip, you can see Samuel is so strong in defending the fact that you should place control over intake of alcohol. Don't you think he's right?
Okay, fine. I love the control, but let me still repeat that point. The fact that you start, okay, so for some people, how they control is that when I'm drinking, and if I'm suddenly seeing this bag like it's now 2, I'll now know it's okay. Abi, I don't need to take another one. Now, maybe at the first instance, it is 2 bottles you took, and you start seeing this bag as somehow, and you now stop. Time will come when you have taken 7 bottles, 8 bottles, and it will be at the 12th bottle that bag will start doing like that. Now say, okay, let me stop. By tomorrow, it can be 18 bottles.
Before you continue, I want to tell you a story.
Okay.
There was a medical doctor that died on his way to present his thesis. Let me use that language. I don't know the particular language he used. He was supposed to interflight. So just to interflight, he collapsed. They rushed him to the hospital. They discovered that blood has entered somewhere in the head.
Yes.
And they attributed it to too much stress. He overread. Okay. Now, as a child, because we now started hearing stories how he developed. As a child, he's always reading. And according to the parents, he reads that even when you ask him to go and sleep, he refuses to do it. So he has overstretched
stress hormones. That's cortisol hormones.
And he's enjoying it, and he was applauded for that. But it brought his death. What am I trying to say? There are people who can't control, who don't know the limits. It's not alcohol thing. Such people who can have their limits in reading, in prayer, all those things that you call virtue. I'm coming. All those things that you call virtue. Such people can control themselves in doing it. Yes. When they drink alcohol, they still can't control themselves. It's their problem. Yes. It's not the problem of the product.
No, see where I'm going to. See where I'm going to. In as much as everything in life is bad.
When you overdo
everything, so long as you do it more. But then the thing now is that we are checking which one has.
You mean if you pray more is bad? If you drink water more, is it bad?
Things like prayer doesn't have SS.
What of water?
It has SS.
What of water?
Water does not have SS.
You said everything. It was hasty generalization.
No, water has SS.
No. Water is.
If you're a medical line, you can't say that water don't have SS.
The only time that water can be too much is if you are not eating anything at all.
No, there are researches that even say that too much water is bad.
Okay, fine. I'm coming now.
Let's
finish this particular.
As long as it becomes.
Let's finish this particular. What I'm saying now is, okay, in as much as you said, too much of everything is bad. Now I'm now telling you that maybe you taking 2 bottles today, and probably by next week it has to be 3 bottles for you to get to that point where you are saying it is excess. Minding you that every additional bottle is adding additional stress to the kidney and the liver.
Just like adding extra spoon of food when you're eating. It's adding additional stress to the liver.
But now,
kidney too.
It is food. Food has, let's say, 80% positivity to your body. Alcohol, every additional bottle is giving 80% disadvantage to the body.
From your own point of view.
You check which one has. I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying.
But let me ask you a question.
There are food that are more detrimental than even alcohol.
And you should avoid.
But you know what I'm saying?
I know.
There are foods that are more detrimental to alcohol.
Which you should avoid.
And some of those foods, science may not have discovered so much about them. And they may even be encouraging us to eat them now. Tomorrow they will wake up and tell us, hey, we don't know that this food is bad. This is the same science that you are proving now that is condemning alcohol. Tomorrow can tell us that, hey,
this one has been discovered over the years.
There is no over the years.
Okay, Philip, let me ask you this question. Now that you don't take alcohol, what do you take?
As maybe to get happy or
what makes you happy?
Like I gave an example of China. Yoga makes them happy.
Then what do you take? What is your brand of anything drinks?
As of now, maybe let me divert the topic a little bit. Anybody that is taking, I shouldn't say this on telly, but anybody that is taking anything that is not water in Nigeria now, you are risking too much.
Even the water.
This guy is going extra mile.
But even the water in Nigeria is not safe.
The reason why I say it is that
you are going extra mile.
Why I'm saying it is these alcoholic drinks now, a great number of them in the market are even the fake ones.
You are right.
So now imagine when alcohol is harmful.
And you now
then
bring
the
the
fake
one.
alcohol, you now check what it can do. And mind you, kidney failure, liver disease are on the increase far much more than we've ever experienced. And what is causing it?
Because of fake alcohol.
Fake things, fake beverages, you know. So you are even setting yourself in the front line of risk.
But don't be offended though. There is a way the human hormone works. There are the children we are giving birth to today. There are children who started eating certain food that their hormone has grown to accept those things.
Yes.
That if somebody, a foreigner, comes now and take the same food, they just die in a shorter time. I hope you know.
Yes.
Yes, because I remember a story that somebody died in a main market on Onitsha. The guy drinks bottled water. So one day he came to the market, there was no bottled water. He now say, the people now say, you are a foolish man, or drink pure water here. He now say he doesn't. They say drink this water, it's not water. He drank it and died.
You must have had this.
I want to ask you this question. Now that I understand you don't take anything other than water.
Yes.
That is cool.
No, I take fruit juices. I take natural drinks.
Fruit juices.
Which ones are natural drinks?
Like I take pineapple juice. There's a place I buy it even in the market.
Produced by who?
Naturally. Before us, it's a pineapple grinded. We bring out the juice. We take it. I have a juice extractor in my house.
Okay.
I buy fruits, buy apple. In fact, I buy watermelon, grind all of them.
Okay, okay, that is your brand. That is your brand.
Very much.
I understand that is your brand.
Are you aware that some of those fruits now, they use chemical to fertilize them?
I said I do it myself.
Okay, you do them yourself.
I buy the fruits.
But I can imagine the stress you go through just to eat.
No matter stress, he's processing his brand since he doesn't take beer.
I love that.
No problem. But let me ask you this. You don't take beer. You don't take alcohol.
Yes.
And you have your brand.
Yes.
Now, some other people take alcohol. Like Sam, he takes but moderately.
Yes.
But he takes means he's taking alcohol.
Yes.
Now, the people that take alcohol, even you that said moderately, if they find themselves in an event where there is excess alcohol, assorted, what do you expect them to do?
I've said this thing before, even in this talk.
Even you, what do you expect them to do? To stay there and take moderately?
Well, we are human beings of free will. Those who want to take in excess, it's on their own. They are on their own. It's their own risk. But me, no matter the number of alcohol I see, I will just take that number I want to take and walk away. The important thing in alcohol is not even to get drunk. It is that conviviality, that joy that circulates when we are drinking. Not necessarily the alcohol itself. That joy we get there when men gather like this, sort of fighting, we are laughing. It's all quarreling.
You can see. Sam continues emphasizing this joy.
That is the joy I'm talking about.
This joy.
The thing is,
I'm not necessarily interested in.
I get what he's saying about the joy, but now.
But do you believe that joy comes?
Using that event, the joy comes because
it comes, right?
Secrets.
Very good. And in a situation where everybody resorts to taking the brand you take or this juice, do you think that joy will still be there?
See where I'm going to in that joy. For example, I have a friend. When we were in school, he was equally as brilliant as I was in the class, but he cannot stand to teach the class. And every time I can just be entering the class, they will be like, Philip, come and teach. I'll say, okay, so topic, let's do this one. And one day he told me, guy, how you able to just stand and teach? That me, before I teach, I'll have to go and drink and come. You understand? Now I told him, you are actually driving to a wrong path. I've seen drivers that say before they move, they have to go and drink. I've been in a park, they loaded us, we are about to go. Driver say he must take 1 bottle of beer before he moved. That's the way his eye will be sharp and bright. And then if God needed those things, he would have created it that a bottle will be maybe by this side of our body, so that every time you will drink before you have ability to do anything. So those things shows that you are being dependent.
Liken it to food.
You are dependent
I think you are saying.
Yes, sir, you are being dependent on those things.
Yes.
Just like our fathers in the olden times. Some of them, before they will go to hunt or catch firewood or bring palm wine, they have to take snuff. It's dependence. We were created with our brain to function straight up without anything. So if you want to find joy, there are many things you can find joy in.
Can I say something?
Want to find happiness? You can find
Can I say
happiness.
something? We are created to depend on something, actually. If you really understand it, your statement is very correct. People grow to depend on alcohol, a bottle or two, before they can function well. Just like me, before coming here this morning, I took out time to pray. And it is what I depend on to do. Arab man prays another kind of prayer where he breaks cola. He depends on it.
Are you saying you're not taking alcohol today?
I'm not an alcoholic. I can stay 1 month without alcohol, 2 months, 1 year, sir.
Okay. Is that the moderate? Is that the moderate you're talking about?
I'm trying to tell you something about alcohol. I don't condemn alcohol.
You didn't. You didn't.
Yes,
of course.
but I believe alcohol should be moderated. And the joy in alcohol is not just drinking. It is the union it brings, the unity it brings, the joy that it circulates when we gather.
What do you think should be done? What do you think should be done to get this alcohol intake moderated the way you want
Is
it?
to sensitize people. You see, this idea of telling people don't drink is a sin. Makes them to even go into drinking. When people like me talk to people who are alcoholic, they begin to mellow down. First of all, they know that I accept what they are doing. I can now tell them moderate it. And I know many people have converted into moderating alcohol.
Tell us what should be done. Tell us what should be done to get alcohol moderated, because you agreed with me.
Yes.
That since all of the things you mentioned are resulting in, as a result of intake of alcohol, excessive of it, that a lot of people must have been sent to their early grave. You agreed with me?
Yes, I agree.
Very good. What should be done? What should be done?
To sensitize people. Like what he's saying, a lot of things he said they are valid. People should know about it. But that doesn't mean you say alcohol should not be taken at all. People should know that some of the bottles they are drinking are not the original content. And by taking it too much, you're killing yourself. I think we can even find the original drinks. That's where we even get more benefits. But this time around,
but I want you to talk about it. You know why? I want you to talk. What should be done to be able to get the original content and not adulterated?
The problem is our government, though. When likes of Dora was alive, Nigeria fought some of these fake things, and things got better. But the institutions we have now that are meant to fight those things are taking bribe. The law enforcement are not strong enough to combat these things. That is the problem. And it's as if our top politicians are more occupied in winning the election than making the country better.
It's okay. Thank you so much. Chike, would you rather advise the government to scrape everything alcohol from the society?
Okay, that's a far cry. If I'm to say it should be scrapped by the government, that would be in government. I think that's either autocracy or so, because you are going against
people's rights.
Yes, but then the truth of the matter is that if a lot of persons stop alcohol intake, it will go out of market, it will go out of face. The producers will reduce it. In fact, a lot of them will pack.
Then briefly make your parting words. Make your parting words to the alcohol intakers.
To the alcohol intakers, I will only say you are somehow enslaving yourself to something.
Okay.
Because, like I just talked about dependence, you now depend on this thing to function. Meanwhile, you were created with a brain and a nervous system that can function on its own.
Okay, no problem. I want you to also give a shout out to the moderate
I just want to say
intakers.
something. Dependent. We all depend on something.
Sam, shout out to the moderate takers of alcohol.
They should keep taking it moderately. That's all. They should never take it in excess, because taking it in excess is very harmful.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam Uchendo.
Thank you.
Civil engineer, thank you so much for coming.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip Osigwe, the CEO, Mikorazone Links Enterprises. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, our viewer. It has been a nice time we stayed with you. Debating, because I call it debate, because they are in two opposite directions, yes. But we were able to arrive at something. Thank you so much. We're going to see again. My name remains Chukwemeka Obase. Thank you so much.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt Teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft. It is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence. They demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error, not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination. It is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone. It becomes stronger.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Here are the headlines. Medicine Sans Frontiers warns of worsening humanitarian crisis in Zamfara as rainy season intensifies. Armed bandits attack Kwara community. nscdc seals inner Galaxy steel facilities nationwide over alleged railway vandalism and scrap recycling case. Now the news in details. The International Humanitarian Medical Organization, Medicine Sans Frontiers, has raised concern over worsening health conditions in Zamfara state as the rainy season intensifies across northwestern Nigeria. The organization warned that flooding, poor sanitation, and prolonged insecurity are increasing the spread of malaria, cholera, and typhoid fever in vulnerable communities. MSF said years of violent attacks and displacement had already weakened access to healthcare and basic social services in several parts of the state. According to the organization, stagnant flood water and contaminated water sources are creating serious public health risks, especially for women and children living in overcrowded settlements. The medical group also warned that the annual lean season has worsened food shortages, leading to a rise in severe acute malnutrition among children and pregnant women. It added that damaged roads, collapsed bridges, and insecurity in remote communities are delaying access to emergency medical care and life-saving treatment. Medicine Sans Frontiers called for urgent intervention from government and international partners to improve access to clean water, strengthen vaccination campaigns, and expand emergency healthcare services. The organization warned that without immediate action, preventable deaths could rise significantly before the end of the rainy season. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has launched special Kabir patrol operations across Niger and Jigawa states to reduce road crashes and improve traffic management during the festive period. More than 1,100 personnel have been deployed for the week-long exercise. In Niger State, Sector Commander, Corps Commander Aishat Saidu said 600 officers, 12 patrol vehicles, 3 ambulances and 1 heavy-duty tow truck have been positioned along major highways and critical traffic routes. She explained that the operation is aimed at ensuring free traffic flow, rapid emergency response, and strict enforcement of road safety regulations. In Jigawa State, the command deployed 581 personnel, including regular officers and special marshals, supported by patrol vehicles and ambulances. Command spokesperson Mr. Yahaya Ibrahim said officers would intensify surveillance and enforcement operations across strategic junctions and highways until May 31st. The FRSC warned motorists against speeding, overloading, dangerous overtaking, route violations, and driving under the influence of alcohol. The troops and Corps also announced that mobile court operations will be conducted during the exercise to prosecute offenders and promote safer road use throughout the Sallah celebrations. Governor Alex Oti has commenced a grassroots engagement initiative aimed at giving local communities greater participation in development planning across Abia State. The program is designed to allow residents identify and prioritize projects needed in their communities. Representing the governor at the inaugural town hall meeting in Ugunabo local government area, the chief of staff to the governor, Dr. Caleb Ajagba, received a document containing community requests covering healthcare, education, electricity, and road infrastructure. Dr. Ajagba assured residents that the state government would carefully review the submissions and ensure that projects executed by the administration reflect the actual needs of people. He noted that the initiative would strengthen collaboration between government and communities. The Ebonyi State government has intensified efforts to modernize the public education sector through the introduction of digital learning infrastructure across schools in the state. The initiative is aimed at improving technology-driven education and preparing students for a digital economy. As part of the program, schools are being equipped with internet facilities, computer laboratories, and other digital learning tools to improve access to modern educational resources and strengthen information technology skills among students. The state government also announced plans to install closed-circuit television surveillance systems in schools to improve security and provide a safer learning environment for students, teachers, and administrative staff. Suspected armed bandits have attacked Yashikira community in Baritel local government area of Kwara State, burning parts of the Emir's palace and abducting 10 persons during a midnight raid on the town. The attackers reportedly stormed the community and lodged simultaneous attacks on the Yashikira Police Divisional Headquarters and the residence of the traditional ruler, Alhaji Umar Seriki. Police officers were said to have repelled the assault on the station. The Kwara State Police Command confirmed that the traditional ruler was away during the incident. However, 7 members of his family, including 3 wives and 4 children, were abducted by the gunmen, who also set vehicles ablaze and damaged property within the palace premises. Commissioner of Police in Kwara State, Mr. Ojo Adekimi, has ordered a joint security operation involving the police, military, and local vigilante groups to rescue the victims and track down the attackers. Operatives of the Violent Crime Response Unit of the Anambra State Police Command have arrested 17 suspected cult members during a raid in Oka, the Anambra State capital. Police spokesperson Mr. Tochukwu Ikenga said the operation followed credible intelligence indicating that the suspects were gathering for alleged cult-related activities and initiation rites at a location within the city. Mr. Ikenga announced that preliminary investigations linked the suspects to the Vikings confraternity, also known as the Baggers. He added that officers recovered substances suspected to be cannabis sativa and other incriminating items during the operation. The police command said the suspects remain in custody while investigations continue. Detectives from the Zone 2 Police Command in Onikon, Lagos State, have arrested 9 suspects linked to 2 criminal syndicates involved in the diversion and sale of commercial cargo valued at more than 60 million naira. The Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of the zone, Mr. Olohudere Jimo, said investigations revealed that the syndicate worked with truck drivers and assistants to divert goods from designated delivery points to illegal buyers. Police said one of the operations led to the interception of chemical molasses worth 22 million naira during an illegal transfer in the Itoke area of Lagos State. Officers also recovered a trailer loaded with dairy products valued at 28 million naira in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. The suspects are currently in police custody and are expected to face prosecution after investigations are concluded. The police command said efforts are ongoing to arrest other members of the criminal network still at large. This is News at 3 coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. MSF warns of worsening health crisis in Zamfara amid rainy season. Bandits attack Kwara community, abduct 10 residents in midnight raid. Coming up shortly, nscdc seals steel firms over alleged railway vandalism case. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The Kwara State Sector Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps has deployed 950 personnel for a special Eid Kabri highway safety operation across the state. The week-long exercise is aimed at reducing road crashes and ensuring smooth traffic flow during the festive period. Sector Commander Mr. Kabiru Kazem said 16 patrol vehicles, 4 ambulances and a 70-ton tow truck have been deployed to key highways and traffic corridors. He explained that the assets will support rapid response to emergencies and removal of broken down vehicles. The FRSC said patrol teams will focus on speeding, overloading, dangerous overtaking, distracted driving and route violations. Officers have also been directed to maintain strong visibility along accident-prone routes across the states. The command also intensified public enlightenment campaigns at motor parks and religious centers, warning motorists to obey traffic rules and prioritize safety during the Salat period. An Anambra State High Court sitting in Onitsha has sentenced self-acclaimed native doctor Mr. Akinyola Ogundele to 31 years imprisonment for a multi-million naira fraud involving false spiritual claims and intimidation. The court found that Mr. Ogundele defrauded a businesswoman, the late Mrs. Juliet Onabe, and her relatives of over 5 million naira through psychological pressure, threats, and false ritual promises. The offenses occurred after a business encounter in July 2024. Justice D.A. Onyefulu ruled that evidence, including bank records and confessional statements, proved the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. The court noted that he absconded during trial and the case proceeded in his absence. The court sentenced him to 21 years for obtaining money under false pretenses and an additional 10 years for fraudulent conversion, bringing the total to 31 years imprisonment. The National Information Technology Development Agency has denied any involvement in alleged fund recovery linked to an online platform known as CPM. In a statement issued by the agency's Director of Corporate Communications, Mrs. Hadiza Omar, NITDA warned that fraudsters are falsely claiming government backing to extort money from victims of this scheme. The agency clarified that it has no connection with the platform or any process involving financial recovery for investors. It stressed that it does not request payment from citizens for cybersecurity interventions or digital asset recovery. NITDA urged the public to ignore such claims, describing them as a secondary scam designed to exploit victims already affected by online fraud. The Managing Director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Dr. Samuel Obuku, has announced ongoing institutional reforms aimed at digitizing operations and improving service delivery. Dr. Obuku made the remarks during an official visit to the Commission's Bayelsa State Office in Agoa. He said the reforms are designed to eliminate bureaucratic delays and improve efficiency across departments. He explained that the transition to digital systems will enhance transparency, accountability, and project monitoring in the Niger Delta region. Staff of the Commission, represented by the Bayelsa State's Governor, Mr. Goodnose Alayemesie, pledged support for the reform program and assured management of cooperation in implementing the new system. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has shut down facilities belonging to Inec Galaxy Steel and Jingshin Integrity Industrial Limited over involvement in railway infrastructure vandalism. The nscdc said the operation followed a court order and search warrants executed across Kaduna, Abia, and Zamfara states. Recovered railway materials were allegedly found on company premises in Kaduna State. According to nscdc spokesperson Babawale Afolabi, some suspects admitted involvement in handling stolen railway components, while several foreign nationals have been invited for questioning. Commandant General Ahmed Audi said the seized materials will be returned to the Nigeria Railway Corporation as exhibits, adding that all suspects will be prosecuted for economic sabotage and related offenses. Team Nigeria has won 49 medals at the African Open Championships, recording a dominant performance across multiple para-sport events. The highlight of the competition was a record-breaking gold medal performance by athlete Onyinyechi, who set a new world record in her category. Officials say the success reflects months of structured training and investment in para-athletics development programs across the country. Nigeria's performance at the championship further strengthens its position as a leading force in African para-sports ahead of upcoming international competitions. Nollywood actress and filmmaker Mary Njoko has advised Nigerians to avoid living beyond their means in pursuit of public approval and social media validation. In a public message, the Rock Studios chief executive warned that many people are pressured into maintaining unrealistic lifestyles that are not financially sustainable. She urged individuals to prioritize financial discipline, personal growth, and mental well-being over external pressure and appearances. Njoko also cautioned young women against cosmetic pressure trends, advising them to embrace natural development and focus on building skills and education for long-term success. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. Medicines Sans Frontiers has raised concern over a worsening humanitarian and public health situation in Zamfara State, warning that the ongoing rainy season is intensifying outbreaks of malaria, cholera, and other waterborne diseases in displacement-affected communities across northwestern Nigeria. Armed bandits have launched a coordinated midnight attack in Yashikira community in Baritel local government area of Kwara State, targeting both the divisional police headquarters and the palace of the Emir of Yashikira, Alhaji Umar Seriki, and abducted 10 residents, including members of the royal household. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has obtained a nationwide court order to seize facilities belonging to Inec Galaxy Steel and Jingshin Integrity Industrial Limited, following allegations of involvement in the vandalization and illegal recycling of railway infrastructure materials recovered from their premises. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Good afternoon.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice
has a seat at the table.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewer. Once again, welcome to our darling television station, the Aneke TV, and to our darling program, The Mysteries of Life. There are so many mysteries of life. Many, many, many. You know, as Bob Marley would say, we got so much things to say. But the one we are looking at today is the issue of charms. Charms, are they real or is it a myth? And with me in the studio to look at this matter from my left is Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. He is the pastor for the children of Assemblies of God Mission at Isiago Street, Owani, Enugu. Reverend, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
And by my right, we have my brother, Ngwoko. He is not just Enugu State, but Nigerian Cultural Ambassador at the World Cultural Festival in India. He is here to look at this issue of charms. Ngwoko, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
I want to start with the Reverend, since I started with the left, because we also left-right. Charms.
We do want to start with the
charms. I mean, is there anything like charm? Is it a reality, or is it just a myth? Or are people confused? What is happening? Charms. We hear about charms. I know that I talk about the English word. That there's a charming lady. We know about that one. A charming lady. Even queens. Almost all queens are charming. But we are going beyond that simple charming lady. We want to look at this concept of charms. Ogbo. Otomo ogbo. Ada Jemife. When men were men. Was there ever any time like that? Or is it still around?
All right. I think I will answer it in 2 dimensions.
Okay.
Charm is real. Charm is not real.
Okay.
Charm is real for those that believe in the ideology and practice of it. Because you have the positive side of it and the negative side of it. And so that is my answer.
Okay.
Charm is real and charm is not real.
Okay.
It's not real in the sense that I or people that doesn't believe in it, doesn't practice it, is not real to them.
Okay. Charm. Ngwoko. You know, he has said it is real for those who believe in it, and a myth for those who don't believe in it.
Well, charms are objects that have some high level of vibrations in it, and then that can be used for protection, that can be used for good luck, that can also be used to mesmerize.
Okay.
As the case may be.
Yeah, mesmerism.
Yes, mesmerism, yeah. And it all depends on one's system of belief and also one's level of vibration at the time the charm is being conferred to the person. And again, it also depends as well on the conditions given for the use of the charms. For instance, if there's a charm that is given to someone, and the charm, whoever the person that's having the charm fails to abide by certain principles that govern the charm, and it could have a failure.
Okay.
It could render it impotent.
Okay.
You know.
Like brake failure in a vehicle.
Exactly.
Okay.
For instance, if there's a charm given to someone to use to charm probably a lady, a man to charm a lady, then they could say, okay, in the morning you wake up, you bow down to this charm, you spit on it, you do some basic rituals on it, and then if the person does not abide by those principles that will charge the vibration of that charm, there's a tendency that the charm will be rendered impotent.
Okay. Okay, like recharging your battery, your phone, your whatever you have, like those who use solar, they have to recharge the solar battery, the panel.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know, he has tried to look at this charm issue, because sometimes we hear about what they call magun in Yoruba land, you know, don't climb. So if you cross another person's woman or wife or whatever, there's going to be trouble. In, you know, Reverend Father, I don't want to mention his name but I know he wouldn't be feeling bad about it. He said, when my grandfather was alive, during those tribal wars, he would just say, these people are not going to cross here. And he would just go and lie down, and it will happen. He would tell these people that these people that are coming, they are not going to cross here. And he would do one or two things and go back and be sleeping. And those people would not cross that place. So, you know, with the coming of Christianity, would you say that the efficacy of charms have reduced or what? What is going on?
Sincerely, like I said in the beginning, that charms are real,
okay,
and charms are also not real.
Okay.
Yes. Before the advent of Christianity, just like we all know, there's always a manuscript, original tendencies. When people do what they do, like he said, you know, do some activations to, you know, raise the vibration, that's the potency of that charm or whatever. Yes, yes. We call that the original manuscript. But as time goes on, you discover that people slide away from what is the kind of procedure or law governing whatever they do, and then the potency of that practice will start coming down. But the advent of Christianity made us to know that the power of God, the power embedded in the name of the Lord Jesus and in the blood and in the word is stronger than charm. And that is where I tell you that it is not real. Okay. Because for whoever that believes in Christ, the Bible says he has greater power. Okay. He has greater power. He has greater dominion. Okay. He has greater potency. Okay. Because at the name of Jesus, every knee will, but including the name of charm and the priest or the practice, the practitioner. Okay. So to whoever that believes, like I said in the beginning, it's all about your ideology and your faith belief. If you believe in charms, it will work in. It's real. It's real. And when you trespass it, you see the repercussion attached to it. Sometimes people even try to pedal on the pendulum of Christianity and tradition to weigh effects and say, what is the essence of existence? I think it is better we bring in charm. And if we had had charm, people will not mess up. You know, Christianity has a way of mercy. Okay, that if it is charm, you give to Caesar. They say if it is charm now, people will be more serious. You know, what they say is what they do. But it's not all that at every situation. There are people that are standing on it and it is working. Okay. That is the reality. Okay. Then there are people that are not standing on it and it is not working for them because they don't believe it. Okay. So as a worker, you have heard him. So what do you say? You know, this whole issue, because he mentioned that with Christianity, so people, based on your belief system, it could work for this and it won't work on the other side because the person does not believe that charm. In fact, you believe they are nothing like charm. Of course.
First and foremost, we have to always demarcate between Christianity and Christendom. They're two different things. Okay. A Christian, first and foremost, is an ardent follower of Yeshua HaMashiach. And the principles of Christianity is love. Simple. Now, when somebody begins to do things that are contrary to the principles of love, when somebody begins to look for power, when somebody begins to look for things of manipulative tendencies, that is when they begin to delve into things like this. And then, if we call ourselves, or people who call themselves Christians, if they begin to tend towards capitalism, profiteering, materialism, then that gives rise to the use of charms and manipulations.
Because materialism would bring about idolatry.
Greed.
Idolatry.
And greed. Okay. Okay. So, if we say we are following Yeshua HaMashiach and say we are Christians, then there were laid down principles that the man himself kept on the ground. And he said, I know my sheep and my sheep know me. You cannot be a follower of Christ and then you are going contrary to what he said. Now, if charms are just like my fellow discussant here said, that anybody who believes in
the charm, it will work.
In the charm, it will work.
If you don't believe it, will not work.
It will not work. Okay. There are people who don't believe in the charms, but it works for them. And it works on them.
On them, okay.
Do you understand? So, if we understand it has to do with one's vibration. If your aura is not charged, everybody has his aura. And that was why our ancestors in the ancient times, when someone is born from childhood, what do? They first of all pass him through the rituals of life. amụta nwa eje jụọ ese kedu onye bụ nwa abịa, kedu onye bụ chi ya, kedu onye bụ onye ọgwụ ya, kedu agwụ ya, kedu ihe agwụ ya nyere, kedu ndị na-emeri ya ihe na ndị ọ na-emeri, kedu ndị bụ ndị otu ụgwụ ya, kedu ihe bụ the primordial element of onye mmiri, of onye anị, of onye ikuku, of onye anyanwụ. The 4 elements, which ones are the primordial ones in the person's life. So when this, these ancient people were just wise people, our ancestors were very wise people. At that point, the child is guarded right around everything that is supposed to be with that child. So when you bring up your charms, the spirits around the child will protect that child. So when you see the myriad of spirits, so mad of you will know where will the charm come work? How is it going to work? If it's not the chi that is holding the charm down, that is being channeled against or projected against that child, the only one will do it. And the more inertia will do it. So, what is it? So, that is why it is very important that the traditional aspect of our lives as Africans, we must, as much as possible, understudy it properly and see the essence of the very things that are embedded in the roots of Africa.
Are you now saying that Christianity removed those traditional values?
Of course they did.
How did they do that?
I mean, when you come and tell somebody that without mentioning the name of Jesus Christ, he's going to hell, that is psychological warfare. That is oppression. That is intimidation.
Okay, because I'm asking the question. I know I'll come to Reverend, but
yes.
The point that when you mentioned at the birth of a child, if it is like in those river areas, they will take the child to the water. But we are not in the river area, and so on. Sometimes they will dump the child even in the water. And the water if the child doesn't come up, they will not. It's not their own.
Yes.
So that's their own practice.
Yes.
Now, in the Christendom, there are practices. I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
And we have our own practices. There's something that you mentioned here that is strange to me as a Catholic.
Okay.
Everything that you mentioned here, that's why in the Catholic Church, we don't just answer St. Luke Church. We know that there's a patron saint. We know that there's God. We know that there are all things. We know that there was a time, in the book of Daniel, that that even Lucifer locked up one of the big angels until Michael the Archangel came out. So we know that there are energies. We understand that. And there's a point you made, which he has also made, that these charms, whether you believe in it, like when I talked of the grandfather of my grandfather friend, when he would put those things, and nobody will cross it. Whether those who believe it or not, it's not his business. He has already put it, he has given a boundary, and they are not going to cross it. Whether they believe in it or they cannot cross it. Like when Elisha, I think it was Elisha. Elisha was there, and they came to arrest. The people came to capture him, to capture the prophet in Israel. And Elisha laughed at them. And the servant was telling him, look at these people around us. He said, God, let him see a little bit. So we know that there are energies. We understand that. But the question is this for us, so that the viewer would learn from what we are trying to do now. Charms. You have mentioned something that there are principles that make charms to work or fail. And then you also mentioned it. There are principles that make charms work or fail. So what are the principles that will make charm to work or fail?
I want to address a little of what you have just said. We are not talking about pastors that uses charm to do religion.
He never said that too.
He said something in that line.
He didn't say that.
He said something in that line. Manipulating people.
Yes.
He said something in that line. We are talking about charms.
Yes.
And whenever you talk about charms, you are talking about possessive power.
Okay.
You are talking about rituals.
Okay.
And that is what we have come to discuss.
Okay.
It is important that you know, as a child of God, you don't have any link with charm. Because the name of Jesus settles it all. You see, if any man is in Christ Jesus, he is a new creature. All things have passed away. Behold, everything becomes what? New. Your possessive standpoint, where you operate, because everybody has his own altar he operates. Where you operate, the place of Jesus is stronger than the place of charm. Whatever you talk about in the old, yes, I said, charms are realities. But you don't bring it into contention with the name that is above other names. It works for who believes in it. Now, if you said there are people that doesn't believe in it, and it still works for them, it works for them in either to affect them, because whoever that has charm is having it either for protection or for provision or for certain issues. But mind you, sir, evil priests, unquote, those that do charm, that is that's what I said. That is what I'm just addressing. Yes. None of their children in those old times, none of their children
ever did well.
Oh my God! Now the truth of the matter, you are dedicating your child to your charm, and you are spitting on the charm. What a power! What a God you spit on, only to activate His power. But you should reason on your own whether the power there is what durable. The name of Jesus is stronger. And what do we do, like you just ask, that will help us? Even us in the Christendom. Because when you say Christianity and Christendom, there are two different words used.
Yes.
Christianity is the practice. The Christendom is the domain of operation.
Of the Christians.
Yes. So, all you need to do, sir, the Bible says that God desires truth from the innermost part.
The innermost part, yes.
Let your life, your hand, be what? Upright. Say A and mean A. Not when you say another thing inside and you come outside to become another, or you say another thing outside and you go inside to become another thing. If they bring charm on you, it will bring you down. Because your operational base is in contention. But when you are standing with the Lord, who is on the Lord's side, the power of God, like the aura you talk about, there's what we call unction, there's what we call anointing. Unction is the atmosphere. Anointing is the capacity, the doing, the work, the power you draws into existence for you to perform the religious work God has called you into.
The spiritual work?
Yes.
The spiritual
work God has called you into.
Yes, so...
Okay, I want to react to what he said.
Yes.
You know, when we say charm, these are physical objects, natural things.
No, they are natural things, but not be physical.
Hold on.
Not always physical.
They're natural things.
Yes.
That have been put together by the use of natural elements.
Yes.
By somebody who understands the composition of those elements. For instance,
like the white man comes to take lithium, which we are wasting here.
Exactly.
So he comes to collect lithium.
Exactly. They have to understand what this compound material
is capable
of doing, and the potency levels. So when we say charms, it could be in form of objects, amulets, talisman, or whatever. For instance, I grew up in the Catholic Church. We were given sacramentals. It's charm. Okay?
The sacramental?
Yes, the charm.
It's like a sacramental.
The towel you're wearing.
My towel, yes.
Yes, it's a sacramental.
It's a sacramental.
It's a charm.
I don't know what I call in the charm there.
because it's based on protection.
It's protection. That is his belief.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
And that is the positive aspect of it.
We will get to that. Then, when you look at the elements of creation, there was a time Yeshua HaMashiach performed a miracle. You know, he got sand from the earth, put it in his hand, spat on it. You were talking about spitting. Do you know the potency of spitting? He spat on it, mixed it up, put it in the bird's eye, said, go to the water element.
And wash.
And wash. You have to understand the basic things about creation.
No, the point you are missing idea. Jesus brought sand from the soil.
Yes.
Earth. Yes, earth. And the earth needed water. It needed water. Look, wait. We don't go beyond what the Bible is teaching. Wait, now we understand. He mixed it with water, spit from his mouth, and then rub in the person's eye. And you needed water, not spit to wash it away. You needed water to go and wash it. It is not water in the sense of element that has the power. It is in the obedience to the word of God that activated power of listening. Because it wasn't the water that came and opened his eyes. Can I say something? It was the power of Jesus, the power of God that opens that eyes. If we are talking about charms, he has a positive side, which I said, for those that believe in it, operate with it. It has a negative side because right as we talk to each other, sir, there are people that create mix-up charms to attack, to kill, to destroy people.
And I'll give you an answer.
No, there is no issue. All I'm trying to say is that charms in that order is on the negative side. Apart from you having something to protect, which is positive. Because the confidence you have that you put on something is for protection. But Jesus said, I am with you. He says, if any man is in Christ. And he even said, if I am with you, nobody can be against you. You quoted Elisha.
Yes.
Do you understand? This is somebody that has overwhelming power. Overwhelming. Our problem is this. We say things, even in the charm ritual side of the, we say things, but we don't live to what we say. If we live to what we say, the world will be full of effect and the power and the presence of God. Just stand on the Lord's side. You are covered, sincerely covered. Those people that are doing charms, sir, they are serious manipulators. Serious manipulators.
What do you want to talk about?
So we have controversies in everywhere. But the truth of the matter is that charm, for those that believe it,
they are real.
It's real.
Then if you don't believe in it,
those that don't believe it, it is not real.
Also point something.
And you know there is spiritual trespass. There is spiritual trespass.
I want to point something out here. I'm sorry about what I'm going to say now. I was watching the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. That was the head of the Anglican Church, right?
I'm listening now.
Well, listen.
Did you watch that funeral?
Go ahead.
Rites and rituals. We cannot escape from rites and rituals.
Good. You know, what baffled me in the whole thing is, this is the seat of a particular church, right? The head of the seat of a particular church. It's called the Church of England, isn't it? Right? The Church of England, that's what Anglican Church is.
Yes,
of England.
yes.
Did you see the rituals they were performing?
There must be rituals.
Good.
There must be rituals.
Very good. So why I want to point out to those rituals. Did you hear anybody say praise the Lord there?
What do you
Nobody shouted that thing there.
What do you call rituals?
Hold on, I'm coming. They were performing that thing based on the traditional rights of the English people.
You know that
the British people.
You know that the Lord is not only
English and British are two different things.
You know that the Lord is not only praised when we shout it.
Thank you.
No, the Lord is ultimately praised when our heart believes to
even your Bible
His honor.
In Matthew 5. If you're praying, don't babble like the pagans.
No, yes, I
because
said.
when the Father in heaven knows what you have in your heart before you
said the people did not shout praise the Lord.
No,
and I'm saying this. It is not that they don't shout praise the Lord.
Like our place,
that the Lord is not praised.
That we copy everything from people who brought it to us. Why do we always point fingers at our tradition? Why do we always look down on our tradition?
No,
that's my point.
No, the truth of the matter
I think you're moving out of
because that was where he went.
Seriously, no.
Tradition.
No, the tradition.
No, observe the tradition.
You were saying something about manipulators of the Christian
I think you have handled it. As a worker, listen, we have no disagreement here.
Very good.
He has made a point that these rites and rituals are part of charms. He has no problem with them.
Okay.
You have also made the point that even at the burial of Queen Elizabeth, for the final burial, they didn't call her Queen. They didn't call her Queen. They called her original name. They didn't, because she's not the first Queen Elizabeth. So they called her original name and took away everything. Everything that has to do with her worship.
And broke her wand.
Yes.
And put it inside the coffin.
Fine. So, but that's by the way. So these are rites and rituals. And it depends. There's a point he made, which is that, are you on the positive side or are you on the negative side? Whatever you are doing. Because, like you try to, the point you made, which you accepted, is that when Christ did, because there's always the form and matter in whatever we do. Now, Jesus did that. As I said, he even touched spittle and then put on the tongue of a man. And the man spoke. That's Mark 7.
Yes.
So we know all those things. And then before he said, after doing that, then he said, Epheta, open. Then the man spoke.
Yes.
And the people started jumping around. And they were shouting in the native language.
Yes.
He has done all things well.
Do you know, sir? Sorry to cut you, sir. This is the operations of God.
Okay.
Operations of God is embedded in obedience.
Yes.
Now, with his word, he created heaven and earth.
Yes.
There are things you want to do. You will not want to waste your strength. You devise a dimension. A dimension. Now, Jesus knew that power is in the tongue. That saliva is coming from the tongue and it's a point of contact. Him being omnipotent, in charge of all, we don't have the power to come and dissect his operations, but the effect and result is what we enjoy. So for him to now use his saliva and spit on it and tell somebody go, and it doesn't mean that you come to your charm and spit and power will come out. No. Even if you speak your saliva on charm for power to come out, the power that exudes out from Jesus, power, when you didn't speak,
that is the difference.
Stronger.
No, we are not challenging. We are not going for challenge. We are not going for challenge of Christianity and the charm.
I want to react. Sorry. I want to say something.
We must surely touch it.
I want
to say something. You see, there's a contradiction here. Yes. Because at first he talked about spitting, and then I brought up the topic of Jesus Christ spitting, and then he now, tried to.
No, it was just the word that talked about the spitting. You were the one that said about spitting.
No, there's a point that, let me tell you how he came. You said that if you spit on whatever you believe in, that's why he came in.
Yes.
Because he now said if you spit on it, then what is going to happen would be negative. Then he came up with that. That's why he came up.
Exactly.
That's why he came up.
So what I'm trying to say is this: in as much as I respect your belief, I respect your faith. Some of these things you say that Yeshua HaMashiach performed in his time, other people have performed those things thousands of years before he came. Does it not authenticate what they've done? Our forefathers, who the white man came here and destroyed our documents. They came here, they saw our NCDC writings, they destroyed those things. You want us to name things they destroyed in Africa?
Do you know if somebody takes Bible from you, it doesn't destroy you?
No, hold on, I'm coming. I want to establish a point.
It's okay.
The point I'm trying to establish is this. We have our system, and our system was perfect before the white man came. And when we try to look down on that system, that is where I will have a problem with anybody who wants to look down on that system. Because it sustained us for millions of years before the white man. When did the white man come in?
Okay, let me help us. During the last African Cup of Nations,
yes,
did you watch what was happening in the field?
I'm not a football fan.
Okay, no, because I am a nationalist. I'm patriotic.
Okay.
Whenever there's a national match, I must watch it. If it's Rangers, I will watch it.
I go to Rangers.
No, wait, I must watch it. So, because I am patriotic. Now, during the match, when the goalkeeper of Nigeria, in fact, all over, the goalkeepers have their towels. These Algerians would go and pull their towels and say there's charm inside the towel. And it caused a lot of trouble.
Yes.
Because they're accusing the goalkeepers of using charm. So that we don't just come up and think that it doesn't. All of us, we all agree that charms have their efficacy. But it depends on whether you are in the area, in the realm where it is going to have its effect. Like you mentioned, if you're supposed to be spitting on your charm 100 times before coming out, and you go and spit 90 times, you have broken the rules. If you are supposed to observe some rules, like when the Israelis were going to see God, they were told to keep themselves clean. Avoid.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
How would you feel if you had a sit-down show that brings to you highlights and happenings around your environment, around the southeast, in the southeastern region, Enugu, Imo, Abia, Anambra, and of course, its environs, rivers, and Delta State? This is what we do here on the show, Aneke Brief, where we bring to you conversations surrounding events and happenings in the southeast. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now, usually we start off with bulletins, highlight from the news bulletins in the day before we get on to having our conversation for this evening. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, Pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Now to the news bulletin. The Enugu state government states that its newly restructured 4-tier healthcare system is designed to provide accessible, affordable, and high-quality healthcare services to residents across the state. The Commissioner for Health in the state, Professor George Ugu, made this known during a research conference at the University of Nigeria. Professor Ugu said the administration of Governor Petermbah has made major investment in healthcare infrastructure, including the upgrade of general hospitals and primary healthcare centers across the 17 local government areas of the state. He explained that the state has introduced a subsidized health insurance program aimed at reducing financial pressure on residents. Now, according to him, the program allows citizens to access healthcare services through an affordable annual payment system while ensuring wider health coverage. The commissioner added that over 2,000 health workers have been recruited to strengthen service delivery, while electronic medical record systems are being introduced to improve patient management. Tension briefly gripped the People's Democratic Party Secretariat in Enugu yesterday after heavily armed operatives of the Nigeria Police Force occupied the premises at the party as the party was about to hold its governorship primary election. Security personnel reportedly arrived at the venue early in the morning with patrol vehicles and an anti-bomb disposal unit, restricting access to the complex. Eyewitnesses said members of the police anti-bomb squad were seen conducting security checks around the decorated secretariat, causing confusion among party officials and supporters who had gathered for the scheduled exercise. Chairman of the Enugu State PDP, Mr. Vitus Okechi, expressed concern over the development, saying the party was not informed about this operation. He directed members to proceed to their various wards to continue the voting process, insisting that the primary election must continue without disruption. Mr. Okechi later confirmed that voting was conducted peacefully across the state under the supervision of officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Still in Enugu, operatives of the Enugu State Police Command arrested 3 suspects linked to unlawful possession of firearms and suspected cult-related activities in separate operations across Nsukka and 9th Mile Corner areas of the state. Police authorities said the operations led to the recovery of locally made guns, live cartridges, and other incriminating items. Now, according to the command, operatives attached to the Okuje division arrested 23-year-old Sunday Okumaji during a stop-and-search operation in Nsukka local government area. Police recovered a locally made pistol loaded with 1 live cartridge from his bag. The suspect reportedly claimed he was a firearm repairer handling the weapon for repairs. In another operation along the Nsukka Old Road in 9th Mile Corner, operatives of the Distress Response Squad intercepted 3 men on motorcycle. 2 suspects escaped, while 27-year-old Chimobi Ozo was arrested with a locally fabricated revolver pistol and 4 live cartridges allegedly concealed in his bag. Police say the suspect confessed to involvement in cult activities. The command also confirmed the arrest of Ekene Alphonse Ugu after he allegedly abandoned a motorcycle and a bag containing a locally made pistol, a live cartridge, keys, tools, and suspected illicit substances during a surveillance patrol in Nsukka. In Anambra State, Governor Chukwuma Soludo has announced plans to establish a central palace for Awka as part of efforts to preserve the cultural heritage and identity of the state capital. The governor made the announcement during the annual Imoka Festival celebration in Awka. Governor Soludo paid a solidarity visit to the traditional ruler of Awka, Obi Gibson Nwosu, becoming the first sitting governor of the state to attend the traditional festival. The event was attended by community leaders, traditional title holders, and stakeholders from across the town. Addressing residents during the ceremony, the governor said Awka deserves a lasting symbol of unity and tradition that future generations would identify with. Governor Soludo also commended residents for the peaceful conduct of the Imoka Festival and reiterated his administration's commitment to infrastructural development across Anambra State. We move over to Imo State, and in Imo, the Imo State Police Command says 300 officers have completed specialized training in forensic and fraud investigations as part of efforts to strengthen operational capacity and improve service delivery within the force. Police Public Relations Officer in the state, Mr. Harry Okoye, announced this in the statement issued in Owerri. He said the 2-day training program forms part of ongoing police reforms initiated by the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu. According to the command, the training focused on modern forensic techniques, intelligence-led policing, financial investigations, anti-money laundering procedures, and strategies for tackling fraud and emerging crimes. Officers were also trained on evidence handling and interagency collaboration. Commissioner of Police in Imo State, Mr. Audu Boso, said continuous training remains essential for modern policing and effective crime investigation. The command also commended the force headquarters delegation led by Dr. Pearl Obulu for supporting capacity development within the Nigeria Police Force. Still in Imo State, the police command has arrested 2 suspects in connection with the rape and murder of a 21-year-old nursing student, Miss Wendy Achumba, in Obowo local government area of the state. Police spokesperson Mr. Harry Okoye said the suspect, who was undergoing post-basic midwifery training at Our Lady of Mercy Nursing School, was found dead in her off-campus apartment last Thursday. The suspects, identified as Onyema Okonkwo and Emmanuel Onyekachi, were arrested following what police described as intelligence-led investigation carried out with support from members of the community. Police said one of the suspects allegedly confessed during interrogation and implicated the second suspect in the crime. Commissioner of Police in Imo State, Mr. Audu Boso, assured residents that the case will be professionally investigated and prosecuted. Community leaders, including traditional ruler Eze Patrick Owakala, condemned the killing and called for justice for the late student. Now in Abia State, Governor Alex Oti of Abia State says the administration has issued 4,707 certificates of occupancy within 3 years, surpassing the total number processed by previous administrations between 1999 and 2023. Governor Oti announced this during a monthly media briefing in Umuahia, where he also announced the completion of a new state master plan developed in partnership with the United Nations Habitat. He said more than 4 million land records have already been digitized. The governor further revealed that the state electric bus transport scheme has transported over 26,000 passengers within 2 months of operation. He added that 20 additional electric buses are expected to arrive in July to strengthen the transport system. Governor Oti also said the state government has intensified efforts to recover public assets allegedly acquired illegally in the past. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transparency, infrastructure development, and economic reforms across Abia State. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has announced plans to personally fund the construction of 1,000 capacity ecumenical worship center in Umuahia. The governor made the announcement during an interdenominational Thanksgiving service organized to mark the 3rd anniversary of his administration. He explained that the project will be financed entirely with personal resources and not with public funds. Governor Oti said the land for the project, located in Umuahia, was acquired with his personal funds in 2009, years before he assumed office as governor. He described the initiative as part of a personal commitment made before the 2023 general election. And lastly, in Enugu, this is from the event of yesterday, Governor petermbah of Enugu State has congratulated Rangers International FC following the club's victory in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Rangers secured their 9th league title after defeating Ikorodu City Football Club 2-1 at the Onikon Stadium in Lagos. The Flying Antelopes finished the season with 68 points, narrowly ahead of Rivers United on the final league table. Governor Mbah praised the players, coaching crew, and management of the club for their determination and discipline throughout the season. He described their achievement as a restoration of Enugu State's proud football heritage and commended the team for making the state proud. All right, that's our news bulletin for this evening. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be diving into our topic for this evening. We're discussing, earlier in the news today, we read that the World Bank has ranked Nigeria as the 3rd largest borrower. What does this mean for the country, and how do we salvage this situation in the coming years? We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert
Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Welcome back. Now, if you have been tracking the news lately, you would likely have seen the massive infrastructure projects, the discussions around subsidy reforms and the government's push for economic revival. But beyond the scenes of every developing nation, a silent partner is keeping the lights on. For Nigeria, that partner is increasingly the World Bank. Recent data from the World Bank's International Development Association, IDA, has delivered a sobering milestone. Nigeria is now officially ranked as the third largest borrower in IDA's global portfolio, holding a staggering $18.7 billion debt. We now sit just behind Bangladesh and Pakistan. Now, with 18.7 billion naira debt currently owed, our exposure accounts for a massive chunk of the bank's total global lending. All right? Economists will tell you that every country borrows, but the true metric of success isn't how much you borrow, it's what you buy with it. Where is this money actually going? Is it bridging our massive infrastructure gap, or is it merely plunging holes into a leaky budget? Now, to help us look past the complex sheets and find the human impact of these numbers, we are honored to have an expert with us. He's an expert economist and financial analyst, Mr. Jude Ihekoroyi.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just get right into it. So earlier today, I think it was on Daily Trust, where we read in the papers that Nigeria has been ranked third, largest borrower. I don't know if you came across this news this morning. How did that make you feel? Because I know we've had conversations about lending, borrowing, but now to see that we are ranked as third, how did you feel about it?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a good question. I have always advocated that while economies grow partially by borrowing and meaningful, sustainable borrowing, borrowing should be cautiously contracted. It's a double-edged sword. If you borrow for meaningful economic projects, certainly you will eventually reap the outcome. But if nations borrow recklessly, like I think we are doing, it spells doom on the economy. Right now, Nigeria is suffering what we call debt overhang, in which case the debts have become unsustainable. We are incurring further borrowings to, offset previous debts. Yes, we borrow to service the previous debts. So debt itself in economics, that's what we call memory. Debt has memory. That is to say, your previous debt, your debt balance sheet has impact on your current and future debt engagements.
Okay.
Because as you further borrow, the ones you have borrowed already has impact on how much you are going to borrow further. If you have borrowed and invested wisely in the economy, then further borrowings will be easy because these ones are already yielding returns that will help you, number one, it will help you to negotiate meaningfully with the creditor. Because if your economy is strong, you have a strong bargaining position and you have leverage. You can, borrow meaningfully in terms of the rates and other concessional items that may come with borrowing. But if you have not been performing well, if the past loans have not been performing well, you are simply at the creditor's mercy. The conditionalities attached to the loans extended to you are always very stringent and strict. And this goes to interrupt and, your domestic monetary policy sovereignty, economic sovereignty is compromised by external borrowing especially. Do you understand?
Yes.
And coming to the case of Nigeria, ranked third largest borrower, 18.5 billion. I looked at it and I was like, this is what I predicted in December when we spoke. I told you that as long as we continue engaging in further borrowings without plunging these loans in meaningful real sector projects that will yield growth, create momentum in the economy, there is no way Nigeria will not run into this problem. If we should face the fact, I think what derailed Nigeria is corruption.
Yes.
Nobody mentions it, especially the media. The media people don't like us to say the leaders are corrupt. But the truth is that if these loans are properly accounted for, Nigeria should be a $1 trillion economy today. If we have invested our loans properly, we shouldn't have only 3,500 kilometers of rail track for a population of 220 million people. We shouldn't have only 4,000 megawatts of power, of which not up to that 4,000 is delivered. We don't have more than...
In the last, I think it was 2 weeks ago that the news told us that the president went and borrowed, I think, over 1.2 billion naira to invest to invest in infrastructure. So, and then we've heard that these monies that are being borrowed are invested into things. Is it that we don't see, because you already said if we invest this money wisely, we should see the result of the outcome. So our case, is it that we are not seeing what this money is invested in? Or the government is not telling us what they are investing it in? Because they tell us this is what they want to invest it into. This is why they borrow this money. But we don't see it. But somehow they still come and tell us, oh, we are doing this for the good of Nigeria.
That doesn't lie.
Yes.
So whatever they tell you and whatever they tell me, to me, it is the jury, doesn't matter. De facto, what you see, real, shows that Nigeria has heavy infrastructure deficit. Do you understand? We have heavy infrastructure deficit. For you to transit into an industrialized nation, just like the Asian giants did, Nigeria is estimated to have at least 40,000 megawatts of power. We have to have at least 18 to 20,000 rail tracks, kilometers of rail track. Every state, every city in Nigeria have to have a functional airport.
Yes.
Flight in Nigeria is the most expensive in the whole world. It is an elitist thing. Ordinarily, flights should be affordable to even school children going back to their parents after holiday, for their holidays. But in Nigeria, it is the other way around. So once there is no congenial environment for investments to thrive, investors who come here know that this is a very dicey economy. The volatility of the economy is very high. You cannot sit down and predict tomorrow and make an investment calculation that if I invest $1 billion today, given this and these conditions, look at the likely return I will get in the next 2 years, 3 years. Look at the likely risks I'm going to face. Look at how I will moderate, what will moderate me going into these risks. Do you understand? As in the mitigation factors. If you don't have such an economy where people come in, it's a high-risk economy. Everybody coming in is coming for arbitrage. It's a high-premium economy because high risk, high returns. Look at NTN, for instance. In Nigeria, NTN makes the largest profit. Their prices, their charges here are almost ×2, double what you get any other place in Africa. Do you understand? And their justification is that they provide almost all the infrastructure they need. Because that becomes their bargaining chip. If you provide your own power, your own security, and everything, then you can tell the government, you should allow me some wide bandwidth to charge in order to recover. And in doing this, it's a leverage for you to exploit the middle ground that this government failure has created. Do you understand?
Yes. Now, it's on record that this administration has borrowed more than, his predecessors.
Already, yes.
Yes, already. But also, on the flip side, last year in Enugu recorded the highest state with, IGR. Now, if states such as Aneke, the way Enugu was able to do it and was ranked highest, is able to generate income on their own to run the affairs of the system, in turn, shouldn't this in a way affect the extent in which the federal government at large borrows to take care of infrastructures and facilities in the country at large?
Yeah, extremities are errors. See, what happens in Enugu should not be a benchmark.
Okay.
Do you understand? I live in Enugu. I know the economy of Enugu very, very well. Enugu has no reason whatsoever being even the 5th best or 5th highest IGR collector in Nigeria. Why? How many big companies do you have in Enugu? Apart from Ama Breweries, can you remember any other big company?
I thought Innocent used to be in
Innocent is a small company.
Okay,
even Ama Breweries is fully automated. If you go there, they don't have more than 300 workers.
Staff, yes.
Everything is automated. Do you understand? They don't have much. They don't generate much. The only thing they generate is that the externalities effect of what they are doing. People who supply them, people who feed them and all that. But so the economies of their presence gravitates outwards towards the microeconomy of the area. Do you understand? Apart from that, Ama breweries doesn't even have much. Go to a city like Detroit in America, where you have over 100 companies producing auto companies, all of them employ more than 5,000 people each. This is in the auto industry alone. No? We are not talking of other aspects of the economy. So imagine if Enugu State has up to 100 big companies, each employing up to 1,000 people.
Okay.
You can imagine the kind of IGR they will collect. Now, what Enugu State governor is doing is uneconomic. It is counterproductive, because in economies there's a benchmark below which you don't tax people. Do you understand? Tax is an equalizer. You collect tax from the average and the rich, use it to, to equalize the income inequality, bring up those people below the poverty line. But Enugu State is collecting revenue, is collecting money from even people who are selling, who are hawking sachet water, who are selling vegetable, the poorest of the poor. They muzzle them, collect revenue. That's not tax. So that should, I don't want to use that one as a standard. It is wrong.
If we decide to use this standard, let's say if this measure yielded results in Enugu, and the federal government decides to toe this line,
as in if we extrapolate this to the
national level, would this in any way help reduce
yes,
debt
of
rates?
course. Now, I was coming to that. Okay. See, Nigeria's economy, the size of Nigeria's economy has been estimated to yield an IGR of approximately 50 to 60 trillion naira.
Okay.
Annual IGR, 50 to 60 trillion naira. In which case, if we can collect revenue at this rate, Nigeria will have little or no reason to borrow. However, Nigeria is collecting close to this. If we should tell ourselves the truth, Nigeria is collecting close to this. But because there are a lot of leakages, the corruption index is very high. Nobody punishes corruption. People collect money and give government the quota they wish to.
Yes.
And nobody checks it. Nobody is imprisoned for corruption. So in the end, what we have ended up collecting in the past 5 years has hovered between 25 and 35 trillion naira. Here is an economy that can generate up to 60 trillion naira in IGR. But we have collected about 50% or 60% of this in IGR. That transmits to the debt burden we have, because you now see the government falling back on external and internal debts. Even internally, we are borrowing heavily. And that is why this thing is driving interest rate high. Interest rate internally is very high, because government is the preferred lender. And if government wants my money, why should I borrow? Why should I lend to private person that is a high risk? Yes. I'm sure government will pay me back. So this internal borrowing is crowding out private investment in the system. As in, private investors that would have collected these monies, invested them meaningfully in real sector of the economy to stimulate activity in the economy. They are, priced out. Government borrows and the bank ignores them. And this has an effect. Now, part of the monies we are borrowing go to servicing the loans and in defending the naira. That is why the naira exchange rate has been a bit stable, between 1,400, 1,300 and all that for the past 2 years. Although part of what contributes to this is the presence of Dangote refinery that has been bringing in foreign currency revenue into the country and has also stopped the hemorrhage we incur when we import a lot of refined petroleum. But what I'm saying eventually is that both the external and internal borrowing is heavily pushing the economy to a brink. So when government comes to tell us they are embarking on these large projects, I don't see the large projects. Okay. The coastal highways, what is the economic impact of the coastal highway that is taking more than 1 trillion naira? What is the economic? If government concludes that coastal highway, what is the direct economic benefit to the country? Of course, it has economic benefit, but not in tandem with the cost. It should not be a project of priority for a country like Nigeria. Yes. There are so many, we have only ports in Lagos only. That is killing the country.
So one of the issues is that we don't have enough revenues to generate incomes from.
Yes, it's because we have not built revenue generating projects
or maybe
over the years.
Or maybe we are channeling energy mostly on servicing rather than creating infrastructures that would help generate
exactly
income.
The revenues we have been generating have partially been, and they've partially ended up in people's pockets.
Okay.
Then the remaining is used to service recurrent expenditure. Because like I told you, when your IGR is so low and our loan service ratio to IGR is around 80%, 80-90%. That is to say 80 to 90% of our IGR goes to service the loan. We only have 10 to 20% of it left to help service the recurrent expenditure. You cannot see why our budget, gives so much weight to capital expenditure, and most of the money goes to servicing recurrent expenditure, because the alternative source that would have serviced this recurrent expenditure has been depleted because it is used to service the loan. And this pressure now forces the government to borrow. And why should government borrow trillions of naira in an election year?
That's another question.
Why should government borrow $1 trillion, $1 billion, $2 billion when you have few months to election? It's a questionable. The lender themselves know the history of Africa. They know that every election year we spend heavily on elections. So all these monies they are borrowing, unfortunately will end up servicing the election requirements of the governing party.
Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about taxing.
Yes.
Early towards the end of last year, it was everywhere. Tax, submitting tax, revenues, and everything. And I remember the rush that we had on social media, where everybody was talking about how to calculate your income and all of that.
Yes.
So far, seeing that we are at this point,
yes,
how has this helped, or what's the progress so far from 1st of January when it was inaugurated to this very point?
Yeah, the knock-on effect of that tax legislation has not really been shown to be so devastating as we anticipated.
Okay.
Do you understand? And I must also tell you that the government drew back on some of those policies.
Yes.
They saw the outcry. They saw the implication. So they drew back on. They didn't, there is a quantum of reform an economy can take at a time. Any given system has a minimum threshold of reform you can apply to it, except you want to kill the system. So if the government had applied that entire tax policy at once, it would have crushed the economy. But because there was very huge outcry, the government drew back on some of those policies, and now they are applying them gradually. And so the impact is not being felt at once. Do you understand? There's no dead weight on the system coming from this tax policy. However, the government is implementing them gradually. And so we are still watching to see how it plays out.
Okay, given that Nigeria is still in the category of developing countries, and then we have this idea from World Bank and other, being ranked between Bangladesh and Pakistan, where does this leave Nigeria on the global market?
It is really a shame that Nigeria is ranked among countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan. With all due respect to Bangladesh and Pakistan, by right, Nigeria is supposed to have transmitted far higher than those places, especially Bangladesh. Do you understand?
Yes.
It is because of bad leadership. Nothing more. I am sorry to say this, but that is the truth. Because if our leaders have been sensitive to the needs and priorities of this economy, number one, we won't have any need to borrow as much as we are borrowing at this time of our life, of our independent life. The primary needs of the economy would have been met long ago if we had applied our oil revenues properly. Okay, Dangote refinery has just come on stream. But we had 4 refineries before Dangote refinery, and we have been spending money servicing them. So assume these 4 refineries have been working, and we have not been importing fuel. Imagine how much foreign exchange we would have saved, and foreign exchange we would have earned through that alone. If Ajokuta Steel Plant a $10 billion, $12 billion investment of this country. If it has been working, Nigeria would have been a net exporter of steel. And we would have been producing vehicles and all kinds of things today, because that is the heart of industrial productivity. Okay. You can't produce anything with steel and metals without the steel mill working. Now we still import, and that contributes significantly to the cost of production at home, because we import these things from China and other places. And if our transport system has been, taken care of, you can't grow an economy without logistics. Logistic infrastructure is key. If movement of goods and humans is easy and cost-effective, reasonably priced, it helps gravitate growth in the economy. And our education and health. You look at the education, our education, Nigeria we go all over the world and excel. But you know the quality of our education here at home. We suffer a lot to get educated. If Nigeria has invested in education, that would have made a lot of impact on our domestic economy. And so all these things put together is why Nigeria is ranked where it is today. But the good news is that we still have, today is still a good day to start. Today is still a good day to start. Assume we have a good government today that is bent on developing this country, playing down on ethnicity, religious differences, and all these things, and developing this country. We have all it takes to be among the top 20 economies in the world. We have the population, we have the huge market. Nigeria is the hub market for Africa, especially West Africa. We constitute 75% of the entire West Africa, and we are the hub market. And you look at the quality of human index, Nigerian human index. We go outside, we perform so well. We come here, we are suffering. Most of us are underemployed because you have all the skills and knowledge. There are no places to apply them. Government doesn't encourage it. Everybody is looking into politics because they have made that place a den where you go and steal and go free.
Now, we understand that these IDA loans are concessional. I mean, I have something to gain from you, so I give you money, and somehow it has allowed countries to borrow to a certain amount. Now, how much benefit does the World Bank gain from these countries owing them? Because whether we like it or not, like you've rightly said, borrowing is not good for any economy. But it seems like the World Bank, or the institution itself, grows from how much a country owes them.
Yeah, thank you.
So how much benefit, and how do we come around to rectify this for a country as great, or considered to be the giant of Africa? How do we rectify this enclosement with the World Bank?
The thing is, I have continued to mention corruption. World Bank itself, unfortunately, is heavily corrupt. Look, they thrive by putting us down. If all these multilateral institutions don't have African clients, they won't survive.
Okay.
If our economy is not down and looking up to them for a piecemeal, they won't survive. Assume Africa is on its foot, and we talk at par with Europe and America. World Bank won't come to dictate for us. This thing, in the first place, World Bank benefits because there are a lot of things they don't tell you. When they lend, let me say, $1 billion to you for agriculture, you will find that all the agricultural equipments will come from the countries they mention to you. They tell you, these are where you get your computers, these are where you get your office equipment, these are where you get your agricultural. You import, a quarter of that money goes back to them automatically. That is number one. And nobody says that they don't also have a kickback. That one is a subterranean economy that we don't see. Do you understand?
Yes.
Otherwise, why are they bent on lending to us? Why? And again, it gives them leverage on your domestic economy, because what it means is he who pays the piper dictates the tone. If I lend $1 billion to you, I give you conditionalities. These conditionalities infringe on your domestic sovereignty. Your monetary policy loses its sovereignty.
Maybe those things serve as collaterals to this.
Because now part of it could be their own companies could have access to our minerals. Okay. Those may not be part of the written down agreements, but there may be the unwritten agreement that you allow their companies access. After all, World Bank and IMF are American. America is the largest shareholder in those two institutions, and their headquarters is in New York. They will bring their own companies to come and, you know, mine your resources here, dictate for you here, and continue to hold you down. Do you understand? So borrowing to a large extent compromises your sovereignty, both financial and even political sovereignty. Don't be surprised that these people have a way and they say on who governs you.
All right, a little away from economy. A couple of months ago, we had agriculture experts come out to tell us that the economy of Nigeria is failing in agriculture, and there is a possibility that the country might revert richly to poverty if nothing is done about it. Now, with all these debts that we are owing and how to feed and how to boost the economy, how would you say agriculture in its entirety would help alleviate this loan? So what extent could this go, and how far can this go to rectify the already existing issues in Nigeria's economy?
Agriculture in any country is a boost. It's a booster. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you go to the US, the United States do not joke with agriculture. They don't want us to give subsidies here, but agriculture is heavily subsidized in Europe and America, and that is why food prices are cheap. Everybody can feed, no matter how much is your salary. Food is not their problem, and that is because government heavily subsidizes agriculture. So here, Nigeria has been playing lip service to agriculture. We have all the potentials to be among the highest producers of agricultural products in Africa. We help to feed the entire world. But how much have we invested in agriculture? How much? What quantity of agriculture is mechanized? Today, we still have over 40% of Nigerians engaged in agriculture, showing you that it is still manual. Do you understand? Go to the Europe and America, you have only 3%. America has 325 million people. Only 3% of them are engaged in agriculture. Yet more than 50% of their production is exported. That is to say that 3% produces what feeds America and exports to the world. Do you understand?
Yes.
Here, up to 40% of us are involved in agriculture, and we can't feed ourselves. Because of Russia-Ukraine war, prices of grain, rice, and everything skyrocketed. We couldn't feed again, just because Ukraine is at war. Do you see the irony? Yeah. So that alone tells you that we have not been investing sufficiently in agriculture. If Nigeria invests in agriculture, okay, look at Israel. Israel is a barren country, but they are exporting food. Can you imagine that? So if Israel could, bring technology into agriculture and feed themselves and export to the world, how much more can Nigeria do? So we have not been doing much in agriculture, that's to say the least.
The least. All right, but because of our time, just one last question. Now we've heard these things. We know that we are owing. Well, World Bank has told us that we are number 3 on the list. What is the projection of the debt situation in Nigeria we are going into elections, next year's elections, the tenure of this current administration ends next year and the start of another one begins. What is the projection of these debts situation, and how do we, as individuals now, are there ways individuals or entities will contribute or can contribute to easing of these things in however little way we can?
Yes, I will answer the last tranche of your question first. There is a huge way you and I can help to ease the condition of Nigeria.
Okay.
And that is by insisting that we vote and vote right. Forget that they can rig. Let all of us do our duty by voting first. Okay. That aside. Then projection of the loan is a contingent situation. Conditional situation. If the current administration continues in power, I think things can only get worse. They will only borrow us into recession. They will borrow the country into recession. But if we have a change of pattern, I believe there's a way out of it.
What if because they've made promises, they're making promises.
No,
what if with the positive plans they have towards the next administration, there is a turnaround, and they eventually, you know, understanding these things now, deciding to rectify them and do them better. Shouldn't that, you know, to some extent, count for something?
Yeah. If their promises are kept, then things may be turned around. But, you know, we look at precedents. We look at precedents. If A, people, logic people tell you that if A is greater than B, and B is greater than C, so automatically A will always be greater than C. So if in the past these people have made promises and promises and promises and failed, they've made it, and they are not ashamed of failing in their promises, what makes you think the ones they are making now will be kept tomorrow? To me, it will be foolish of me to believe that there's anything good I can still extract from this present government. When people are killed like chicken and nobody cares, do you understand? There's so much insecurity. In fact, the trajectory of our loan position and loan situation is bleak, except we have a change of government.
Or we can only hope that things get better with the current administration.
No, I don't. I know that will be. That is not to me. I don't believe in that. No.
All right. Anyway, that's all. Thank you so much, Mr. Jude. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Yes.
And to, you know, dissect economies and, you know, all that it affects Nigeria. Thank you so much for
Thank you very much.
by.
Thank you very much.
And that's
Thank
all
you
we're
very
taking
much.
today
Thank you
on the
very much.
show, Aneke Brief. This is where we learn, this is where we discuss, and this is where we understand issues affecting us in the Southeast and in the country at large. Till I come your way again tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, my football lovers. Good evening, all football fans around the world. Well, special good evening to Arsenal fans. It's another edition of the Free Kick, and we are here. You know, this show is all about football. We don't do anything else here. It's just football. We give you the football update. We give you the bands. We give you the result. We give you how it happened. If you have missed any match during the weekend, this is the show for you to tune in and enjoy every update that we have got for you. I'm here with two of my great, veterans. The people are called, anyway, one is an Arsenal fan, one is a Manchester United fan. I'm here with the likes of Mr. Good Hope, the sport oracle himself, a man that dreams.
I dream.
You dream what?
I live and I breathe sports.
Okay, and I have Mr. West by my right. Mr. West, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for having me on.
I've already said congratulations to Arsenal in our morning show, so let me still tell you congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't want to be like.
Wait, I don't understand. How many? See, listen.
I told you that these people they deserve congratulations.
You are over congratulating.
No. After 22 years, you can't tell me I'm over congratulating them.
Okay.
It's what. Well, if we should be wearing all of us should wear Arsenal jersey right now and just say congratulations to them. It's not easy.
We are not in a teenager square.
But you can see what Arsenal fans are doing all around the world. Just in Lagos, you see what they are doing everywhere.
You see Abada, you see B-Boy. Odumodu has gone to Abuja to carry, it's a full-blown concert.
No,
what is happening?
We expect it now. If you
the
now
problem is that if
Manchester
Arsenal win Champions League,
they will celebrate more.
Jeez,
the noise will be louder. They have not won that league before. They have not won Champions League before. Imagine what they will do.
Actually, no. When you test good life,
of course you have to give them, leave them, let them celebrate for now. At least, just imagine. I wanted to use Chelsea as an example.
Please don't.
Chelsea did not win league for 22 years, and they come and win it this season. Do you know how their celebration will be?
Judging by who they are ordinary.
Imagine they not win the league, they will still make noise. But if they should win the league,
oh my God,
it will be worse.
Chelsea and Arsenal.
Do you know we wouldn't be here? In short, I think Chelsea would have found a way to quiet Arsenal's league if they had managed to win Man City in that FA Cup final.
Yes, the noise would have been more.
The noise would have been more because
what we are seeing,
one is automatic qualification for Europa.
For Europa.
Imagine Chelsea going into the Europa League through the back door after having such an abysmal season.
So abysmal.
So abysmal that they accounted for 10 red cards.
They are not called red cards.
No. The red card FC now.
They are not wearing red jersey, but they are currently having a lot of red.
A lot of red. Now, I think what happened to Chelsea? That's where we could just take a look at what happened to Chelsea. Chelsea had their one of the best guys who have handled their men's team. They had this guy who has signed for Manchester. Yes, they had Enzo Maresca. They won FIFA World Club Cup with Enzo Maresca. They were playing fine. They were playing well. I say and I say it again, if politics come into a system that is working, a lot will change. The same thing happened to Nottingham Forest. Where are they now? It's just that.
You are correct. If politics comes to any working system, it finds a way to collapse it.
Yes.
Madrid is suffering the same thing.
Yes.
Nottingham Forest, I think it's not even politics, it's a monopoly of ownership.
It's the owner.
It's the owner. They don't have a board of owners. Nottingham Forest has a owner. Like somebody that can, he's not feeling good about anytime. You and he sacks you. So that's just that. And I think Chelsea also, the ownership too did them injustice. Same as Tottenham.
Yes.
Same as Tottenham. When you miscalculate and fire a coach too early, you think you're having a bad day until that coach is gone.
Yeah.
You now start having a very bad day. Thomas Frank, yes, started off well with Tottenham. They were pushing, they were challenging for everything. They looked really solid. Injuries hit them. About 8 first-team players.
Yeah.
They lost.
Important players.
Results weren't coming their way. What do? Find a way to back up the coach. What do? You sack a coach. Who did you employ? Somebody that has a very high rate of diminishing a club. You went to hire Igor Tugo.
Igor Tugo.
That made Juventus look as useless as possible.
Currently, Juventus is so surprising that they are not going for any European
tournament. They are currently going for Europa League.
European League. I'm talking about the main league we used to know.
Yes, they are lucky. They don't even deserve to be in that Europa.
Yeah, for me, they don't. They just deserve to be where Chelsea is right now, domestically.
Just Juventus, Cristiano Ronaldo graced.
See, eras come to an end.
We talk about eras coming to an end, but we're not talking about what happens and how that coach who has built those eras, how at the end of the day, they will still find their way to...
Eras come to an end, and every time an era comes to an end, no matter how big the club is, the club always suffers. It's just a question of what are your decisions, and that will determine how long you suffer. Barcelona suffered when they lost Xavi and Iniesta.
Yes.
And they went on to lose Sergio Busquets and eventually Messi. You know, they bought a lot of people trying to rebuild a midfield that was so blistering and so scary. They tried a lot of things. They bought already made players. They promoted academy players. They looked for a lot of things, but it did not work until, you know, they started finding light with the likes of Pedri, brought Gavi and all of that. They are not anywhere close to that midfield they had, but at least now they are beginning to breathe and they are beginning to look solid, looking forward to building another era around these young boys. And that's where Madrid prospered. Before an era ends in Madrid, they find a way to bring replacement. They don't wait for you to like really, you know, fade out. They bring somebody and start building the team around the person, while, you know, they still try to balance it around you. And when you leave, it is an easy transition. Even though now they are still lacking in creativity in terms of their midfield. They have everything but a creative midfielder. So eras come to an end. Chelsea is suffering the same thing. Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, all of these big boys go through these things once in a while. You see, just like Liverpool now, there are another people that are going to, you know, witness another turbulence. Salah is leaving, Robertson is leaving. In short, that their golden era, I think the only thing remaining now is Virgil van Dijk and Alisson, the goalkeeper. Every other person that was in that their golden era has gone, either retired or has moved on. The last of them now being Mo Salah and Robertson. Kekes is new, Frimpong is new, Konate wasn't really part of that squad. You know, Rich is new, Kapo is new. All those, Eketike, Isaac. So now it's a time to like build another era surrounding another players with a new manager. Remember, it's Jürgen Klopp. Jürgen Klopp had a wonderful 7 years run, which he only took one trophy.
Out of
yes,
it was just one trophy.
Just one trophy.
7 years and they look this solid.
Yes,
they were solid.
Just one trophy. Just the only, you know, one thing about Liverpool is that they find a way of having an excellent time in the Champions League, even if they don't have their best in the Premier League. All the while Gerrard looked for a Premier League, he won about 2 or 3 Champions League within that period, over 30 years.
But he was not able to win.
Over 30 years! Yes. The last day he was supposed to win, he had the almighty Gerrard.
I think that was Chelsea that he played.
Yes, he played Dembaba. Dembaba scored.
Liverpool will never forgive Chelsea for that.
Yes, actually. I think this thing you said is very clear. That's what's happening to Liverpool. Now, let's just, I will say, put it around Chelsea. Chelsea is going through a lot.
Yes.
Now, to go back to where I started.
Okay.
Chelsea had Enzo Maresca.
Yes, they had him. Wonderful coach.
Enzo Maresca is amazing. You know, people forget or, you know, take a look at the mistakes coaches make. It's part of the system. It's part of the flow. It's part of the process. They sacked Enzo Maresca. They brought in who?
Rosenio.
Rosemary.
You call him Rosemary.
I call him Postno.
Postno. His own is even worse.
Oh, jeez.
I was even pitying giving Rosemary.
Someone calls him Tech Guy.
Tech Guy.
Because he's always
what is right.
Someone has used his picture as for
DJ. They should try and show those things that he has been writing.
For DJ, someone has wore him something like this. And then put him like that.
How can you sack Enzo Maresca and go and bring
now you
Rosemary?
Look at
let's not undermine.
No, he did well.
He was not that he didn't do well.
He was doing well.
He was having a time of his life in Strasbourg.
In his former club.
Like when I say he was having a time of he won PSG with Strasbourg.
See
now, the French league.
I think we have to go down to coaches. What happens to coaches that comes in from other leagues into the Premier League? Because look at Slot. Take a look at a man that had no hair.
Oh God. See, I think it's not even a question of
coaches that come into the Premier League. Of course,
look at Erik ten Hag.
Coaches will come into the Premier League. The ones that will thrive will thrive. Of course. The ones that will not thrive will not thrive. And so as coaches who move from the Premier League. So, but then sometimes a person does not suit a job, or a job does not suit a person. Because you understand? So Chelsea, for one, had a good score. They spent a lot of money, brought in a lot of players. And Maresca, prior to the end of that season, had a good run. And going into the Club World Cup, he also had a good run. He won and informed PSG, hands down, beat them hands down. It wasn't a win by fluke. You understand? He outplayed PSG and won. But then, going into the season, the board hears that this man has a pre-contract agreed with Man City. What do? You start pleasuring him. This, that. And you see that through, this man get plans to go to Man City after now. Instead of letting him honor the contract, support him, he still has a contract with you. The season is still on. Focus on the season. Let him give you the best of the best.
So that he can leave.
At the end of the season, you can now discuss whether he's signing a new contract or he's leaving. But I don't know, maybe his personal emotions and all of that. You sack the man to bring who? You know, when they say sack a coach, my first question is, who are we hiring?
Yeah. Look at Manchester City. You said something. They already had gone ahead to bring in and have a pre-contract agreement with Enzo Maresca. How did they pick Enzo Maresca? Manchester City is an elite club. They are elite. Look at the mentality. Who said that anywhere, any position that Pep Guardiola, any player that is in a position, that plays a position, has two or three people that will play that same position.
Yes, a very healthy competition.
Very healthy competition. Now, look at how they have gone ahead. If I got to become one of the Chelsea's decision makers or one of their board guys, when I hear such a thing, what do you think I would do? Someone has already, people that are at the other winning side have seen this guy and have contacted him. I have to milk that opportunity. I don't know what he can bring. I can even extend, we can even do competition. And then, build him, be laden him off. Just build him off. Take him away from the market, and he could get back to Manchester City, or he could continue with us. But now, see what happened. Is it not Todd Boehly?
Yeah, Todd Boehly.
Todd Boehly. Yeah. He now had to sack him, and then he brought in this guy. Now, after he finished, he now brought in McFarlane.
McFarlane was the under-21 coach. You can't blame the guy. No, somebody has to take the job. Yeah. You can't blame the guy. And with the time left in the season, you can't go spending money on a coach with that amount of
which
time.
coach do you have to sign?
Who are you
going to sign if you even want to go
within that time? Any coach that will come in a long term would want to start a fresh season.
Yeah. Yes.
Just like, see what happened when they contacted Xabi Alonso. He gave them, I'm not coming here to be the head coach, I want to be the manager. And which has been the problem.
Just as head coach. Then they
wanted Maresca to be a head coach.
No.
But this guy said, no, I want to be the manager. I want to say who, I want to have a say who brings in.
Yeah.
That's the problem. But they want a head coach, and they went on to bring a head coach, and the head coach almost took their head. Not almost, he took their head because
he has taken their head.
Yes, because
they are not in any European.
How can a club like Chelsea finish 10th position? You are not going anywhere.
Something happened on Sunday. Usually I go to jog on Sunday mornings with my friend. So coming back, everybody is a football lover. We are talking about football, the final day, Arsenal lifting the trophy, the relegation battle, which was the predominant thing yesterday.
Yes,
Arsenal already won the league. Arsenal, we are not watching the final day to confirm the champion. We are watching the final day to know who will get relegated and who will be playing in the Europa League sport and the Conference League sport. Then, Man U was away at Brighton.
Yes.
Chelsea fans and Chelsea say, Man U, please win Brighton for us.
And which they did. You now win your match.
You are going to one stadium. That was a heavy nemesis.
Yeah,
to all the big boys
won Chelsea their first match left.
League.
Yeah.
These guys lost to no big six.
Yeah, that's true.
You see, in that stadium, Nobody was able to beat them.
They want Chelsea now. They are first leg.
Because you know that in Sunderland, there's this guy I've noted, Broby.
Broby, you cannot overpower Broby.
You cannot.
Have you seen their defense, Ballard and co?
No, they have.
These guys are strong in the. These guys will muscle you. I saw these guys hold Man City down in that stadium.
I think Manchester United
like
too. You know,
Haaland did not jump.
They not let him go.
Haaland did not
Before you jump,
you
they
see,
will pull
these
you
people
down.
have a midfielder that everybody is running. Yeah. From 1 minute to 90 plus 5. They are once you trap the ball, you see them.
Oh,
if you beat one person, another person is coming. And they throw tackles like they are not scared of throwing tackles. You can be everybody that won them on away games. Nobody. Arsenal, Man City, Tottenham, Manchester United. You remember Manchester United lost in that stadium. You guys beat them at
Old Trafford.
Yes, and it wasn't our last match that there was no goal.
Yes, he cut my ticket because I played Man U to score.
There was no goal.
0-0. Yes, you guys.
There was no goal. There was no goal because Broby. I saw the video.
Then anyone knows through Sadiki.
Yes.
In the first 10 minutes of the game.
Oh, Broby was a problem. Broby overpowered Mino. Broby overpowered Mount. Then Broby it was only Maguire now.
Managed.
The Broby.
And every time Maguire went, is a foul.
It's too physical, Broby.
It's too physical. Like I'm wondering how you are in bed.
I told my friends that Chelsea will not win Sunderland.
They were relying on Man U to win.
No,
but now you people
Man U winning. Man U winning is not the question. That result means nothing to Man U.
No, of course. Chelsea needed the Man U to win for
it
was the assist.
Yeah.
Even if Brighton win, make Bruno get the assist.
Yeah, of course.
Everywhere good for Man U because Man U is already third position mathematically. Nobody is beating them.
Chelsea needed Man U to beat Brighton because if Brighton had beaten Manchester United and Chelsea won
to beat Sunderland.
But if Brighton had won, Chelsea will not go to the Europa League too because Brighton will be above them.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the mathematics.
They won't make they beat Brighton.
But you don't
do your own job.
That's the job they forgot to do.
You know that say, please sharpen the knife for me. Sharpen the knife. Then you forgot to buy the goat.
If you want to buy the chicken, are we going to cut you?
That's so that's so weird because looking at where Chelsea, where they have landed themselves, I feel they need a lot of reinforcement. Yeah. Thank God they have. I'm not thanking God actually. They have Zabi Alonso.
They have Zabi now. Let's see what's going to happen.
What is seriously?
Their game will definitely change.
No, of course.
Their game will definitely change.
But you know my problem with Chelsea is not even just the coach. These players, the players gone. They are the main problem.
They go offload.
They will offload about 10 of those players.
Defender, sir.
No, yeah, even starting from Sami, I used to start from Garnacho. That boy is not.
No, Garnacho
cannot be a footballer.
Garnacho is the national crisis.
He's a content creator.
He cannot be a footballer. I don't know what that boy is supposed to be, but I know it's not football.
Garnacho deserves to be playing for a team like Burnley.
No, Burnley is too big.
Or Wolverhampton Wanderers.
People that
are still in the Premier League.
Yes, now a team that is fighting relegation. So
that he should be playing championship.
Let's just see if pressure will shape him.
Actually,
there are people that praise your shapes.
But for me, Garnacho,
you will enjoy him. You will enjoy him in a middle table club. Trust me.
Actually, yes.
You will enjoy Garnacho in a middle table club where he's the star player.
Yes, like
he's the star player, like Hull City, Coventry City, everything.
Coventry is in the Premier League. What do you mean?
They are back to the Premier League.
They are back to the Premier League.
You just don't want him to be in the Premier League.
Even Hull City.
That's my own. I don't want him to be in the Premier League. I want to be watching him in a club like Ajax, maybe somewhere. He will still come to the Champions League.
Even Hull City, but Hull City is back to the Premier League. If Switch Town, all those, please take away those teams. I'm talking about Wrexham. No, Wrexham or what's that team that won Manchester United?
Grimsby Town.
A town called Grimsby.
He should just meet Messi. Yes, in USA, he should just meet him there.
You know one thing about that Garnacho boy. Listen, he's one of the biggest transfers I've seen in 2025-2026 that shook me. You had the opportunity to play for Bayern Munich.
He refused now.
You said no. You want to throttle.
You just want to.
You want to throttle your bait, and then change your game where Manchester United is. You want to just shame them. What do you like? Why? Enzo Maresca bought you. No, Enzo Maresca. we could say that man is a charity. He's a
You just wanted
philanthropist.
to help him. Just okay, let's have the boy. He's still young. He was seeing potential in Ganacho.
I think
I don't know where the potential went to.
Ganacho is quite an unfortunate one, but it's not done for him.
Yes,
if at all, he will redye his hair black and focus more on football
and don't do what again
than posting on Instagram. You know, Man U, like it's quite childish of him to think that he's in some kind of a battle with Man U. Who are you?
I don't
No,
just
who are you? You just came yesterday saying you can't play for no other club apart from Chelsea. So you do what? You score against Man U when you meet Man U.
He wants to have a payback.
Oga, who are you? You don't have a career yet. We can't even be mentioning you when we mention the likes of Phil Foden. You've not achieved what they achieved.
You have gone too far now.
Julian Alvarez.
You know, all these young guys. Yes. I'm talking about the young guys that made it out of the academy. When we talk of academy products, you know, a whole lot of academy guys, the likes of Bukayo Saka, you know, the likes of Kobe Mino, you know, the likes of Mark Rashford, you know, these guys are academy players. They weren't bought for big money. So you've not even measured up to where they are. Man U, you had an amazing season. Yes. Amorim did not get to feature you in a final. And so what?
Yeah, getting upset.
And so what? You look at the Man City team where Foden is on the bench, John Stones is on the bench, Gavidol is on the bench. They had to loan Akanji.
Look at the names.
Manuel Akanji. There was no space. They had to loan Manuel Akanji. There was no space. They had to loan Jack Grealish to Everton.
You know, till today, we talked about it.
Yeah, there was a time
till today, Jack Grealish. No one sees Jack Grealish as a Manchester City player.
Yes.
Everyone sees
him as an Everton player. But he's a Manchester City player.
Too big, well. Good luck to him.
You watch a team that has Ryan Cheki, Mamouche on the bench, and when they give the opportunity to play, they will give their 100. On the day the coach decides to start them in the game, they are ready to play for the coach. So who are you that you can't sit on the bench?
I believe his ego and pride just took him away from the line.
And it has shown.
Yeah.
It has shown that but then there is hope for him.
Yes, of course.
There's hope.
Every time
the new coach is coming, and I know Xavi Alonso is a very wonderful footballer and a coach who has a principle and would give everybody a chance. Look at what he did with Bayer Leverkusen, going unbeaten in the Bundesliga, winning the Bundesliga, winning the BFB Pokal, and almost won the Europa in one season. Yeah, the politics at Real Madrid did not allow him to try
because of the Real Madrid is another place. So that's what's happening in Chelsea. What happened in Chelsea?
What's happening in Real Madrid is different from what is happening in Chelsea. Real Madrid has a problem of big boys.
Big boys.
Chelsea has no big boys. Chelsea is not a big team.
Chelsea is just a club that gather charlatans without a manager.
100 men inside one squad, but you can't have a good player from there.
Chelsea has like 14-11.
Chelsea squad.
Do you know Disesi? Axel Disesi that is playing in West Ham is a Chelsea player.
They have many players on loan. I believe Chelsea could not register some of their players. Their players are more than 40. If you can't Chelsea, they are more than 40.
As at the beginning of this concluded season, Raheem Sterling was still a Chelsea player.
He was still a Chelsea player. No.
Until Feyenoord pitied him and took him. Whether that's 6 months they give him.
Hey. The old man Raheem Sterling. Well, please let's quickly go into the Nigeria Premier League. We saw what we could say was the final.
Okay.
Though it was a league match, but it was more like the final between Ikorodu City and Rangers, where we had Rivers also playing their match. These two guys were gunning for the title. There was just a 1-point gap between Enugu Rangers and Rivers. So I don't know. What do you have to say about that match?
Well, that match was, I could say, a titanic fight, clash of titans. Yeah. Because Enugu Rangers, the other day we had Sanchez.
Yeah,
Sanchez came, and Sanchez is going to come again when they come back. We're going to have him, and he's going to explain, in details what happened in the game. But for me, Enugu Rangers, they have really, shown and proven that they are actually the champions of Nigeria's football. Citing several choices they've made from the coach. Their coach has actually been influential. Their coach started way back and won the league with them and left and came back again to win the league. And now they have two league trophies.
Yeah,
I mean, 2 league
in 3 seasons.
in
right?
3 seasons.
Yeah.
Now, it is something that I would say, without such, approach, without such a coach, I'll actually commend the coach before I go down to the players. Then before I go down to the square root of, when they say square root, to the square root of the measure of the.
When you are done, you now find the square root.
You have to find the square root.
I will now find the square root. Now, I will actually commend the coach, and it's amazing. Now, going down to the players have really done well. Like the other day, Sanchez told us that they have prepared for the games, spiritually, physically, and their coach, emotionally, psychologically, dancically, anyhow, any kali. They have actually gone a long way. They have taken a long route to make sure that they. But that game was a decider for me.
Yeah.
In the Premier League, I mean,
you're correct. Nigerian
Premier League. There's something that has been happening, talking about the way the refereeing, the officiating, like Sanchez mentioned it, that the problem they have been having is the officiating. Okay, now let me ask you, why will you add 17 minutes?
That's why we need Sanchez to come to this program.
I will ask him, why will you add 17
to
minutes?
the second half?
Why
maybe someone fainted or
17 minutes.
We need Sanchez. I don't know what happened, Shabo.
They didn't add extra 17 minutes. They added 17 and let it linger. They let it linger to 13 or 14 minutes or thereabout. I followed the game yesterday closely, but I'm a very huge fan of our league. It's just that at some point it became so bad that I lost interest. But with the coming in of the GM, Barrister Ezako, and then bringing back Ilechukwu, it got reinvigorated, because Rangers is a club that has been close to my heart. I grew up at Ogui Road. I grew up around Stadium. As a boy, I go to Rangers match those days, the days of Sami Ledo and Obinna when you read them to sell can water, around the stadium when people are watching the football. So I've always been a Rangers fan since I was a little boy. So, but one thing, like you said earlier, when politics gets into a system, it finds a way to crumble that system. What is happening to our league is that there is so much administrative politics that we fail to, achieve greatness on the pitch, which is the most important part of the sports. But we rely so much on what happens on paper behind, and it's affecting the football. When you talk about officiating, we have bad officiating. The result is evident. We don't have any Nigerian ref representing us in the CAF Champions League or the Confederations Cup. We don't have Nigerian refs in the CAF Nations Cup. We don't have Nigerian refs. So let's not even talk about Nigerian refs going to the World Cup.
No.
Let's not go there.
That one is too far.
So when we talk about officiating, it is a lot. Why we even took this game to last day drama was Rangers versus Barua.
Yes, he said it. He said it. That it was the bad officiating that took the game to the
final day. Because if Rangers had not had, Rangers scored Barua very early. The referee disallowed the goal for no quantifiable reason. But in the spirit of fairness, Rangers continued to play.
Yeah.
And Barua, did everything possible to frustrate the match. Their keeper is breed. I watched that game. The good thing is I watched the game. If breeze blow him, like say they cross ball now, him jump, catch ball. You self jump. As in the land, in not fall for ground, raising leg.
Imagine. Right. Time wasting, delay.
The ref did not add those time. You see, so that draw now just changed the narrative. Yeah. Rivers now went to Wiki Tourist and got a very dramatic result that I found to be very funny. The same Rivers that we went to their home, we scored them, they disallowed it.
Actually, about that Rivers game, let's not talk about it as it is, but there have been, there has been a lot of I could say allegedly stories linking to it, which when you look at it is kind of true, but it is still in the
NFF decided that all the games on Sunday will be at the same time, 4 o'clock, so we can mitigate a lot of things, a lot of possibilities in the league, and but then I had a good feeling that Rangers was going to win it anyways, because we have a very resilient team in this current squad.
the coaches are experienced, the technicians are experienced, and the governor has invested heavily.
Yes, the governor. It was in his era. That's what I was going there. It was in the era of our governor that we are having Rangers to win these 2 trophies in 3 seasons. Like, I mean, winning the Nigerian Professional Football League in 2 seasons. Yeah. Two trophies in 3 seasons. Since he started, that means there's something about his,
there is something he's doing differently. And I hope others will take. There's a lot we can do for our league. Our league can get better. Just as we are hoping for a new Nigeria, we are hoping for a league that we can be proud of. The same way I go on and about Arsenal and Manchester United, these people are very far from me. These people are very, very far from me, but they find a way to still feel the fact that there are fans across everywhere.
So of course.
Why can't we have a league that is so close to home? I mean, look at where stadium is. We can fill it up. If we can fill it up, pay small money to come and see the games. It's more money, and in turn, it will improve the lifestyle of the players.
Yes. Do you know this thing you're saying? That day when Sanchez came, I was asking him, we are having a backlog of lack of fanship in our leagues.
Yeah.
Because you could see an average guy on the streets, he's supporting Cristiano Ronaldo, he's supporting Messi. And then, I was talking about viewership. What is it about viewership? How many views are we having? I don't know where you had to stream that match from. You streamed that match, really?
We have friends in Lagos who were live, so we are watching from their camera.
Okay, awesome. Now, you see, I see, it was, if not that Sanchez came and told us, you will have to go to Google Play Store, download MPFL Live. That's where you can stream some matches. Some, not all the matches. And I was asking him, how many cameras do we have in the Nigerian Premier League?
No, it's not even a question of cameras.
Like, how many?
I am going to be as blunt as possible and also as respectful as possible.
Yes, of course.
Because I don't want to say anything that is in the air. But we don't have a problem of camera. It's a question of will. Does the league want to cover these matches? You can't do mago in a match that is live.
Yes.
Where people are watching.
You can't. You can't blow rubbish in a match that is being broadcasted over the world. Everybody will see it. It's just like the incident of the CAF final. We all saw.
Yeah.
So regardless of whatever CAF came out to say 2 months later, it doesn't matter to the football nation. Because now you are making a ridicule of yourself. We watched the game, we saw what happened. You did not decide on the field, you let the game go on. A particular player misses the penalty that could have won them the trophy. He misses it, the other team gets a clear-cut goal, not a goal from the penalty spot. The referee ends the match. A team is crowned champion. Yeah. They lift the trophy, they go home. 2 months later. 2 months later, not 2 days later. Not 2 weeks later, 2 months later, you come out to say otherwise. For a ball that was decided on the pitch, everybody saw, the whole world saw. So when MPFL is, being selective about what they show, it goes to tell you that these people don't want you to see all the games.
They don't want you to see their games. They are ojoro.
How much is camera? How much is the budget for NFF?
Yes, of course. How much is camera? How much is the
budget for NFF?
It's important to ask that question because the normal camera are you telling me that we can't have?
You don't even need black magic to broadcast.
You don't even need black magic
to broadcast this game.
You don't need black magic. You don't even need. Okay, let's say that you need crane because of the pitch.
Yes, to get the angles and all of that.
And you need drone. But is that what we cannot afford?
Wedding. Drone will be say person we do wedding.
You someone doing wedding having drones.
Burial. Person we do wedding we no fee buy ice block, chill drink, afford drone.
It's just the management.
Can't give a ring.
MPFL, they are not ready to.
You understand? So it's a question of what do we want to do. Anytime we decide that we'll bring this league up to the standard, we will bring it. We'll have talent. Talent they waste. And you see where the insult comes in. You can play all the wayo. You can allow all the nonsense, all the shenanigans you want to happen within the league. When we go for the confederation, when we go for CAF, that's where the real insult. Look at Rivers United the last time. That was the first time in how many years after Jose Carlos Enyimba that any Nigerian MPFL team made it to the group stage of the CAF Confederations Cup. They did not win any match, not home, not away. against teams from Egypt, team from Morocco, and I think one other team from is it South Sudan or where? Our Rivers United, our champion, could not win a single match, not at home. Okay, yeah, South Africa, Mamelodi Sundown, we played Pyramid, and which other club did we play? We could not win anybody. We were the point givers in the table.
Right.
Well, and that particular team now, Mamelodi Sundown was crowned champion sometime last week of the CAF Champions League. Yeah, the South African club. So when you look at this thing, the only time we can measure up with these people is when we play the Nations Cup. That's where you see our superiority. Probably because we use basically abroad-based players, not home-based.
And that will be criticized.
It is always criticized. It is affecting our rating in the world. It is criticized. It goes to tell you that we are doing rubbish at home. We don't give the right people the chance to play this game.
Unless the only thing.
And then our champions most times may not be deserving. That's the only thing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, since there are no ladies here, we should take a short break, and when we come back, we'll go into other European leagues like the La Liga, Serie A. We still have a lot to discuss, but let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Back. It's still your show, The Free Kick, and we are still live. We have I'm still here with Mr. Goodhope and Mr. West. Well, let's go back to the Premier League. We have been in the Premier League before, but let's go back. We want to see the Golden Boot winner, the special boy that they call Haaland himself, the goal scoring machine. He has been awarded the Golden Boot, and you know it was a, will I say, a close competition. There was another person who, the likes of Brentford, the Brentford
Thiago. No, mention Thiago.
There was another person, but I know the range or the margin was
quite tangible.
Was quite tangible, but you know, those days we used to have like 3-4 people competing for this highest goal scorer, but now it's just Haaland for how many seasons now? We don't have other strikers, you know, that come up with this Golden Boot award. I don't know what's happening to the strikers in Premier League.
How many teams is playing with an outright number 9? Like a number 9.
We still have likes of like Liverpool plays with a number 9. Even Chelsea are playing with number 9.
The one that managed 3 goals.
The lab. They are still playing with number 9.
See, that guy is handicapped.
Who is that?
Delay.
Sorry, the lab.
He's delaying Chelsea.
He used to play like pitch invader.
Sometimes he will be playing like he's not
supposed to be there.
I don't know.
Like he's not supposed to be there. You know,
pitch invader.
Oh God, they don't allow Chelsea for catch with all these things. Like only their player.
No, somebody said it on X.
How many teams is playing with an outright number 9? You know, and how many teams is playing to the strength of a number 9? You know, we see the only competition, or the one person that looked like he was competing was the Brentford number 9. And where is Brentford in the table?
Brentford, I did not qualify for the EU.
They did not qualify for anything. I think they are behind Chelsea on 12th.
They played the 1-1 draw.
And just Thiago.
Thiago.
There was not a footballer as of 15 years
ago. So then you look at Arsenal and Gyökeres, we are not playing to the strength of Gyökeres. Arsenal, anybody can score. In short,
yes.
We had Mendy scoring from the midfield, Gabriel scoring from, we had Max Darman. Everybody, like, we just have different scorers for different days, you know. It was on and off. So Man City is just that one team that has a number 9 and is playing to the strength of their number 9. So it's not a surprise that Haaland will keep scoring. Man City will always put the ball in the box.
Yeah.
And their number 9, being the number 9 that he is, would always be
proper
there
number 9
to collect the ball. Look at the goal he scored against Arsenal in the 2-1 defeat. Gabriel was with him, but somehow he brought himself forward, and before Gabriel could even catch up, don't go.
No, physically, Haaland, his presence physically cannot be.
I like those Sunderland guys.
You understand?
Those I also like Broby.
No, he's very physical.
Broby is another person that he will be shading you. He'll be shading you.
He's just looking for small.
If he should shade you with that, his leg.
I think Broby is another 0.9
then
for me.
He's number 9, but he's a different breed of number 9.
He's like a holding 9.
Like, no, he's not a poacher. Number 9s are poachers.
Yeah.
You don't need a lot of flamboyance. You have to be in the right place at the right time, and then you have to have a team that will play to your strength.
That will provide assist for you.
So, but Sunderland is a unit, and Broby is part of that unit.
Sunderland they play more of defensive. Probably go back to even defend.
They're deep. Wait, so they only attack you on the counter.
Wait, I want you guys to surprise me. You mean Sunderland, did they qualify for any?
They are going to play in the Europa unless Crystal Palace on Wednesday wins rival Kano in the Conference League final, which is an automatic qualification for Europa. Then Sunderland will drop to that conference and then push out what's their name? Is it Brighton that is there now?
Brighton is Brighton.
They will now push out Brighton. And Brighton already is celebrating the
Conference League
for Conference League. So you see, the game is still on. Crystal Palace on Wednesday will be fighting for their life.
Of course.
The only thing they can take home this season is that Conference League trophy, and they will take it home and get an extra. It's just like buy one and get two free. You win that cup, you get to play the Europa. And of course, they were supposed to play Europa this season, but they were denied playing Europa, and they got to play in the conference because Lyon, the owner issue. Thank you. Lyon qualified.
They also qualified.
They also qualified with the same owner. And the rule says
you cannot have
two clubs as an owner in one European competition.
Yes.
So they have to drop one.
Now I want us to even think about this. Talking about talent that are coming out from either teams around the English football, seeing how Crystal Palace had the likes of Iberichi Eze. There's another Eze in Crystal Palace.
Right,
but that Eze is not an Eze.
Who is the Eze?
There's an Eze in Crystal Palace.
That is bearing Eze.
Yes, but it's not Eze.
Is it Crescento Zuche?
No, there's an Eze. I saw the Eze. The Eze is looks like low budget of the Eze.
Is Eze Bube?
Are you sure there's Eze in the Crystal Palace right now?
We'll check. Now, the most important thing here I want us to point out is their talents. Like looking at teams like Crystal Palace, how they have produced their talents. Teams like Brentford, they are not really going out of their way to get a player. They are always raising home-based players. Home-based. Academy players. Yeah. Academy players. Now, from that foundation that they are bringing up academy players, they are changing the world of football, because most teams come down to them. Looking at, it was Southampton that Sadio Mane came from. Looking at those guys, they are used to a particular kind of play, or a particular kind of team, or a particular kind of people who top European clubs come for. And at the end of the day, looking at Olise, looking at Michael Olise, looking at Iberichi Eze, looking at these guys, even Maguire, who made it to the World Cup over Maguire. And one of them are something. Yeah. So that's something I'm seeing about talent in the Premier League. There's a team that produces the talent, and then there are teams.
The bigger teams will come for them.
The bigger teams will come for them. Seeing how look at Maguire. Maguire, he was the captain of Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
Then he left Crystal Palace to Man City. Now, I'm not sure if he was still in Crystal Palace, he would have been called for World Cup.
No, he would.
He would.
But
apart from going to Man City, he was having a good time. Having a great season.
The decision would not be so fast.
Jean-Philippe Mateta of Crystal Palace made the France team.
Yeah.
That bad guy.
Yes, he made the France
that
team.
bad guy that only him.
He made
that
the
used to
France
stop.
team. So making a national theme these days Yes, it's important where you play.
Yeah,
but then it's also important what your individual contribution.
Sorry, if you say it's important where you play, remember, if Anthony made it.
Yes, because he is the highest goal scorer.
He's performing in the Saudi league, the highest goal scorer. How will you not call him up? Of course, you have to call him up.
33 goals. Even if he doesn't make it, it's a question of the coach's choice. At the end of the day, a coach's choice is a reflection of his ambition. So yes, when you go for mediocre teams, you will get mediocre results. So when you go for the best, regardless of sentiment, you are hoping for the best. So Maguire was always going to be in the World Cup spot. You know, going to Man City was just an extra for him. Then talking about Crystal Palace, teams like Crystal Palace, Brentford, Brighton, Bournemouth,
Semenyo Bournemouth, yeah.
You know, what's this people's name? These people, what they do is that for a reason they are the middle table clubs. They sell to big boys.
Yeah.
That's how they make their money.
That's their business.
That's their business. They can't have players and pay them 350 a week, 250 a week, 150 a week. No. So what they do is that they're a team that allows you show yourself. Fight. The real result for big boys, the spoil things for big boys. Not that they're going to win anything, no, but they just want to show you that life hard. Because you can be looking for 5 points gap, you will come, they will win you or take a draw and go home.
Yes.
They won Arsenal and drew Man City. Waiting they use them do.
Nothing.
Yeah. So the best they can do is that Europa League spot that are in, and they don't even have the stadium capacity to host European leagues, but they're going to manage. So what they do is they bring out these names, and they say they don't even really need to bring them from the academy. They are very amazing as scouting players. Yeah. Do you know the amount of money Bournemouth made last season? They sold their two centre backs to two of the biggest clubs in Europe.
Yeah.
Zabani to PSG and Hengosin to Real Madrid. Sold Kekes to Liverpool.
They sold a lot of players.
They sold players. Then you talk about Brighton. Those ones say if I'm merchant. Then what's this one's name? Brentford.
Business-minded people.
Yes, Brentford too.
Brentford sold Mbeumo. Sold their coach.
Wolverhampton sold what's his name? Cunha.
Yes, Cunha. Yeah.
They sold, so they even bought Lassen and still sold Lassen. They bought Lassen in January. They sold Lassen. So these people. That's why Glasson, their coach, the Crystal Palace coach, has refused to sign a new contract because he was complaining bitterly that how can you be
just selling
these people, and we are not buying any serious replacement. Look at Bournemouth. After all these people they sold, they did not diminish. How they went and still brought Truffet. They went to Belgium League and brought Truffet.
Junior Truffet.
Then Junior Kupio
is still there.
Kupio, that boy that used to bend ball from anywhere.
That boy scored against Manchester United. I decided
from
that day.
Many big teams.
He scored against all the big teams that
he has scored almost every.
I decided from that.
I think he scored against Man City.
He scored that from a distance. From a distance.
They pushed.
I show my love from a distance.
Well, gentlemen, please, for the sake of time, before we go, we can't end the show without talking about the golden boy in Europe right now. That's the highest goal scorer in Europe, Harry Kane.
I think
we can't end the show without talking about him.
I'm happy for Harry Kane. I'm happy for Michael Olise going from Crystal Palace to Bundesliga and becoming the Bundesliga best player. I'm also happy.
Look at him with all his trophies this season. He has achieved a lot. In fact, in 2 seasons that he has been at Bayern Munich, he has achieved what he could not achieve in Tottenham. He has gone so far.
But I think he's still not happy. He would want a UEFA Champions League.
Yes, that's his dream trophy right now. That's the UEFA trophy. He has 61 goals, of course.
When you talk about number 9,
how many goals? Wait,
61.
61.
The second person is 41. He's gapping the person with 20.
Who's the second person?
Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe.
How is Mbappe there?
Mbappe was consistently scoring.
Another goal machine is that one.
Mbappe,
and he's not even
forget about the ego. He plays like as if he's number 9. He's good. It's just that
Mbappe doesn't even need to run too much to score. He can collect the ball standing at a point and he will look at the goalkeeper and bend it. He will bend it and stand and watch you dive to the end of the world.
That ego is taking over him. Mbappe used to be, he's a good player any day, anytime.
He almost had 2 World Cups before he turned 24.
Imagine.
If not that Argentina won him that time, he would have had 2 World Cups and he wasn't 24.
And even that final, I think he scored
2 goals now. He turned the whole place into a frenzy. So you see, I think I'm happy for Harry Kane. I'm happy. He left a very cursed club, Tottenham. Tottenham is cursed.
Tottenham almost drained his career.
I'm so unhappy that they did not go for this relegation.
No, we need them in the Premier League. I think
Everton would have just won them.
I prefer Tottenham in the Premier League than that West Ham.
I love West Ham.
No. Well, I think I love West Ham. I really do love West Ham because
Tottenham can sing.
Tottenham can actually sing, and then we can have a team looking like West Ham, just up, having their time. But then Tottenham would also be a good competition in the Premier League. Like, I'm not sure if they go down to the second championship, they will not come out.
No, I don't wish them.
They've escaped it this time.
They've escaped it
next season. No, they have the
next season. They don't have coach.
The Zebi will not last. They will sack the Zebi.
Yeah, Tottenham are like Chelsea. They used to sack coach.
They will sack the Zebi before 4 months. Say that this is the Zebi.
Are we declaring them cursed?
No. Where they lifted the Europa League like 2 seasons ago. Well, gentlemen,
600 years.
Gentlemen, that's all we have for the program. Because of the words of time, I'm happy we have talked about Harry Kane. There are so many other players we could have talked about, but time will not permit us. Thank you, football lovers, for staying with us to this time. We have to say goodbye at this point in time. It's the end of the show, but stay with us. We'll come your way again on Friday, where we'll also bring you football updates on the show called Free Kick. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.